Oh, I was gonna leave, but I think I'll listen to this music.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, man. What a happy day. Hello.
Bonjour. So, what do you mean free will isn't in Romans?
Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Well, it just so happens that whenever I put something negative about free will in the show title, Eric comes over and browbeats me to death because he loves free will.
Yeah, in John 3:16, that seems to be the verse for free will. As many as received him. Look, right there. As many as received him.
Yeah.
That's free will. And I say, well, why don't you go back to Isaiah 6, where God blinded all of Israel and hardened their hearts and stopped up their ears. Now, how many of Israel can receive him unless he opens their eyes and ears and heart to be believing?
Yeah.
And even Jesus was involved in the blinding. His disciples in Matthew 13, I think it was, said, why are you speaking to them in parables? And he said, because to you it has been given to understand, but not them. And so I speak to them in parables that the scripture may be fulfilled concerning Isaiah. That hearing they will hear and not understand.
You know, when if I can talk with them about John 3:16, I make 2 points. One, it says, whosoever believeth. Well, that's the same sentence structure as whosoever has red hair. It doesn't say how they came to believe. It's not a comment on their freedom to have red hair or not have red hair. Whosoever believeth, will have everlasting life. Yeah, okay. And then the second point, it didn't say whosoever chooses to believe.
Yeah.
The word choose is not there. So it's just a comment on who gets it and who does not. It's whosoever believeth gets it. And how did they come to believe? Well, that's just a different topic altogether.
Right. Yeah, on Facebook, this guy who's a free willist made the common assertion that to the Calvinists, so are you saying that God makes people rape babies and murder
Oh
and
my
kill?
God.
And I said, well, wait. I said, that's something altogether different. You have to keep within the biblical idea of who saves who. Is God sovereign in salvation? It's not about, does God make me brush my teeth in the morning? That's not the issue.
Uh-huh.
The real issue, and you have to keep to this, is who saves who. Who is sovereign in salvation? Can we save ourselves,
Uh-huh.
or does God save us?
Uh-huh.
And I said, all avoid him, not one is seeking him. And so, if that's our will, that's the will of humanity.
Uh-huh.
So God has to run us down, intercept us while we're avoiding him,
Uh-huh.
and put into us faith to be believing. Because the faith obviously doesn't reside intrinsically within the human. It has to be given.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Do you like
it's
do you
what
like
is it?
it's a smoothie God made me make this morning.
Oh yeah. That mean old God. I know what's in that
It,
smoothie. A whole bass and a scoop of ice cream.
no, it's got about 4 heaping tablespoons of not chocolate, but it's a pre-chocolate powder. Well, what do you call it? It's what they get chocolate from.
Cocoa.
Co- uh, it does start with co. Uh,
Cacao. Cacao.
Cacao, yeah, cacao. So 4 to 5 tablespoons heaping of cacao. And did you know cacao helps um, your DNA and especially what is it called? Stem cells.
Really?
Yeah, it helps your stem cells strengthen them but also I put in a little bit of parsley, uh, frozen cherries,
Mm-hmm.
and frozen pineapple, frozen blueberries, and one avocado because that's a fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and and I put in some other things like oh, I forget what there's 3 other powders I put in.
Uh-huh.
Uh, one is for your bones. It's a certain like
Collagen. Collagen and bone.
it's like collagen, yeah. And then there's this green stuff from Africa I put in powder,
Mm-hmm.
and It's a peptide, the collagen peptides.
Yeah.
And but anyway, after I get through drinking all this, I still look like I'm 50 years old. I just can't win.
You're funny.
But anyway, I will sometimes put a whole bunch of green leafy vegetables in as well.
Mm-hmm.
But have you had this cold that's been going around?
No, I have not.
Boy, I got it 3 weeks ago,
Uh-huh.
and maybe it's because I'm living healthier, but some people had it really bad, like throwing up and fever and all kinds of stuff. I never realized how much your sinuses could blow until this hit me. I mean, my piles of blowing my nose was just growing, and then I had to take it down to the trash and throw it out. But good Lord, just constantly flowing. And then at night, I could hear it gurgling in my lungs.
Uh-huh.
And so I had to cough and cough to cough it out, and then I'd go to sleep. But I imagine if I was older than 49, it could have turned into pneumonia.
Right, yeah. That's a good imagination there.
But I've been taking natural things. Oh, you know what? Let's just go down, and I'll tell you what I've been taking. Because maybe somebody's listening that they're going to get that cold,
Yeah.
and they're going to need this. Now, I'm not giving a doctor's, but I take that.
Wow.
These are encapsulated in,
Uh-huh.
And I take moringa.
Moringa powder. Cool.
That's really good for arthritis and stuff. Cacao. And, oh, I put raisins in. Wonder where that other stuff went. Oh, there's collagen peptides. I put that in.
Yeah.
And I have a little bit of liquid selenium and zinc. But this stuff, I can feel it trying to go down my esophagus into my lungs,
Uh-huh.
And, I take vitamin C as well. Do you have anything else you would suggest to the viewing audience?
Sure. If mucus is a problem, you ought to eat a more mucusless diet.
Sure.
Certain things cause mucus, like oatmeal, wheat,
Milk.
and cow's milk. Yeah. So it's surprising how much mucus your body will make out of a bunch of wheat and oatmeal and cow's milk. I mean, you just be slinging snot everywhere.
Now, I eat a lot of millet,
Mm-hmm.
for
Well, I'd recommend cutting
breakfast.
back on that because wheat and oats and millet, they're grains. And so I've concluded that grains are bird food. Let the birds eat it. Eat the birds instead.
I see. So is God making you say this, or is this from your free will?
Well, let me think about it. After all, I've only had one cup of coffee. I can't really make a good argument yet. So yesterday, I made a list of about 5 or 7 things as to constraints on my free choice.
Yeah.
You know, I would choose steak and eggs, but I only have $5, so I have to have a biscuit and a cup of coffee. Constraints on our free will is a topic of discussion, but it wasn't a happy topic of discussion with Uncle Eric. Man, he came over with both guns blazing, defending free will. For some reason, I don't know why they love that doctrine so much. In fact, some of those Christians say free will is the greatest gift God has ever given mankind. What in the hell are they talking about? I thought Christ's work on the cross was the greatest gift.
Yeah, well, see, these are God's PR men. God looks bad if he's the Calvinist God who brings billions of people into existence, but chooses only a few that he has already preordained to go to heaven for eternity.
Yeah.
And the rest he brought into existence, and it has to be for the sole purpose of eternally torturing them. So the Arminian is a knee-jerk reaction. The free will is a knee-jerk reaction to that.
Yeah.
In that, well, God's not really at fault. You know, man chooses his eternal destiny. It's all up to him.
Yeah. God has done all he can do. The rest is up to you.
Yeah, I heard Billy Graham once at a big stadium on TV saying, "All of you who want to give your heart to Jesus, come forward now." And he said, "Don't pray for them. God cannot help them now. They must make their own decision." And I'm thinking, at the very moment they need God the most, God abandons them.
Wow. Oh, God.
And there's Satan right down there at the altar. You know, don't just ask Jesus into your heart. That's all you got to do. Or just make Jesus Lord of your life.
Right.
Or hey, join this Baptist church and get baptized, and that'll be okay. You know. But oh my gosh, whatever you do, don't believe God that Christ died for our sins and was entombed and he raised him from the dead. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hear Billy Graham's son on TV, a commercial to get saved, you know?
Really?
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong with that?
And he'll say the sinner's prayer, God, I'm a sinner. I'm sorry for my sins. And he'll go on and on and on and on. And he'll slip in, Christ died for me. And then he'll go on and on and on with all this BS, you know? And I'm thinking, why not quote 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4?
Yeah.
Why? Is he afraid it will turn people off? Is he pulling a Paul on, to the Athenians, where Paul didn't talk about Christ dying for our sins? Maybe that wasn't given to him at that point in time. That if you just believe, he was still mouthing Peter, James, and John's thing, to repent and get baptized. And Paul had an open door and he missed it. He missed it.
Uh-huh.
But they mocked him when he talked about the resurrection of the dead.
They certainly did.
Yeah. Paul was about to lead into that, but maybe he was too ashamed.
Well, you could say a big swath of regular old Christianity also mocks the resurrection of Christ, because I've heard them with my own little bitty ears say, well, the cross of Christ didn't really accomplish much. You had to repent before the cross, and you have to repent after the cross. So it's the repentance that does the trick. The cross doesn't do much.
Well, since we're originally on the subject of the lake of fire,
Yeah.
that's what you started this whole thing out today with, right?
Yeah, it's overrated.
Yeah. Well, there are people who believe that the lake of fire purifies everyone that goes into it to make them fit for God's presence.
Wow, yeah.
And I'm not talking Christmas presents.
Right, right.
That would be a malapropism, and we won't go there. But anyway, yeah, there are people, and Phil Scranton, he's one of them. He says that the scroll of life grows from, it starts out as a scrollet and grows into a scroll.
Really?
Yeah, that's what he says. Anyway, I told him, in my Savior of All Fellowship newsletter I used to have, but that whole thing was against his ideas. And I said, number one, they're dead.
That's right. They are dead.
Now, let's just assume they're dead to God. They're only dead to God. They're not physically dead. And that God gives them a chance to be believing, like Phil believes.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it's impossible. It's like kicking a dead horse. They're dead to God for the eons of the eons. They're dead.
Yeah.
It doesn't say they're dead, but they can be made alive to God during their deadness.
Uh-huh.
So either way, whether they're physically dead or figuratively dead, they're dead for the eons until death is abolished. Now then, can I continue?
Yes, please.
I don't want to hog the show.
It's your show, baby. I put this whole thing together 4 years ago
Okay.
just for you to be here
Okay.
today.
Well, in 1 Corinthians 15, 22 through 28, was Christ the first to be vivified out of being dead to God?
Wow.
Or was he the first to be vivified out of a physical death?
Oh.
See, because this death that is remaining is the second death.
Mm-hmm.
Because Christ is still reigning all the way through Revelation.
Mm-hmm.
There are kings of the earth bringing their glory into the new city, Jerusalem. So there's sovereignties, authorities, and power on the new earth. So they haven't been annulled yet.
Mm-hmm.
The second death is still involved on the new earth. So that hasn't been abolished yet. So if you're going to make the second death a figurative death, then you have to make Christ being vivified out of death a figurative death.
Mm-hmm.
And those who are Christ's, we were dead to God, and God made us alive out of this figurative death. And the only death remaining to be destroyed is a figurative death. And so that figurative death runs all the way through Revelation And we're just waiting for these people to get turned on to God somehow when he makes them alive to God, you know. But these, you know, when I bring stuff up like this, it makes people mad. Like Phil. You know, like Phil emailed me, he goes, "You're really pissing me off." You know? And I said, "Phil, I'm not trying to. I'm just, you know, trying to let people know how I think." And I said, "I appreciate your thoughts and stuff. I think you're wrong, but, you know, um, whatever." So, just the fact I never got through to Phil or his followers shows just how entrenched they are in their theology on that.
Yeah, he's not the only one. So check this out. The spine paragraph from the book All in All. Hey, you know, I've been reading All in All on this channel here lately,
Mm-hmm.
chapter by chapter. I read this book in 1980, so that's what, almost 45 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't read it in 45 years. Okay. So, in my mind, over the past 45 years, I'm thinking that All in All is kind of a book for beginners because that's when I read it when I was beginning this journey, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in my go around this past couple of months in reading it, my God, Tony, this is like a college level education regarding, you know, God's operation to become all in all. It's really a wonderful book. I don't know why I fell into the idea that it was a book for beginners. Anyway, so I thought this paragraph was interesting. Death is death, whether it is the first death or the second death. Death is death. The abolition of death, the abolition of the death state, cannot result in the lake of fire. I'm sorry. The abolition of the death state cannot result in the lake of fire, which is the second death. Okay, so you know what we're talking about is the abolition of the death state. Well, it doesn't happen in the lake of fire. That's just a continuation of the death state. Okay, so the abolition of the death state cannot result in the lake of fire, which is the second death. Why should the second death not be death as well as the first death? Was the second watch not a watch? And that's from Luke 12:38, the second watch. Was the second sign not a sign? That's from John 4:54. And was not the Lord a man because he was called the second man? From 1 Corinthians 15:47. So also is the second death. Death. Isn't that a
Mm-hmm.
wonderful paragraph?
Yeah. It's
Death is
nice
death. Stop making death into another form of life.
it's nice that Knock agrees with me.
I know. Death is death. So the second death is still death, and thus it hasn't been abolished yet when it shows up in Revelation 21 or 22, wherever it is.
Now, I never thought of the first death being cast into the second death. That's a revelation to me because I always just considered it everyone held by death, the first death, is cast into the second death.
Right. So what is the first
Mhm.
death? What is the first death? It's a car accident.
Yeah, it's a
It's
world death.
cancer. It was that volcano that took out Pompeii. That's the first death.
Yeah.
And then their first death experience rolls into the second death experience. But death is death. The car accident leads to death, and the lake of fire leads to death.
Did you know that there are several people in the Bible who have already experienced the second death?
I can understand that. Go ahead.
Well, like Lazarus, he died, Christ raised him from the dead, then he died again. So, and Jairus' daughter, and some in the Old Testament.
Uh-huh. So they might experience 3 deaths.
Yeah.
And in fact, they will experience 4 deaths, because we can't forget that if one died for all died. So there's another death that has to be factored into our storytelling. If one died for all died. So there's death is a pretty, God's making sure that everybody experiences at least one death.
And these beings among the celestials, Paul says that they are looking in on what's going on with us.
Uh-huh.
You know, they probably are scratching their heads thinking, what is going on in this planet at the outer reaches of the Milky Way galaxy? What's going on there? They're talking about this death. What's death? You know, what is this? And you know, all these galaxies have been moving away from ours. You know that, right?
Well, I heard the rumor.
Well, do you know why?
No.
They're lactose intolerant.
Oh my God.
Milky Way galaxy, get it?
Yeah, Milky Way.
But really, these beings are looking in on these things God is doing with us, and they're scratching their heads, I'm sure. What's going on? We thought technology was the answer. We've been zipping around the universe, going through wormholes and all kinds of stuff. We've advanced way beyond these earthlings.
Wormholes.
Well, yeah. And so they're going to find out that God's ultimate is to be all in all. And in Ephesians 3:15-ish, every being in the heavens and on the earth is being named after him.
Mm-hmm.
So God's family is growing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's God's goal, not technology. Because I think one day the entire universe will collapse back on itself into where it started. What's technology going to do for you then? But God being all in all will begin a new creation,
Mm-hmm. That will be a new creation. Something we've never considered, or have a difficulty consider even now. When Christ came out of the grave, he came out a new creation,
Mm-hmm.
unable to die again, God being all in him. You know what I was thinking about this? I was thinking about that passage in Romans 8:32, might be 8:38, but I think it's 32, where he says, God who gave us his very best gift, his son, how will he not give us all things? Because everything else is lesser than his son. So of course he's going to give us everything else. He gave us his very son. So his most precious possession, he gave us his son. How shall he not give us anything else?
Yeah, that's wonderful.
So he gave us his son, and we're just worried about a pair of socks. Okay, here's a pair of socks. No big deal. You want beachfront property? No big deal. You want all mankind to be saved? Oh, no big deal. I gave you my son. I'll give you all mankind. You want your grandmother to be saved? Okay.
Yeah. You know, everybody wants a mansion in heaven. All I want is a cottage by the lake, a fire.
Lean to by the lake of fire, so you can take in the whiff
I'll
of
have,
smoke.
I'll have impervious worms, and I'll go fishing for humans. And just as I'm about to pull them to shore, I'll snip the line and start again.
Oh man, you're like the Christian God.
Yeah. I'll dangle a little thimble of water on a fishing line over them. That's the Christian way. Oh my gosh, I got to tell you this story. My brother Joe hates me
Uh-huh.
and his wife. I've tried to be nice to these people.
Mm-hmm.
Joe is my youngest brother. He's the youngest in the family.
Mm-hmm.
And so I sent them a Christmas card and Joe a birthday card because he's born on Christmas Eve, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at the label in the software program
Mm-hmm.
and it had his deceased wife's name on it, you know. And I thought, oh, I got to change that. So I changed it on the left-hand side, but I forgot to save it so that it would go to the right-hand side. And I printed it out, just reached over, ripped it off, put it on the envelope without looking, and sent it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my gosh, you thought World War III was about to go off. He gave me over to Satan. He said, I'm going to hell. I'm of Satan." My wife looked at that and said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Joe, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. I didn't mean it."
Mm-hmm.
And no amount of apologizing was going to change anything with these people.
I met him.
When?
He's the guy. Yeah, yeah. I met him. He's a guy who thinks the universe revolves around him. Yeah, I know
No.
exactly what you're talking about.
But he's an ETer, you know, eternal tormentor.
Mm-hmm.
And so he gave me over to Satan, and I'm going to hell because I sent that to him. And um, but he sent it back. He refused it, and he sent it back. So
Because it had his dead wife's name on it.
Yeah, so I printed out the correct label this time.
Uh-huh.
He's living with a living girlfriend, okay?
Oh yeah.
So, but he's not going to hell for that.
Right.
But anyway, I'm going to see if he sends that back. But isn't it something that your theology, and I told him, I said, "Joe, your hatred and your vitriol are not in harmony with one who names the name of Christ.
Yeah.
You know, you shouldn't be acting like this." But did that get anywhere with him? No.
So he's a Romans chapter 10, verse 3 brother. You know what that is? Seeking to establish his own righteousness.
Oh, yeah. And he's one that, yeah, whatever. But you know, I meant it for good. I know they hate me, but I thought I would try to cheer them up
Uh-huh.
in sending them a nice card saying I appreciate you. But you know, you just can't do anything for some people. It got so bad on Facebook, I had to block him. Because when I would talk about Christ being all victorious, Joe would come on my Facebook page and rant about eternal torment, you know.
It's overrated. Eternal torment is overrated. It's not eternal at all.
One time, this was when I was a new believer in God Saving All. And Joe said I was going to hell and all because I believed that. So I wrote him about a 3-page letter why I was not going to hell. And Joe was going to a Baptist church. And he handed it to his Baptist minister and said, "What do you think about this?" And his Baptist minister read it and he goes, "Well, that looks good to me."
Mm-hmm.
So I bet you Joe quit going there because
yeah.
he agreed with my brother who's going to hell. He's got to go to hell too. But I told him, I said, "Joe, Christ died for my sins.
Yes.
I believe that. Therefore, I am not going to hell as you suggest."
I think I'll just go to the grave and wait till the resurrection.
Yeah. But it's interesting how your theology, if your God is this big bad ogre who is worse than the gods of the, unbelievers, the pagan gods, and you believe he's going to eternally torture people, then no wonder Joe and his wife treat me the way they do. Because they're just like their father, filled with hatred and vitriol. And I like that word, vitriol.
It's a big word. Where'd you learn it? In kindergarten?
When I was in first grade, I was advanced.
Sounds like a pharmaceutical pill. Here, take some vitriol, 2 capsules a day. Ask your doctor if vitriol is right for you.
It's like you're filled with acid, like something a snake would spit out at you that would eat your flesh. Vitriol. He just has no perspicacity when it comes to the evangel.
Okay, perspicacity. What you got on that?
Well, it's where you understand. You're understanding. You're smart when it comes to certain things. You're perspicacious. And if you're perspicacious, you have perspicacity. And you're educable.
So I met your brother just yesterday, right? So I wrote a little tiny essay yesterday about the constraints on our free choice, because I've had some dealings with some, so-called brothers who they finally admit, okay, free will is not in the Bible, but we have free choice, which is just a slippery way of dealing with the issue. They're not dealing with it at all. We don't have free will, but we have free choice. So I wrote a few little things. Well, we have constraints on our choice. We always have constraints on our choice, So you can choose between scrambled eggs or toast. What are the constraints? Well, I got to be at work in 10 minutes, so I'll have toast. That's faster. You don't have a choice about eggs. You got to be at work in 10 minutes. There are constraints on every choice we make. Therefore, the choice is choice. It is choice to have toast under that situation. It is not choice to have scrambled eggs because that takes 5 minutes too long. You'll be late for work.
You know, Jonathan Edwards, for all
Anyway, the
his
reason I say I met your brother yesterday is because Eric came in. He read the list and he couldn't even see what I was talking about. He just wanted to get into a fight, and he called me poor Ace. You're just a victim. You can't afford steak and eggs, so you have to have a biscuit. Poor Ace. You're just.
Well, if you can't afford it, then where's the free will in that?
Exactly. He couldn't see what I was talking about. All he wanted to do was fight, and so his fighting weapon was to accuse me of being a victim. Poor Ace. You can't afford. You don't need to eat steak and eggs at a restaurant. You can make it yourself. You can do all kinds of things, Ace.
What I would suggest to him is to get Martin Luther's Bondage of the Will, where he goes toe to toe with Erasmus.
Uh-huh.
And oh my gosh, Luther just won the day.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another book. Well, actually, it's two big books. I'll show you here. I don't know if you can. Let me see. Here it is. You see that?
Yeah.
Jonathan Edwards.
Right.
The
Yeah.
works. He's really bad when it comes to eternal torment. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that gave us humans in the hands of an angry God or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
But he hit the ball out of the park when it comes to free will and God's sovereignty. And Jim, like, hey man, he turned me on to that.
Uh-huh.
Jim Corum.
Yeah.
He gave me his 2 books on the works of Jonathan Edwards. So, yeah, Jim learned a lot from him when it comes to free will ideas,
Uh-huh.
It's too bad Jonathan Edwards couldn't see that if God is sovereign, that he can't be righteous if he sovereignly decrees people go to hell eternally, In spite of Christ ransoming all mankind.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your homegrown?
Yes, it is.
Now, does that have less nicotine?
I don't know. Probably has less nicotine, only because of the way I harvest it. I leave it out in the weather until all the leaves turn brown and crinkly. The regular farmers, they harvest it when the leaves just barely turn brown, so it doesn't get beat up by the weather. But I'm lazy.
Doesn't tobacco have natural occurring that you have to wash it out? It's a certain, not bleach, but I forget what it's called. But people clean with it.
Water.
No.
Water is the universal solvent.
But they will hang it up in their barn, the tobacco leaves.
Mm-hmm. I've done
And
that
then
too.
and then they'll put it in this solution in barrels to wash out that certain stuff in it.
Well, I don't do that. So.
Yeah, it starts with an A. It's like the stuff they put in smelling salts.
Ammonia.
Ammonia. That's what it is. Tobacco has naturally occurring ammonia.
Right.
And so they wash that out so
Well,
that,
I let the rain and the snow wash it out for me.
Yeah, sure. Now, did you know that nicotine is actually good for you?
Yes, I do know that. Yeah.
That it kills certain things? That
Uh-huh.
I've been I get these nicotine lozenges, and every now and then I'll pop one in my mouth. It's a low grade nicotine, but bell peppers and celery have nicotine in them. So we've been getting nicotine all our lives. But nicotine is what helps kill bad bacteria.
Yeah.
But anyway,
There's a sister that hangs out on this channel. Her name is Deborah. And she, for a while, went to a Lutheran church. And she asked the preacher, what do you think about Martin Luther? And the preacher said, Martin Luther King?
Well,
Almost as if he didn't know Martin Luther in his own Lutheran church. And I bring it up because you mentioned Martin Luther's book called The Bondage of the Will. What a title. What a title. I mean, you don't even need to read the book to understand the argument. Our will is not free. Our will has many constraints on it.
Well, yeah, I always tell these free willers, God gave us a will. No one is going to dispute that.
Mm-hmm.
We all have a will, but the will is chained to the flesh, and the flesh is enmity to God and cannot please God.
Yeah.
So, and we have to keep this in this confined biblical arena, you might say, where the will is related to salvation. Now, in the Old Testament, it says that the thoughts of the heart belong to man, but the whole disposing thereof is of Yahweh.
Yeah.
And James goes outside of using it for salvation by saying, how is it that some of you are saying, I will go to this town and I will sell this and that and make great gain and blah, blah, blah. And he said, what you should be saying, if I am living and if God should be willing, I will be doing this or that.
Right.
All such boasting is wicked.
Mm-hmm.
That if you think, oh, I'm going to go to the store and buy some eggs. No, what you should be saying is, if I'm living and if God is willing, I will go to the store and get some eggs. Because if God isn't willing, you won't go. It's not dependent upon your will. The thoughts of your heart tell you, I want to go to the store, but the whole disposing is of Yahweh.
Back when I was a regular old Christian in the 70s, going to Baptist churches and such, I read that passage in James. It says, we should be saying, if God is willing, I'll be doing this. Mm-hmm. And you know what my immediate thought was when reading that? I thought, how odd. James didn't get the memo that we have a free will and can do exactly what we want. He didn't get the memo. He's out there saying, Lord willing, I'll do this or that.
Yeah.
But even though it was right there in the scriptures, I kind of rejected the notion because I was so ensconced in Baptist free will.
Right.
Isn't that funny that there are even Baptist churches that call themselves Free Will Baptist Church?
Now, I have a conundrum wrapped in a Twinkie for you.
Okay.
In Psalms, it says, God made man upright, but they have chosen devices, to go bad, basically is what it says.
Yeah.
But God really created man flesh and soulish,
Mm-hmm.
because it says Adam was soulish. The first man was soulish.
Yeah.
The second Adam was spiritual.
Uh-huh.
Uh, and so we know that the soulish man is not receiving that which is of the Spirit of God.
Mm-hmm.
And because God created Adam flesh, the flesh cannot please him and is not subject to his law. So how could God create man upright, but still create him so that he could not do God's law or please him?
I would have to say I don't know what it means. And if
I
you
think
press me, I would have to look at it, at that passage. If God created man upright. I don't even know what that means. So you tell me.
yeah, it doesn't say he created him righteous.
Mm.
He created him with a conscience, let's put it that way, to
Mm-hmm.
tell whether something was right or wrong. We learn that from Romans 1,
Yeah.
that the law wasn't given to them, yet these things were written on their heart, accusing or defending them, you know. So I think that Adam and Eve were created with a conscience, at least, to know the basics of right and wrong, because after they sinned, they hid, right?
Right. Uh-huh.
So it must have been, to a certain degree, he created them upright, but not perfect, obviously, because
Right.
he stacked the deck against them and making them soulish and flesh,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, but people say we were created in God's image and we were perfect in the garden. No, God's image is to be subjecting. And when it talks about Adam being created in God's image, it immediately goes to subject the animals unto yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the image Adam was created in, as one of subjectorhood.
Uh-huh.
Because, I mean, obviously God is invisible. His image is Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But these people, they just have to throw, it's all your fault, because God created us perfect, and look what happened. We fell. It's all our fault. We used our free will wrong.
Yeah. If we had a free will, I mean a real free will, there'd be more blessedness and righteousness out there. At least 50% of the people would be righteous, you would think. Flip of the coin, nothing is causing them to be righteous or unrighteous. So 50% of the people would be good eggs, but
Yeah, well,
not.
just the other day, a friend of mine made a statement on Facebook that because of what Christ did, all will be made righteous. Romans 5:18 and 19.
Uh-huh.
In this eternal torment, I said, yeah, but you have to choose to believe. And I said, yeah, right. Just like Adam condemned all to a dying, but you have to believe. Otherwise, you won't be dying.
What? If you don't believe, you won't die.
Adam's one act made the many sinners, right?
Yeah, right.
So if you have to believe, Christ makes the many righteous, but that's based on what you believe and not what Christ accomplished in his obedience, then you have to believe that you have to believe in Adam to be made a sinner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if
And
if you don't believe in
follow.
Adam, you won't even be a sinner.
Right. And if you don't believe in Christ, you won't be made righteous.
So you're in that neutral zone. You're not a sinner, but you're not righteous. What the hell do we do with you?
Yeah, it's not based upon what Christ and Adam did. It's based upon what you do. That
All right. Never mind Adam. Never mind Christ. You're the important one here.
But I wonder if I got through to that guy. He probably just said, "Oh well, next." Even as in Adam, all are dying, but you have to believe, or you won't be dying.
Have you heard of the FREEWILLers theme song?
What's that?
It goes like this. Me, 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 me. Really complicated lyrics there, but I think you can follow it.
I thought it was more like amazing will, how great thou art. Anyway, do you remember the song in the Concordant hymn book, "Oh Lord, that wilt not let me go, I lift my wondering heart to thee, I give thee back the life I owe, that in thy wondrous depths its flow may richer, fuller be." Isn't that just a beautiful theme?
I don't know. It sounds a little like free will theme.
Yeah, but still, it's where you just want to give back to God because He's given so much to you. You know.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, love that wilt not let me go, I give my wandering heart to thee. But there are a lot of good hymns in the Concordant hymn book. When my daughter was really little, I used to sing to her in the crib, "Up from the grave he arose." Lo, in the grave he lay, Jesus my Savior, waiting the coming day. Jesus my Lord, dun, dun, dun. Up from the grave he arose, with the mighty triumph o'er his foes. Dun, dun, dun. He arose a victor over death's domain, and he lived for the eons with his saints to reign. But Jackie used to, go like that when I would go, he arose. He arose. Hallelujah, Lord Christ arose. I hope she still remembers those days.
How old is Jackie now?
32.
Well, sir. Hey, did you know that the lake of fire is overrated?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's overrated. It's just the second death. It ain't much trouble. Second is not much trouble.
Yeah, whenever I talk to a Jehovah's Witness and they mention the second death, they always append to it, from which there is no escape.
Wow, they say that?
Yeah.
That sounds like Eric, my old pal Eric, who comes over here to aggravate me.
And I always tell them it doesn't say that. What do you mean? It doesn't say that. You're adding to it. And John said, don't add to the words of this prophecy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Ace, nobody gets out of the lake of fire, Ace. Show me one verse where anybody gets out of the lake of fire.
Well, I can show you more than one.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep.
You're up.
Well,
Batter up.
1 Corinthians 15, 22 to 28.
Uh-huh.
Says right there, everybody gets out of the lake of fire.
Yes,
From
it
which
does.
from which there is escape.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Show me one verse where Jesus defecated.
Where he hocked a Louis.
What was that?
Show me one verse where he hocked a Louis.
Oh, yeah. Well, I can, because he spit in the dirt and
All right.
put it on the man's eyes.
Uh-huh.
But, yeah, these people. God has to be smiling at how immature they are. They're like little children. It's like we telling them the evangel is like Einstein telling them, explaining the theory of relativity to a 3-year-old.
Uh-huh.
They're not going to get it until God gives it to them. Hi, Andy.
Hi guys, how you doing? Sorry, my camera's a bit skew-whipped at the moment. I'm just on the road at present. I'd say that the lake of fire is underrated massively. Cross, obviously, is the most important thing. I reckon, in my understanding, I think the lake of fire comes a close second. Because I think that's where God's going to reconcile all humanity back to himself. Obviously via the cross, but I think in the lake of fire is where they're going to see it. Hi Ace, how you doing, bro? You okay?
Yeah. Experiencing a little bit of chilliness back here. I see the frost in your car too.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, I was listening yesterday. I thought that guy Joe, I thought was a wonderful fellow.
Uh-huh.
Real great brother.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, man, time was out of town. But
Yeah,
I listened to the way Eric came in and absolutely tried to rake him over the coal. That was bad.
Joe's most quotable line. You want to hear Joe's
Yeah,
most quotable line?
That was he should. Yeah.
You want to hear Joe's most quotable line?
Yeah, crack on.
Okay, Joe said, Eric, 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 Eric. Because Eric wouldn't shut up.
Man, you went robot on me, Ace. Do that again.
Okay. Joe's most quotable line was, Eric, Eric,
no.
Eric.
Am I going robot?
Well, you'll just have to miss out, baby, or listen to this show over again to hear Joe's most quotable line. Welcome, boys and girls, to the little old Ace Theological Hootenanny, where we get excited about the idea that God is going to be all in all, in spite of what Tim Smith may say and what Eric may say. God will be all, comma, in all. Right now, we would confidently say that God is all in Christ, and Christ has come out of the grave, the first fruit of them that are reposing, right? The first fruit. So we have a grand expectation that as the first fruit, everybody else will be brought out of the grave like Christ was brought out of the grave, because he's the first fruit of them that are reposing. So we affectionately say on this channel that death has been given its 2-week notice. Clean out your desk, turn in your paperwork, surrender your email. Death is going to be abolished as the very last thing on God's calendar. Tony, Andy was here, and Andy has a view of the Lake of Fire very much like Phil Scranton, or whatever his name is.
Scranton, yeah.
Yeah. So Andy kind of thinks that the Lake of Fire has some saving power to it.
Well, yeah, you know what I say to that? What I say to that is, poor God and poor Christ.
Uh-huh.
They really tried to save mankind, but, you know, Christ's death and burial and resurrection just wasn't good enough. So
that's right, Ben. God has done all he can do.
Now God has to resort to fire because Christ's death just wasn't good enough to make all mankind righteous. They tried.
Yeah. Did you hear that God has short arms, kind of like a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
My one friend, he used to be a minister who believes like us.
Yeah.
But he is, I'm not going to mention his name, but he has taken up with Phil Scranton's idea of the Lake of Fire. And he posted it on Facebook. And I said, poor God and poor Christ, you know, they really tried. And they just weren't strong enough to make all mankind righteous. Christ's death, you know, I mean, God set out to make all mankind righteous through Christ's death, but it just couldn't work. And so God had to resort to fire to finish the job. And he goes, there's no reason to be facetious about it. And I said, I wasn't being facetious. I hope he saw the fallaciousness of his argument. I mean, that's just horrible that Christ's obedience to the cross wasn't good enough to make all mankind righteous.
Right.
that somehow you got to resort to fire to purify? Really?
Yeah.
Well, Andy, he's a beloved brother, and I really enjoy him and his thoughts, even if we don't agree on everything. I still enjoy his thoughts, and
Yeah.
and so whatever. If he believes that way, he won't always. Like John Essex, somebody introduced their friend to John Essex,
Mhm.
and they said, "This is my friend, and he's an atheist." And John smiled at him and smiled at his friend and goes, "Well, that's okay. He won't always be."
Uh-huh.
You know. So, what can you say? What more can you say than what he has said? You who to the Savior for refuge have fled. But
Yeah, and sometime in the future, every kindred in the heavens and on the earth is being named after the Father. What an event that is. Ephesians 3:15, or maybe 3:17.
yeah. Now, the phrase "on this behalf am I bowing my knee,"
Yeah.
or my knees to the God of our Lord Jesus Christ,
Uh-huh.
after whom every kindred in the heavens and on the earth is being named. Do you know
Uh-huh.
what's wrong with that verse?
What?
It's the first three words.
On this behalf?
Yeah. In the Greek, it's concerning this grace.
Concerning this grace.
Yeah, or epi, on this grace. Well, we say for on this grace, concerning this grace, or as to this grace, I'm bowing my knees. For some reason, Knock translated it on this behalf.
Yeah.
But in one of the real early URs, he wrote about that, and he said, on this grace or concerning this grace, I am bowing my knees to the Father.
Uh-huh.
Why he changed it to on this behalf? And one of the very first verses of Ephesians, it says on this behalf.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it should be concerning this grace.
Mm-hmm.
So this grace that Paul has been given concerning what Christ has accomplished is the means by which every kindred in the heavens and on the earth is being named. It's not, I think you lose it when you say on this behalf
Yeah.
or on behalf of this. You could say that. I mean, to keep it with modern English today,
Uh-huh.
on behalf of what I have just spoken of, every kindred in the heavens and on the earth. But I think it makes it more beautiful when you say concerning this grace that I have just spoken about.
Yeah.
And so I had written about this for the next UR,
Uh-huh.
and Dean wants me to go deeper into that.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's just not going to publish it unless I go deeper into that. And I'm digging my heels and I'm thinking, I'm just going to wait till he dies.
Oh, yeah, funny.
I can outlast him.
Yeah, you got a free will.
But really, concerning this grace, this unearned favor, this wonderful joy that I just spoke about, what brings joy, God is going to um, rename after him every kindred. And do you know what kindred is?
I can imagine it's family.
One who has a common father.
Oh,
So our kin goes back to Adam. He's our common father, right?
yes.
Well, there has to be common fathers among the celestials as well
Wow, that's right.
that are begetting beings. And now Dean has a big problem with that. He says, can't they just be angels in heaven? And I said, no, they're not marrying nor given in marriage.
Hmm.
And he goes, well, that doesn't mean they can't have children. He said, where do you think all these angels came from? I said, God created them through Christ,
Hmm.
and that they were there when the earth was being established and they were singing. Um, so it never says that they're populating or, you know. So I really think that this common fatherness has to do with beings that are not angelic,
Hmm.
and that the spiritual forces of wickedness among the celestials are controlling them just as they are the kindreds on the earth.
Hmm.
We have these invisible spiritual forces like Satan and his messengers that are controlling the affairs of man. So why can't they be controlling the affairs of beings among the celestials?
Uh-huh. Say hello to Joe. He's new to the channel, but he's read a lot of Unsearchable Riches.
Hey, Tony, I don't know if you
Yeah,
remember me, but I phoned you a couple of years ago and we had a long conversation. I'm from Canada, Joe Burkapek.
yeah, you sound, but you didn't say hey.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Hey,
Hey,
my name is Joe Burkapek, eh?
yeah,
Yeah, you gotta add that A for me to know you're really Canadian.
yeah. I remember talking with you a couple of years ago,
Yeah,
and I was asking you a whole bunch of questions, and you were trying to answer a lot of my questions because I was reading I was reading the Unsearchable Riches, and then I seen a phone number there, and then I phoned, and then you answered, and then we talked and had a really good conversation. It was really interesting. So I just thought I just got up and I see that you were on with Ace today, so I thought I'd get on and say how you doing there. It's good to see
you're
you,
doing good.
meet you.
Yeah, yeah, your voice is very familiar. I remember it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's really nice. Yeah, you can always call whenever it's not convenient for you.
yeah. How you feeling? I heard you were feeling a little under the weather.
Oh yeah, I've had this cold for about 3 weeks now.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
So
uh
I understand that Canada is going to be a part of the United States, the 51st state.
well, Trump's trying hard.
Yeah, that'll be a cold day in Hell, Michigan before that happens.
Yeah. I mean, we've got lots of history up here, a lot of old English history we're kind of attached more to the British side of things. So,
But it wouldn't surprise me, this amalgamation of countries to make a one world government.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if South America and Canada and the U.S. all joined to be one country, and then you've got all the European. You got the European Union already.
Yeah.
So it seems like everything's headed to that one world government.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
But it'd be nice to have you as a fellow U.S. citizen.
Yeah, right. My wife's American, so I'm kind of halfway there already. But she was born in Ohio there.
No way. So was
Yeah.
I. Whereabouts in Ohio?
Youngstown.
Oh, wow, that's north of where I was born. Youngstown, that's a tough area, man.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they've always been,
Steel Town.
yeah. I was born in, actually, it's a place called Logan, Ohio. It's way out in the sticks.
Yeah.
So, interesting, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I'm just gonna, I'm really thought I'd thank you for the work you're doing and keeping up Unsearchable Riches, and it's it's a great website and there's so much good stuff on there. So keep up the
Yeah.
good work, brother.
Well, thank you, yeah. It's nice.
Yeah.
So, where is your wife in regards to a concordant ideology?
It's a tough. It's a little tough for her to accept universalism is a real stumbling block for her. She has a hard
Yeah.
time.
Well, we all have that beginning, and
Yeah.
so,
It's kind of a death when you start to see these things, and it's like something has to die that you've kind of held on to so many years. It's like a part of your very DNA, evangelical kind of stuff that we've been raised in and fed for all those years. And
yeah.
not all of it's bad, but a lot of it is wonky, and you got to kind of unlearn and unsee all those things that you've been taught and you've been
Oh, yeah.
so
And you have to count the cost, so to speak. I know when I was presented with it, I thought, man, I'm going to lose a lot of friends if I believe this.
yeah.
Now, is your wife going to watch the Ohio State Buckeyes beat Texas today?
I don't know. She doesn't watch sports. She was my wife. She was young when they left. Her mom was Canadian. Her dad was American, and
Oh,
they got divorced. So her mom went back to Canada, and so my wife's been raised in Canada. But
did
she
your
was born.
mom did your mom teach your daughter how to build igloos in the winter in Ohio?
I tell everybody I got a dog sled and a pet polar bear up here.
Yeah, right.
That's
Well, this is how you cut the ice out of the lake, and you make your igloo this way, and
yeah.
then we go and hunt walrus, get the fat.
It's the weather is just like even up here in Canada. Well, I live in British Columbia, but man, the winters are getting so mild now. It's just insane. We don't hardly have winter anymore. It's
Really?
yeah, things are really changing.
Wait, what part of Canada are you in?
Well, I was living in Vancouver. I retired about 4 years ago, and I was living downtown Vancouver for 4 years. And now we moved up northern BC, halfway up the province, because our son lives up here. So we thought we had some property up here, so we thought we'd come up here for a bit and see the grandkids and hang out. I don't know if we're going to stay up here, but for now we are. So
Now, is that in the middle of Canada? I'm sorry.
yeah, British Columbia. It's on the west coast.
Oh, West Coast. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're north of Edmonton.
No. We're Edmonton's, Alberta.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Edmont-
we're down a little lower. It's about the middle, about a little. I don't know. You know where Prince George is? It's about 2/3 down from the top of the province. It's a place
I
called
see.
Quesnel. It's not a very big place. Only about 25,000 people.
Uh-huh.
So
Well, that's nice. But
yeah,
you're on the western side of the mountains, huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of mountains. There's the coastal mountain range, which is huge, and then you got the
Yeah.
Rocky Mountains, and between there's kind of a sort of a plateau where there's hills but not mountains. So that's kind of
Yeah.
where we live.
Do you ever get up into the Rockies to those hot springs?
Oh yeah, yeah. I used to live at a place near Banff and Lake
Yeah.
Louise. Yeah, I used to live
Yeah.
I lived there 36 years in a small place called Golden, BC, and it's Rocky Mountains, and I used to hike and do mountain skiing, all
Hmm.
that kind of stuff when I was young. I did all that, a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's a nice.
Bigfoot left you alone, huh?
Well, I haven't seen him yet. I'm still looking for him.
Well, you got to take some Jack Link's jerky with you because they
Okay.
love that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. People say that he's real, but until I see one, I won't
Yeah,
believe.
I've never seen one or heard one. And
Yeah.
when I was a kid, I spent a lot of time in the forests.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. Maybe they just left us alone. Who knows? I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what's real and what's not?
But God's creation certainly is incredible, and I don't doubt that there aren't animals that we've never discovered yet that um, are in existence that we know nothing of.
Yeah.
Well, like um, David Pilates. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
Missing 411. He has a YouTube presence called Missing 411.
Okay.
Three numbers, 411. Anyway, when he was up in, I think it was Oregon, he stopped at a gas station. And this guy said, "Hey, aren't you David Pilates?" And he goes, "Yeah." He said, when he was in the Army, they had to, their platoon were about to go into the forest, and their leader said, "Now, if you encounter a Bigfoot, do not engage them." They're serious. And he was absolutely serious. He said, "No, I mean it. Do not fire at them. Do not engage them."
Wow.
So there must be something to it.
Well, my wife kind of had a theory. I don't. She thinks that it could be. I don't know. She thinks it could be supernatural creatures that are coming in and out of this world through some portholes or something, because
Yeah.
nobody's ever found their bodies or remains, so nobody seems to know, but my granddaughter swears she's seen one. Like,
Hmm.
she said she was down by the river and she swears that she saw one with her friends. So I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know. You know, I do believe that there's a lot of demonic and supernatural activity that kind of hangs around and comes through and shows up. I think I've seen some demonic things when I was younger,
Hmm.
but that was back when I was kind of fooling around with the drugs and that. I don't know if it was real or not, but I seen some weird things. So who knows?
Well, the American Indians back in the 1700s around Pennsylvania in that area,
Yeah.
Bigfoot supposedly killed someone in this community. And so the community got together and they were going to kill this Bigfoot. And the Indians said, "You don't want to do that." He said, they said, "You might kill one of them, but they will kill, for every one of them you kill, they'll kill 5 or 10 of you."
Wow.
And he said, we've been communicating and trading with these Bigfoot creatures for many years, and we know,
Right.
you don't want to fight them.
Wow.
So this has been going on for many years,
Yeah.
At
Hey,
least it's in the history. But
yeah.
Huh?
Do you know a guy named Graham Hancock? He's got
Oh,
some,
sure.
he's got some interesting thought on man and the pre-flood of Noah and a bunch of stuff and the pyramids and basically they're saying there's no way that the Egyptians had the technology to build these pyramids and all that stuff.
Mhm.
There's not a chance in hell. The technology, we don't even have the stuff they were doing. And they believe that there was some kind of time before, our time before the flood, that all these huge structures were built, and we inherited them after Noah's flood, sort of thing. So,
Well, I think it's even possible, but I have no proof. The first flood before Adam occurred about 7 to 10,000 years ago in Genesis 1:1 to 1:2. So, that was only 10 to 12,000 years ago, and then God drained the waters off the earth and made the earth habitable again and put Adam and Eve on it.
Yeah.
And so these monuments might have been from that eon too.
Yeah. You could be
I'm
right.
not,
That
I'm
makes
not
more
saying
sense.
it.
You know what? That makes more sense, Tony,
Uh-huh.
because I've watched some of these programs, and they're saying they were cutting rock so precise, and we don't have even the technology to do any of these cuts, these massive cuts, and to move these massive rocks that are like 1,000-ton rocks. There's no way that they could move these things and place them like that without some kind of technology that we're not is not available right now. We haven't understood. So
Well, there's I don't know if it's Pumapunku or what, but there are buildings down in South America that are aligned with I believe, a certain star system that could only have been aligned if it were built 12,000 or more years ago.
yeah.
And so we have beings, whatever they were, building these buildings before Adam and Eve. So it must be from the first eon.
I think you're right. I think that makes more sense, Tony. Then
Mm-hmm.
because the flood is only like what is the flood is 4,500 years ago or no?
Yeah, the flood of Noah's day.
Yeah, because Graham Hancock seems to date it at about 10,000 years.
Yeah.
So I think you could be right. And who knows what happened on this earth prior to, Adam? Like we don't know. We don't know. There's not information there. We don't, it's speculation. But there is structures left behind that the prehistoric man could not build. They didn't have the technology to do it,
Did you know that I think it was Russia set off a nuclear blast, and we had sensors around the world. You know how the waves go through the earth
Yeah.
when a blast occurs like that? And they noticed an underground feature in Alaska, and they dug down to it. It was a pyramid. They call it the Black Pyramid. And they say it's still operational, and it could power all of Canada if they hooked it up.
Wow.
That our military has it all cordoned off, and they've they've got a tunnel down to this pyramid, and it still has everything operational, you know.
That's amazing.
So it's very possible that that pyramid was flooded over in the first flood of Genesis 1:1 to 1:2, and that all that soil came over that pyramid and buried it, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. These are just my thoughts, and there's no way I can prove any of this. It's just
It's a lot of speculation. We don't have evidence, biblical evidence. God has not chosen to write down any of these things.
right.
And it's a lot of people go to Genesis 6 and talk about daughters of men and Eliom coming down and having some fun and stuff. So
now we have a book. It's actually a pamphlet on the or what's it called? The Nephilim.
The Nephilim, yeah.
And you can read it for free on our website, the Nephilim. Yeah. Now, the King James said that these were giants.
Yeah.
But actually, they were mighty men, and that they were sons of the Elohim. And Adam was an Elohim.
Yeah.
So they were sons of Adam or grandsons or whatever, and that they were just like today. If I wanted to amalgamate power, I would try to marry one of Trump's daughters or Bill Gates, or to to become even more powerful. And Knock and Gelisnoff believes that these sons were amalgamating power by marrying Adam's daughters, and God just got ticked off at it. He goes, I'm sick and tired of this. You guys are using this for wrong means. I'm going to flood the earth.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, there's a pile of stuff written on that. To me, a lot of it's so crazy. It's hard to follow. I mean, if it's not biblical, it's really tough to believe. It's because it's speculation. A lot of it.
Right.
The gang that's involved with all that stuff.
I don't know. What do you mean, the gang?
Oh, there's a web page, and I can't remember the name. They all kind of talk about the same stuff. One of the main characters, he just passed away. I'd have to look it up.
I don't know.
So, what have you been working on lately, Tony? Anything new?
Well, yeah, just Dean has been going over the New Testament, and we've been adjusting certain things in the New Testament so that when we reprint it, it will be a little different,
Yeah.
Yeah. Such as obedience. The word obedient is hupokuo, under here. You hear what's being said. If you hear it, you're obedient to it, It's like your parents. I thought I told you to take out the trash. I heard you. Well, if you heard me, you would have done it.
Yeah.
It's under here. It's obey, obedience. But we're changing possibly some of those to understand or hear,
Yeah.
But Dean hasn't quite made a final say on that. but that's just one thing.
Yeah.
And
I see.
another thing is grace is joy. Joy effect is grace. It's what brings joy.
Yeah.
So we've been appending the word joy in a superscript fashion, to the word grace to show people that it means joy.
Yeah, that's interesting. I noticed that you guys have the Old Testament now on YouTube audio. I've been listening to that a bit, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, good.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey Ace, how you doing?
Super duper.
That's good.
Well, I'm going to have to get back to work. It's Friday and it's a work day, and nice talking with you guys.
Yeah, good to meet you, Tony. It's really a pleasure to meet you.
Tell your wife I said she's lucky to be a Buckeye.
Lucky to be a Buck.
She will always be a Buckeye, even if she's Canadian.
Yeah.
Right.
She went back there to see her dad and seen her relatives. Her father retired in Arizona. He's passed away now. So
Yeah.
But
all right. Well,
okay,
you
Tony.
take care.
You bet.
Enjoy your new year in Christ.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Bye.
Cold?
More than one way to scan a cat. Well,
we've got a mild winter going on up here.
So how'd you like talking to Tony again?
Nice. That's why I got up this morning, and I see that you got on early this morning. I got the message, so I started playing. I wasn't sure who it was, and I looked, and it said Tony. So I remember talking to him a few years back. Phoned him, and we had a really good discussion and talk. And I asked him some questions, and it was really interesting. So I thought I'd get on and just say hi. And so I think he remembered our conversation. So, but
so before you came on, I was Andy stopped by for a few minutes, right? And I said, "Hey, Andy, you want to hear Joe's most famous quote from yesterday's discussion with Eric?" He said, "What was it?" I said, "Here it is. Joe's most quotable quote. Eric, 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 Eric."
Yeah. I think the only way to fight with Eric and win that he can't answer is ask him what happened at the cross. What did Christ do on the cross? He avoids that subject.
He goes
like
absolutely silent on that one.
He cannot answer that. So I'm not even going to argue. I think that's just, everybody should just throw that at Eric and say, Eric, what happened at the cross? What did Christ do for us at the cross?
Right.
Really, I don't, all these other scriptures you want to play with hell and everything else, it means nothing. The cross is the main event. Everything else is just a minor skirmish.
Right.
So, yeah, I can't stick around. I got a plumber coming over today. I got a little leak on my toilet, so I think I might have to get my toilet fixed. So, but maybe I'll come back later if you're still around.
Okay.
But
that'll be lovely.
Yeah. It was interesting conversation yesterday. There were some things you were talking about there was pretty interesting.
Like what?
Things. You were just explaining grace, when you were just explaining about when we stand before Christ and, when we make an account to God.
Yeah.
Like, I never really thought on it that way. I mean, I know, I always believe that, in the end, God, we're all going to be reconciled, but we're all going to I still, I still deep down, you still have this mentality that you're gonna get a little spanking for some of the things you did, and it's
Yeah.
hard to cross over and fully believe that you're gonna make an account, but God's gonna make things right.
Mm-hmm.
And then people have a hard time with that because of the wickedness and evil that a lot of us have done in this world, that we're
Mm-hmm.
not gonna answer for that. So I'm still wrestling through that a bit, and I'm trying to understand how that's going to work. I'm still, I don't know where I land on that fully, but it's something I'm working through right now myself.
Well, keep in mind that salvation is of the Lord.
Yeah.
That every aspect of salvation is the work of God. We can't help or hinder in the whole thing. All we are is recipients of this great salvation of God's. We can't help it. We can't bring it on any faster. We can't slow it down. It is the work of God, and we are not God. We are his creatures. And so what is salvation? Well, it's a series of changing us a little bit at a time. And the ultimate salvation in the scriptures is when God abolishes death. And when God abolishes death in all these humans and in the universe, why then death cannot have an influential factor in our lives and in our minds. And the very fact that we are dying makes us everything, kind of. It makes us insecure. We're dying, so we get hungry, so we might steal food. We might gossip because we have low self-esteem because we're dying. But if God can get rid of death altogether, this mortality out of us, man, we can't even gossip. It won't even be possible to gossip and say an ugly word to somebody. Hello, Ben.
Hey, Ben, good to see that you came on. I was talking to Ben yesterday after the program. We had a little conversation, so it was really good. That was really interesting talking with you there, Ben.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I don't work today, so.
Oh, so you got the time.
Yeah, I will work Monday, but what's happening? What is the conversation?
Well, we were talking about, that we all heard that the lake of fire is overrated, and we were just thinking, well, that might be true,
I don't like to swim.
Not with worms, anyway. The worms that dieth not.
I wear no Speedo. Yes, Joe, we had a great conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually, honestly, I cannot remember last time I had such a great conversation.
Yeah, me too. It was really good, Ben. I think we're kind of we have some interesting views on certain things.
Yes. So I think you were about to go, or do you want to stay?
You know what? I'll try to stay, but I'm waiting for the plumber, and he's supposed to come here in a bit, so I might have to leave if he comes. So I'll just stick around until
If
he comes.
If he comes from Quebec, he will never arrive. Never. Don't even wait for him.
Yeah. Man, it's warm up here, Ace, and we're way up above you.
It's very cold where I am right now. Very cold.
Are you in Montreal?
Not too far from Ottawa, actually, but on the Quebec side.
Okay. I was there last year. We spent about a week in Montreal. Man, I enjoyed it. Nice city.
Rock and roll, huh?
Oh, it's nice. Yeah. Reminds me of Europe. More of Europe than Canada.
Yeah. This is what we used to be.
Yeah.
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 Before we lost the war on the Plaine d'Abraham. I don't know how you say that in English.
Yeah. Well,
Abraham.
pretty soon we might be American the way it's going, eh?
No, this is such a joke.
That's such a joke.
It's hard for them to remain American. Let them be American first.
Yeah. You guys don't even want to be a part of Canada.
Well, yeah, you see, I'm not even in the debate, you see. Even if Canada would, honestly, even if Canada would be part of another country, Quebec would never follow. And I think
No.
Alberta would never follow either. I don't know.
I think, you know what? I think
Maybe Ontario would not follow.
No, I think if anybody would join the U.S., I think Alberta would, because they think the same. Alberta is similar to the U.S.
Yes, politically, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where I live is extreme, it's left, so
Yeah, well, no, it's really left.
so we would not even move one finger.
Well, we were living downtown Vancouver in the city there, and Vancouver is almost like L.A. It's just really woke.
Yeah. You see, if you take Canada and USA, it's not necessarily like two countries, like one in the north and one in the south. It's more like the left. You see the east and the west.
Yeah.
Like for example, between Quebec and New England, you have many similarities.
Yeah, for sure.
If you
Yeah.
compare New York and Montreal, many things in common.
Yeah.
Now, if you
And
compare
Toronto so much, Ontario is so much different than Quebec.
Yeah, you will tell me. Story of my life.
Yeah.
My clients, my students are generally from Ontario.
Okay. Yeah.
So not all of them. Like Monday, I will have a student from for 5 weeks from New Scotia.
Oh, Nova Scotia. Yeah.
Nova Scotia.
Are you doing all your teaching online, Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. When I began to teach during the pandemic, it was suddenly everything was online, and it never stopped actually, because we discovered that teaching online is the best thing.
This Zoom is a miracle. It's amazing. Yeah. You know, we're discussing things, spiritual things for people all around the world.
Yeah.
And it's like you know, you don't have to travel there. You can just go on Zoom.
Yeah, you just Zoom your life.
Zoom your life away. My wife doesn't see me much anymore.
But yes. But now, what is the title of the? Oh yeah, the lake. Oh no, not the lake.
The lake, yeah.
Hey, what did you do?
Oh well, you know, let me bring up the title here so you can see it properly.
Overrated or
to be
overheated?
Fair. You're funny.
What did you write this morning?
Nothing. I didn't even get a chance to write because Tony came in, and we had a lovely conversation, which seemed more important than me prattling my thoughts.
He seems to be a great specialist in matters of Bigfoots.
And he sang us a couple of hymns.
Songs,
yeah, it was lovely. Some spiritual songs.
Did he say that they were working on reviewing the concordant version of the New Testament?
Yes, he did. Yeah, they're almost done reviewing it and making updates. He said that the word joy and the word grace are similar, so they're going to make a note in the printed version, maybe with a small J right over grace, so you can see that joy and grace are tied together in thought.
It's the same concept in Greek.
Yeah.
Charis.
And on another conversation, not today, but another conversation, they're going to add I learned that they're going to add the ellipsis in Romans 8:28, where it says, God is working all together for the good, period. This awareness is for those loving God, because the word aware shows up 4 times in that paragraph. So
Sorry, in what verse?
Romans 8,
Okay.
38.
Chapter. Okay.
Yeah. So in all the popular translations, and even in the concordance translation, it normally says, God is working all together for the good of them that love him. But because the word aware shows up 4 times in that paragraph, we can assume that that's the topic of the conversation, is the awareness. And so the awareness of the fact that God is working all together for the good is for those loving him. But if you're not aware of it, that doesn't change anything. God is working all together for the good, even if you're not aware of that. But the awareness is for those loving him.
I see your point, but where there is awareness, there is an enjoyment.
Do
you agree with that?
Amen.
Fruition. I read that word in English. Fruition. Yeah. Enjoyment. Do you enjoy the depth of this revelation?
You gotcha, baby. Otherwise, I wouldn't be out here all snuggled up in the cold. I'm enjoying it so much. Yeah. Screw my physical discomfort. Let's get down with the joy of the Lord.
That was a part of our conversation yesterday with Joe. The depth. Yeah. Actually, I'm still asking the question: what are the deep things of God spoken of by Paul? What are the deep things?
Well, one of them I would say is Romans 8:32, where he says, well, God gave you his very best gift. He gave you his very best. He gave you his son. How will he not give you everything else? Nothing else means as much to him.
He cannot have better than that.
He cannot give you better than that. He's going to give you everything.
And it's in the first verse of Genesis.
Yes.
Yeah, in the beginning, this word is the first fruit in Hebrew. So the son is the logos is already there in the first word of the first verb, reshit, which is the head. But now, who is your head? Who is the first principle? And what is amazing is Isaiah says that from that very beginning, the end has already been declared. So what happens in between, like, can you change anything? Can you change the course of action if the end is already declared from the very beginning? What can you do to change it? I'm still waiting for an answer.
You can't help and you can't hinder. Enjoy the ride. By the way, Wings of Grace right here.
Who is
that's Justin.
Oh, Justin.
He's a sweetheart.
If you have been chosen before the foundation,
what can go wrong?
Did you give your consent? Don't laugh. I'm asking seriously.
No, yeah, I'm serious too. That's a serious laughter there, baby.
Yeah, but did you give your consent?
Do you ever have to give your consent to be chosen?
Let's ask Tim Smith. Hey, Tim Smith, if you were chosen before the foundation of the world, Did you give your consent to be chosen? We're waiting for an answer. La 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 la. Come on, Tim.
Hey, Joe, I have a question for you. Do you like music? I think we did not talk about music.
Yeah, yeah. I play. I have 3 guitars. I
Oh, yeah, that's
record.
right.
I do a lot of that. Do you play?
Yeah, I'm a bass player. I began
Oh
when I
well.
was 12,
Oh
13.
right, good.
Yeah.
I've got a nice. Just bought a new Taylor.
I told you I began to read only when I was 17. So I was a musician before I was I don't know how you call someone who speaks, but I was almost illiterate. Illiterate is this the word in English? Illiterate. Yeah, illiterate.
That's amazing, Ben, that you picked up and you educated. You went through so much education after that.
After that, yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's just it's God's grace and mercy and God's plan for your life.
Yeah, I remember the first teacher I had. He told me, "If you are that bad in French, you will go nowhere."
Yeah,
and I was shocked, and I was working hard on my French and on my general, I don't know, culture, philosophy, everything. I don't know, and I remember it was tough. I remember that.
yeah,
You read a sentence and you don't even understand everything, and you have to reread and you have to work on it. And 2 years after, I was at university.
wow, that's amazing. I had to when I came from Europe. I had to learn English, so when I got here, it was kind of tough. It took a while, but now that
Do you know how I learned French? I would sit and read René Descartes, the French philosopher.
okay,
And
yeah,
I would disagree with him so much, but his French was so amazing. So I
yeah,
would rewrite everything he said, but I would contradict him. So I rewrote many Descartes sentences, like by like reversing their, I don't know, meanings.
yeah.
And this is the way I've learned French.
Wow. It's funny. It's like I think these are gifts that God gives you that you just are born. You don't develop or find them until maybe sometimes later in life. Like
Yeah,
I write poetry, and I just can't. It just came out of nowhere one day, and I started writing it. It was just like I don't even know where it came from.
but this is bizarre because poetry, okay, when I was 13, 14, 15, I was already playing like music and bass in a band, okay?
Yeah.
And I would at that time I was already writing songs for the band.
Wow.
But it was written in just like I did not know my French, so it was just like I was just a punk. I was just
Yeah.
writing crap, but it was great crap.
Yeah.
It was innocent.
Yeah.
It was
Well.
not like, I don't know, over. You see, generally when we are good at something, we overthink and we overjudge, and
Yeah.
it was just like what is the word for spontaneous? Like spontaneous, something like that.
Spontaneity.
Spontaneous, yeah,
Well, you look at a guy like Leonard Cohen. It just
yeah,
oozes out of him. He doesn't even know where it comes from. Even like I remember Bob Dylan when he wrote all his famous songs when he was young. Somebody asked him. They said, where do you get this stuff? And he says, I don't know. It just comes out of somewhere. He doesn't even know. He said he didn't even know where it come from.
yeah. But this happens every time you try to write a novel, a story. You begin with your story, and after that, the story will lead you. You don't know
Yeah.
where you are going
Yeah.
because the story already exists,
Yeah.
and
You're
it
right.
will
Yeah.
lead you.
I think these gifts that we were born with, and I think that they're eternal gifts, and I think there are things that we discover in this life that God has graced us with, and we come into, and I think that they last into the next age, and the stuff that God has given us, and we're exploring now and playing with now, I think it's in an age to come. We come into the fullness of these gifts in some way. I don't know how that looks like or
I
how
don't.
that, what happens there. But I think it's things we find and develop here by God's grace and His gifts, or they're carried on into the age to come. Our responsibility that we're like God is making us responsible in this age and training us in the things we go through in this life and developing us for the next age.
If you had to replace the word responsible with another word, what word would you propose?
Responsible, um, participating,
Yeah, yes, wow.
maybe.
Yeah, this is great. Actually, participation is a scriptural concept.
Yeah, participating in God's grace and mercy. We're
Yeah,
exploring the depths of Christ, like Madame Guyon would say, uh, experiencing, or is it, what's that book? Experiencing the depths of Jesus
yeah.
Christ or something?
I told you yesterday I have hundreds of pages by Madame Guyon
Yeah.
that have never been translated into English.
If you translate it into English, send me the copy. I love Madame Guyon. I used to read her.
We are about to publish 2 big volumes in Paris, like 2,000 pages, 3
Wow.
volumes, 2 or 3 volumes. And it's so big, the publication, okay, that I will not have enough money to buy the books. I'm serious. But I will have a free copy, but I would not have enough money to buy them.
Wow. And it's too late for me to learn French, so I got to wait for the English copy.
Madame Guyon helped me buy a set of encyclopedias.
What was that?
I said, Madame Guyon helped me buy a set of encyclopedias.
Wow.
You see, I was in the Gene Edwards Club, and so we were all fans of Madame Guyon. And
Of course.
I wanted to buy a set of encyclopedias. My next door neighbor sold World Book, right? So I thought, well, maybe I'll buy them from him. But I don't want to ask him because he's prejudiced. So I went to a used bookstore. I said, hey, what's the best set of encyclopedias out there that you can buy? And he said, oh, the 11th edition of Britannica. Yeah, that was the greatest set of encyclopedias ever published. Yeah, I have one right here. And I go, oh, crap. He's a salesman too. So I grabbed the G volume to see if Madame Guyon was listed there, because in all the other encyclopedias, she's not even mentioned. Well, in this 11th edition of Britannica, they had like 3/4 of a page, real tiny print about her. And I go, okay, cool. So I bought that set of encyclopedias for $100 in 1982 or so.
Wow.
So she helped me buy a set of encyclopedias because she was mentioned in it.
That's pretty wild. So I'm really enjoying this channeled Ace. I'm glad you started it. I'm glad I found it. Really enjoying and meeting so many new people. It's been really quite a blessing. So just thought I'd give you a little pat today in the back.
Hey Joe, what is one of your favorite verses from the Hebrew scriptures?
Hebrew?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's so many.
Or what book?
I like the prophets. I like Isaiah. I like Ezekiel, Zechariah. I like the Psalms. There's so many. I wouldn't even know. I like the minor prophets are pretty cool too. I spend a lot of time in the prophets. I'm a part of a group that we meet on Saturday night. And it's a prophetic. It's called God's Foretold Work, and we just study the prophets, and we go live on YouTube, folks from all over the world, and we just go through the prophets, and it's mainly related to God's destiny with Israel, and we go through the prophets discussing the end of the journey of Israel and how God's going to restore that nation. He's going to undo their blindness and bring them back and reveal Christ to them, and they're going to come
Yes,
into
and
their.
bless all nations.
Just think, if they're hardening, if Israel's hardening has been riches for the Gentiles, what will it be the day they come into their faith, when they look upon him who they pierced and they weep as an only child, and they see him and they call upon him, and that releases him from the heavens, and he comes and he reveals himself. Joseph reveals himself to that nation, and it says it'll be like a shock wave around the world. The glory of God will just reverberate around the world the day that Christ comes and reveals himself to his ancient people. When Joseph weeps, they weep together for the journey of they've been on, and the sufferings they've endured because of their relationship to this messianic man.
Yeah, but this is, I think, only one part of the story.
Oh yeah, it's a big part. Yeah,
because the Mashiach, the Hebrew Messiah, was an expectation. It was a Jewish expectation.
Yeah,
and of course Christ fulfilled.
Yeah.
I can say that fulfilled this expectation. But in reality, the surprise was that Christ was way more than that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Christ, you see, it's the reason why probably God decided that the New Testament would be written in Greek, because Greek was a universal language.
Right. Yeah.
You don't. I mean, in Hebrew, it wouldn't have worked because nobody would have read that. But Greek was the language of culture, even among the Romans. Imagine that.
Yeah.
So now Christ, through the Greek culture and the Greek scriptures, and became universal, literally universal. And he is an answer not only to the Jewish question, I call, but he is also an answer to the Greek question, to the Hindu question, to the Buddhist question. He is an answer to all questions, to all problems, even in philosophy. He is the only philosophical answer to everything. So this is beyond the Jewish boundary, if you agree with that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I fully agree with that. Yeah, it's I guess how does this age end? It ends with all Israel being saved, and whatever that looks like, something happens which triggers the fullness of what Christ has done on the cross for the nations and for the people. There's something that happens. It says, we've tasted the first fruits of something that happened at Calvary. We've inherited something, a blessing because of that event.
Yeah,
but what does it look like?
Yeah. And there is yet another thing is that the absolutely new, the newness, what is absolutely new is in front of you.
Yeah.
And this is not well documented. The absolute newness. Tell me something about that. Because beyond the cross, newness is in front of you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
New. So what is that thing?
Yeah.
I don't know. Try it. I would like to have a better understanding of that newness.
What is that new creation that we're seeing through a glass darkly, when it fully comes into view and into sight, and we participate fully into that new life? What does that look like? I don't know. It's a mystery, and I think it'll be beyond something so wonderful, so beyond that we can't even imagine the grace and the goodness of that coming age. It's beyond anything we've ever seen
it's
or
beyond
tasted.
language, because when we say
Yeah.
something, it is always somehow related to what we already know, at least to
That's
some
right, yeah.
extent. You would not talk about what you don't know at all. Like, you know it at least to some extent. But
You know,
what is absolutely new? What is that?
yeah, I don't know. All I know, Paul says, eye has not seen, ear has not heard what the things that God has for those that love him. We don't have the capacity right now to be able to understand what God has in store for this beautiful creation. The glory of this coming age that we're coming into will be so beyond anything we've ever tasted or experienced.
Yeah. Who is the prophet who said, I cannot speak, I am like a child, or something like that?
That's Jeremiah.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I like
In the
Jeremiah.
Hebrew,
I like when.
in the Hebrew, it's literally ha. Yeah, really.
Yeah. What did he say? I
Just a
like
moment,
what
I
he.
will find it, if Ace
Yeah.
allows me to share my screen.
Jeremiah's call. I've called thee before you were born. Jeremiah was called and chosen long before he was ever born. It was an event of God, of election, and it was pure grace.
You said Jeremiah.
Yeah. I cannot speak.
If I write this,
I think it's in Jeremiah
we
1,
found
if
it.
I remember.
We found it. Then said I, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a
Like a
child.
child. Then what is it? Where does he go from there? I gotta find that.
And you see the there.
Yeah.
What does the S at the end mean, Ben?
What? The what? Sorry.
The after the period or colon looking thing. What is the end of the sentence?
I'm not sure if I understand that. It's the sound. Just a
You're a
moment.
child.
Your sound.
What
Oh,
is the S at the end?
I see no S.
Whatever letter it is. The last letter. What does that mean?
This?
Yeah.
This is not in the manuscripts, if I remember, because this is an indication. I think it was added by the
Paragraph.
Masoretes in the Middle Ages. It's because these are indications for the parts of reading in Judaism. So it's a parashat. This is the letter P, and it's a kind of a acronym, just one letter, and it means parashat, if I remember. And it's when you follow the Jewish readings. You see, the Catholic Church, they have a kind of a calendar for the Bible. They read one passage and another passage according to the calendar. So this is a kind of very old indication for your readings, but it's not in the manuscript, if I remember.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah,
So
you're right. It's a P. They have in Genesis, they have that like an S a bunch of times. What is that?
F or S? What did you say?
S.
Yeah, but this is another indication.
Is
You
that
see,
another like
the
added
two
thing?
dots there. You see the two
Yeah,
dots there.
the
Yeah,
period, right?
when you have something after that, it's not part of the sacred script
Okay.
text.
Thank you.
They should write that in smaller letters to show
Yeah.
that. But I think that this is a P, and I think, if I remember,
Yeah, it's a P.
it's parashat. Parasha. It formally means a section of a biblical book in the Masoretic text of the Tanakh. So it was in the Masoretic text, but it's not part of Revelation, of course.
Right.
This is an addition, yeah. And by the way, all the vowels also, you see, I will erase all the vowels. Yeah, also were not in the original.
Right. I know that. I didn't know what the P was though there.
So in the original, you already only add that thing there.
Right.
And it's hard to read when you don't have the vowels.
Did you have the vowels? Oh wait, that text does have the vowels. Oh wait, go back, go back.
Without, you mean?
Did you have the vowels like the? Isn't that a vowel in between the
Ins-
B and the T?
you mean this
The dot in the middle.
middle of the letter? No, this is not a vowel. This is a dagesh, they call it.
Okay, I thought that counted as a vowel too,
No,
but
no.
I guess actually you're right because it just makes it a B or
Yeah,
D or
I will
something
give you
like
an
that.
example. You see what I have highlighted there?
Yeah,
Yeah, this is a calf with a yod. So you see there is a dagesh in the middle of the letter.
right.
It means that I have to pronounce a K sound. So this is
Okay.
ki. You see, I have to pronounce ki. I should not pronounce chi because without the dagesh,
But wouldn't that be a vowel? The question
uh,
is, was it in the
no,
original?
it's not a vowel. It is a kind of you can call it a vowel if you want, but it's related to pronunciation.
Well, yeah, but that's what all vowels are.
Yeah, you're right, but it's another. I would say vowels help you to pronounce. You see the nikudim. You see, if I these are the nikudims they call. These are
Yeah,
the marks for the vowels. Now you are
yeah.
right that like this phenomena there,
I guess what I'm
phenomenon
asking
there
was
is
that in the
related to
original?
pronunciation. Yeah, it's just you see. I will give you another example. Okay, dabar. You see there. This is to
Yeah,
speak. Okay.
word or something.
Yeah. Yeah, the dabar translation comes from that word actually.
Yeah,
Okay, and the Greek translation will be logos, so it's extremely important word. So you see, the first one, it's not. It's a dalet. It's a d. It's not important if you have a dot or not because we no longer know how to pronounce with or without.
right,
So in old Hebrew, probably they had a d sound and a kind of dh sound.
right.
In modern English, you have the th, very strong. So it might have been something like that, but not important. But the b there, the bet, the second letter, this is
The
important.
B or a V, right?
Yeah, it's important. So it's the bar there. It's not davar. You see?
So let me ask you the big question I'm asking here though
Yeah.
is were those dots in the Paleo Hebrew or whatever? If you don't
Paleo.
know. Yeah, like because they had a different
You mean
font,
before the
right?
exile? You mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, but we have no manuscripts first of that. I think
right.
we
So we
only have
wouldn't know if they were there.
and they had no vowels at that time. It was a
Well, I know they had no vowels, but that's why I'm asking: did they have the
the
dots?
now the dots have been created between the second and the 10th
Yeah,
century of AD.
yeah. That's why I'm surprised it doesn't like remove those
Yeah,
vowel. 'Cause
actually,
I
you have
didn't know that.
we can study the evolution of the vowels in Hebrew. For example, if you would find very old Hebrew, like Paleo Hebrew, okay,
Yeah,
or you will find that primitively it was a language made only of consonants.
yeah,
And after that it evolved and they recycled some consonants to use them as vowels. So this is the first step of the evolution. Okay, so for example the
Aleph.
aleph, the yod, the hey were suddenly used as vowels.
Yeah,
So that was the first kind of system of vowels. And between the second and the 10th century, you had the Masoretic tradition, and around the 10th century, they added all the dots there. You see, all the
yeah,
vowels. So that explains why sometimes you find that hard to learn Hebrew because you have two systems. You see,
yeah,
for example, there, I will highlight this. You see the dot under the first letter. You see the dot under.
yeah.
Yeah,
There's
this
the
is
A or
I sound.
something.
Yeah,
Oh, I.
but the yod is also there to indicate I.
Yeah,
So this is what I highlighted there. This is the primitive text, but the Masoretes
right.
came and they add another eye. So now you have two eyes there.
So do they just blend
So
or?
they are, yeah. When you read key there, you see the dot under and the yod right after that. They are read together
Right,
because you have two superimposed systems: the primitive one and the modern one. Modern was like 1,000 years ago, but you
right.
see, so when you see that the dot under was added 1,000 years ago, and the yod right there what was part of the revelation, the text. Now,
Right.
if you would ask, yeah, but maybe they could have erased the yod there; they no longer need it.
Yeah.
But the problem, the rabbi said, no, this is part of the sacred text. We will erase nothing. So this explains why when you read Hebrew, you read actually two things at the same time. If you
Yeah.
see my point, it's you pronounce key, but you have two ways to see that it's E sound. It's the dot under and the letter after that. They are read together. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So when someone is very advanced in Hebrew, of course they read the text without the vowels.
Right.
It's tough. I read the text with the vowels. It's already complex enough.
Yeah.
People think when they begin to read, they think that with the vowels it looks like more complex with the vowels, but in reality, it's easier with the vowels.
Yeah. It looks messier, but
It looks messier.
obviously, like having the assistance is
Yeah, it's a very clear language,
fine.
and there is no doubt when you read something in Hebrew
Definitely.
like this va omar, like this is va omar. There is absolutely no doubt about that. It's a clean language.
Right.
I'm saying that because I'm French, and French is not clean. French is a dirty language.
When you so would you say of the Hebrew that it's also true that I guess uh like words tend to have a central meaning and in God's revelation and you don't have to like guess as much? I don't know.
What do you mean by guessing?
Well, like just like we can look in study a word in Greek and
Yeah.
how God uses it, and we can be like, okay, he says before Eonian times, so it can't be before eternal times. Can you study words in the same way in the Hebrew?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Actually, I think that the challenge is not the same, but I think the Greek challenge is more complex, personally,
Yeah.
because Greek language comes, you see, in the first century
Right. It
when they
comes
wrote the
later.
Gospels. The
So
Greek has already a big burden of philosophy,
right.
science, mythology,
Yeah. In
culture.
fact, in fact, I was
Yeah,
planning on going through all the aeon
yeah.
occurrences because I put them all on Excel, and then I realized, man, it's going to take 500 hours to do this when I could just say, look, God is not reckless with his words, so let's see how God uses it and just stick
Yeah,
to
this is
that.
interesting. So for that, I think we need to study Hebrew to
Yeah,
understand
that
that.
too.
I don't know when John wrote in the beginning was the logos. Okay, he was a Jew when he wrote that.
Yeah.
He was not. Of course, he knew his Greek, obviously, but his mother tongue was Hebrew, Aramaic, which is almost the same language. And so as a Jew, when he said in the beginning was the word, in his mind is exactly for the first word of Genesis, Bereshit. This is the first word in the beginning. Okay, was the word. The word is davar. We just talked about the dabar. This
Yeah.
word there, right there. It's bizarre. The word is right there.
Right.
So this is a logo. So John had that concept in mind when he said in the beginning was the word. So now the question is, what is the dabar? The dabar is
It's
everywhere in Scripture, everywhere, from Genesis to Malachi.
right.
This is the word of Elohim. It's the word of Elohim.
Yeah, I find it interesting how we can like study words and find the central meaning, and yet people are still arguing about, like when I first was studying this issue, remember, and you kept saying it's already settled. It's already settled.
Well, me, I said that, and I pissed you off. I think when I said that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you didn't piss me off, but you were a little impatient with the fact that I had to like really like think about these things a little longer than most might.
Yeah, I
'Cause
was wrong.
I
Yeah,
think
but
deeply about it.
my attitude was wrong because everybody has to discover things and
Yeah,
enjoy them and study them and discover them as if it was you see a new discovery. But
right.
it was really a new discovery for you. So I
Yeah, it
was
was.
wrong, but at the same time, I was right in the sense that it is true that all that is like
Yeah,
among scholars, even among Catholic scholars. I remember when I
yeah,
was in theology with Catholics. I remember we talked about eons and olam and all that very openly. This
yeah.
is just a fact, okay? Even the
It's just
Catholic theologians know that.
it's just you hear it's like it's obvious, right? For example, that a genitive can't be translated as and ever, genitive plural, right?
Yeah,
Like that's obvious, but it becomes like a thing where like you've heard it so many times that it's like a shock factor. Like even though everyone's been telling you the whole time that this is you know of like different translation philosophies that are just reckless, and it's just but like you said, it also is settled. Like how can you argue that you know if these are God's words, that he said the words before Aeonian times, or and all the different things used for eon, like before this eon, end of this eon, beginning, this, that, the other, before,
yeah.
into
And
all these
first of
things
all,
that
yeah. But
don't
first
work
of
with
all, yeah.
ever.
But yeah. And first of all, we have to remember that the when you read Genesis, this is not a text about eternity.
Yeah,
This is a text about beginnings. This is a text about seasons and times
yeah,
and context. Actually, you could read the Upanishads from India, very old literature, and you will find texts, very old texts about eternity, infinity, absolute being, and all these things,
right.
like deep philosophy. But Genesis is not there at all. It's about it's very humble in reality. It's about seasons, about beginnings, endings,
Yeah,
death, life. You see, it's very humble somehow.
yeah.
It, yeah,
We've just heard these ideas. Like I also one of the biggest things you've said that I've said over and over is instead of thinking about God as eternal, think about God as life.
yeah, that's a concept. Yeah, you are
Like
right.
we've heard all these things said over and over, and we haven't even stopped to be like, wait,
Yeah,
what does that even mean? Is that
yeah,
even language of the scripture? Is that
yeah, yeah. To
like
be very clear, we are not saying that God is not eternal. We are
right?
saying that because God, in it, like per se, has to be eternal. I could, how could it be otherwise? But the
Right.
question is not we are not saying he's not eternal. We are saying that scriptures is not concerned with these concepts.
Yeah.
Scriptures is about the beginning. What is the first word of scripture? In the beginning. It's not out of eternity.
Yeah.
This is false. This is actually a Latin corruption because ex nihilo in Latin, when we see that everything has been created out of nothing, we have that sense of everything like popped out from nowhere somehow.
Oh, is that where the word eternal comes from?
Not only eternal, but you have a double concept. You have the concept of eternity and the concept of
Nothing.
out of nothing.
Emptiness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
So
there is
there's like a connection between this idea of not ages being, instead of God being the God of ages, this idea of like nothingness or like a
somehow, yeah.
state, like a
Somehow,
state.
if you really think about it, infinity and nothingness are in your brain will amount to the
Yeah,
same thing.
blend.
Think about
Yeah,
it.
in fact, you think about how the Greek philosophers use the word adios, and I mean that we both know that's coming from the word unseen.
Yeah, yeah.
That's just the word unseen or imperceptible, an adjective of that, and yet it's used as like eternal, like as if like it's some kind of like state of being or something. That's like instead of like God working in ages, God being like kind of mysterious, like like non-time,
Actually, this is where,
non-linear. I don't
yeah,
know.
this is Christians actually should benefit from that, because that would help them when they debate with non-Christians. They could tell them, you know what, the Hebrew text is totally different from other texts.
Yeah,
Like it's totally different from the Upanishads, from the Vedas, from the Bhagavad Gita, from the Quran, from name all of them,
right.
from the Buddhist sermons.
Yeah, in fact, this is a big reason I still have faith, is that realizing that like the Bible is very
Totally different.
reasonable and not like concerned with a lot of like mythological like bullshit.
Or even if you would consider that text as a kind of myth, it's a different myth. You see, it's
Right.
totally different, because first, Christians should be proud of the fact that there is no immortal soul in the Hebrew text. They should
Yeah.
be proud of that, because that was the common pagan belief, like in Egypt, in Greece, in India.
Yeah, and
Actually,
it's
everybody believed in the immortality of
seemingly
the soul everywhere.
obviously false too if you just recognize the fact that death ought to be exactly what it seems.
And also, it's a kind of realism. Like, honestly,
Yeah.
what did I do before I was conceived
You
by
were
my
gone,
parents?
the
I was
unseen.
not even a concept. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe in God, probably, because yeah, probably I pre-existed in Him, because everything is out of Him. Okay, in that sense. Okay,
Room and form.
but apart from that, I was nothing. And
Yeah.
when I die, I'm nothing. And right now, I am nothing in some way, in the sense that I
Uh,
could collapse right now and die. We are weak. And I don't know why Christians are not proud to say, you know what, if I die, I'm dead. Because this is what
I know.
they should be proud of, that, because
I agree.
their savior is not themselves. I mean, salvation is not from eternal damnation. This is just bad translation. Salvation is salvation from death.
Yep.
So if you need to be saved from death, you need to be immortal, for God's sake.
Yeah. No,
God,
it's
think about
like
that.
that
God will
verse.
not give life to immortal beings.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
It is stupid.
Actually, I'm more than mortal. I am dust.
Yeah.
And we should be proud of saying that.
I agree. It's they've lost what they got, or they never, or they lost what they, or I guess the word loss isn't the right word, but you know what I mean. Like they're missing out on like they're arguing about stupid things like the morality of hell and like
I don't
just
know.
it's like they're so confused about everything that they're actually arguing about the morality of torturing people endlessly. I mean, these are like legitimate debates that get hosted, you
I
know?
don't know if it's legitimate.
Well, legitimate in the sense of these debates actually happen as if they're legitimate conversations, but they are to these people who can't see the light currently. But
Yeah,
it's
but
like
there is
crazy.
actually, we could talk about many things, like we could find many causes to explain what you just said. But one cause among many causes is the fact that we are still tribal.
Yeah.
I mean, Judaism, even to the cross, like when we crucified Christ, up to that point, it's extremely tribal. The blood
Yeah.
has to flow. Huh? And read the Leviticus just to convince yourself that it was tribal. But
Yeah.
now, it's the reason why I have a question, somehow, I think a deep question beyond the cross, beyond. Do you think we are still tribal? What's the difference between tribalism and universalism? This is my question.
What do you mean by what are you saying when you say we? Are you talking about the people on this panel?
You and I, let's say that.
I think we're tribal in some senses, but I think for example, it's evident that people like to be around people that are like themselves, right?
Yeah, this is a tribe mentality. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Ben, earlier when Tony was here, Tony and I were discussing Ephesians 3:15 that says, every kindred in the heavens and on the earth is being named after the Father.
Yeah, is this tribal?
Yeah.
No.
No.
This turns into one universal tribe.
Look at that, the family thing.
Well, it's tribal if you make it like, oh wait, whole family, the whole family. So whole is describing family. So no, it's not.
Yeah, but now the concept here of family, all family, is not the. You see, when you talk about Israel as the elect people, okay, this is tribal.
Yeah.
Because you see, what are the other nations at that point? Nothing. And also within Judaism, you have the tribes also. It's tribal. The law is tribal. You could not even touch a woman who has her, I don't know what's the word in English.
Period.
The monthly fund.
Yeah, period.
Yeah. This is tribal. You find these tribal laws in other traditions around, by the way, in other Semitic non-Jewish tribes. So now it began like that. This is, I don't know why God decided to begin in that deep shit. But this is where it began. But now what you see, I'm very happy to see Ace quoting this thing, because this is now the other side of the story.
You want to hear something funny?
What?
I've heard on the other channel that I want to stop mentioning. Curious what this was their proof that the moral soul doctrine is true. This is their main proof text they were using one day.
And look at the word for family, by the way, it's patria. Patriots from there.
Yeah.
And that's the real meaning, I believe, of Elohim. You see, it reveals the meaning of the plurality of Elohim.
Yeah, and so with Ephesians 3:15 saying that every family, every kindred in the heavens on the earth is being named after the Father, what can go wrong?
It's very amazing scripture.
Because the Father looks after his family.
Not only that, but isn't just some more verses down in Ephesians 4, it talks about all, God being all, or not, God being in all, rather.
Instead of addressing that, Ben, could you look at the first three words of verse 14? For this cause? Because Tony pointed out something amazing about the first three words being something on the matter of for this grace. On behalf of this grace, I bow my knees to the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. And if he's the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, what can possibly go wrong? He's going to be the Father of all.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Tautu, joy.
Yeah, when I read this, I see Tautu Karin. Okay. So this is not a problematic thing. This one, the first. Okay. But the second word is joyfully suspect. Because Karin, it's the accusative case of charis, which means grace and joy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I can confirm that. That was the question. So you could translate for this joy or for this grace.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Is this okay?
Yeah. What can possibly go wrong?
Joy is what
Well,
comes
the
to my
lake of
mind.
fire, let's overrate it because, not every kindred in the heavens and on the earth will be named after the Father. We got this lake of fire we must deal with.
Look at Brother Jerome there. He understood the Hebrew, the Greek there. You see, gratia is the grace there. You see the Latin,
Yeah.
the most beautiful language. I'm joking, but the Romans they like to boast. So gratia.
Is flecto bow?
Yeah. Uius rei gratia flecto genua mea ad patrem Domini nostri Jesu Christi. It's a beautiful language.
Never mind that, Ben Abraham. Tell me about the lake of fire. I just want to know about the lake of fire.
The lake of fire. We will talk about the first verse of Revelation. I'm still stuck in the first verse. What
The
is
revelation of Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess that reveals it.
Yeah. To show, what is that?
To show unto his slaves the things which must shortly come to pass.
And what is signified there?
It's a sign like symbology.
And what is that Greek word or verb? This. If you read it, you will pronounce semaino. I think it can remind you a very clear English word.
Sign.
Semantic is right there also.
Oh, yeah.
This is the root of the...
Scroll down.
Sorry?
Scroll down, your screen's cut off. I want to see what it actually says. I think it's like one of the definitions of sign.
This is a mark.
Oh, yeah. Can you scroll down?
To give a sign, to signify, to indicate. This is the first primitive. Yeah. You see, now the second meaning will be to make known, but the first, it's the meaning, it's the root of semantics.
That's just semantics. Tell me about the lake of fire.
Not what I'm saying.
You're just playing a game of semantics.
Signifying.
In the beginning was the semantics.
Yeah, so I don't know if we could see that this is an important word for the rest of the text. No, it's a book of signs.
Yeah.
But honestly, if the lake of fire would be literal, okay?
Yeah.
Let me say something. If it's literal and you will burn there forever, I have one solution.
Ice water?
No, it's a good one. Just forsake the Bible, because it would mean that you are worshiping a very evil and stupid God.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, for me, if this is true, I'm just out of the business anyway. I'm serious. If that was the true meaning, I would just forsake the Bible altogether.
I wouldn't be able to believe that.
Sorry?
No. I mean, it clearly doesn't say that, but what I'm saying is, if it actually did say
you would not
endless torment, like I wouldn't be able to believe it anymore.
Actually, you would conclude that this is immoral.
Yeah,
the Christian God is often just immoral.
It's also in conflict with itself over and over, because it would be bringing the immortal soul in. It'd be bringing a lot of problems.
And who said that the letter kills? Who said that?
Paul.
So if we continue stupidly to read things according to the letter, we will end up being, I don't know, Christians, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with Keith. It's a literal death.
What?
The second death.
I don't know. You will tell me.
Yeah, because Keith says
it is.
Keith says it's a literal death, not eternal torment. Death is death, not life, not consciousness.
Yeah.
Death has to be literal
Dead do
in the
not-
sense that life can be literal. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Dead do not praise the Lord.
Yeah, he is right, because everything will end. Fortunately.
You know, it's for me, it's funny. When I was even a young, this doctrine of hell and eternal torment and the lake of fire, even though we were taught that and trained that way and pounded into our heads, it never sat well with me. It's never sat well with me, even sitting in that system and believing that. I always had a issue with it. I could never sit well with it, and then I think that's what led me into the universal reconciliation. That it was real in me before I even started believing it. I believed it inside before I believed it in my head. That just can't be the way it is. There's something just wasn't right.
Some people believe God is good without even the letter.
Yeah.
You know what, Joe? If a God is able to spend eternity without you being part of the fiesta, and knowing he is God, so he would know forever that you are out. Okay? That would be extremely evil. And
Yeah.
that God should be forsaken and abandoned and rejected. I would just reject such a God. You see, when Satan becomes more interesting, we have a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, Satan would. He's serious. When Satan becomes a better figure, you have a problem in religion.
Yeah.
The Christian God is often worse than Satan himself.
Ben, like theologians knew the theologians knew these words, like Eonian. They
Of
knew
course,
what those words meant,
of course.
and they never readjusted the scriptures. And
Right.
they allowed us to continue to reading this, believing this.
Yeah, but at the same time, I have to give credit to some theologians. You see,
Yeah.
For example, like the French Bible, La Bible de Jérusalem, the Jerusalem Bible in French. Okay, like now you see at every edition you have better footnotes.
Yeah.
And the footnotes are quite honest, and they talk about eternity and all that. They have no choice.
Yeah.
I remember when I was in theology. I remember Father. I think his name was Potvin. So that father, the teacher, he was talking about the olam and the ion. That was all like this is it has been settled by scholars like many centuries ago, actually. But the problem is that we don't. It's the same in science. We know science, but we don't always teach it fully.
Yeah.
Like when I see my doctor, my family doctor, he does not apply all the science of the world in the cabinet.
But that's
It's the
biblical.
same. Like we don't teach the full thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's biblical malpractice if you're not going to be.
It's like a bad doctor. Yeah.
You're not going to be honest with Scripture, and you're going to let the masses continue to believe these
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
It's malpractice.
This is what Job says in the book of Job. You are just physicians of no value.
Yeah. And the majority of the church believes this doctrine of hell and eternal torment. It's a minority that doesn't. You'd think that you'd want to straighten this out and let people know what it really says. That's just so biblically dishonest to not address these things these are big issues.
Yeah, but our
I think
illusion
most
is that
people
we
that
think.
claim to be Bible students aren't Bible students. And that's part of the issue.
But these scholars and these theologians, they know what the words mean.
Yeah, but theologians are not Bible students.
Yeah, they're
That's the
not
problem.
Bible
A Bible student and a
preachers.
theologian is not the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, also though, what he means when he says theologians, he's probably referring to pastors and
Oh no.
like people that.
No, he
Okay.
was referring to theology.
Okay.
Theology.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like the people that have the most influence are the people behind pulpits. And the people behind pulpits get thrown out if they say anything different than the.
Yeah, but you know what I have
churches.
I have noticed, Justin, in the USA, but also in Canada. But Canada is not that biblical, but it's the same story, and in the UK also. Okay, most pastors are not theologians. This is what
Yeah, that's what
they are
that's what I
just
was
they
getting
don't
to.
know. Like the guy, remember the black guy, the
They're
pastor.
just indoctrinated
Yeah.
robot preachers.
Yeah, Ace, who was the black pastor, the very nice guy? He came to chat with Ace, but
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
Dennis the chef.
yeah, super nice guy. And you know what he was saying was just pop religion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though, is like that's what I was getting to, is that most people behind pulpits aren't
Yeah.
actually studying more than like actually questioning and studying things, and they're just finding what they can preach on next Sunday.
Yeah, he
They're
was
not
saying things like he was literally contradicting Paul. He said, "I am not a slave of Christ. I will never be a slave of Christ."
questioning.
He said that. I said, "Yeah, okay," but Paul would disagree.
the
Actually,
I think
slavery.
they just don't like
Yeah.
like they're not like looking into things. Like they just like
They
you
have
said,
not studied.
top religion. Like it takes a lot of study to unlearn what everything we've been fed.
No, and people bullshit a lot. Like I heard many people saying, "I know the Hebrew scriptures and all that," and I asked them, "Can you pronounce the fucking alphabet?" And they don't. They
Yeah.
cannot. So stop saying that. It's
Yeah.
bullshit. You say, "I know this and I know that," and people don't double check what you know and what you don't know.
And Ben, how many people out there claim to know the church fathers and they've
They
never
do.
read them?
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. It's stupid because I told you yesterday when I was with the Dominican fathers, I visited the room in which all the books of all the Greek fathers and Latin fathers, it's an entire room of books.
Yeah, and you know what? I agree with what what I think it was James Coram said. What I have read of the church fathers, and I'm saying this also of myself.
It's very
What I have
surprising.
read of the church fathers, I'm not entirely impressed with what I've read. In other words, like to think that this should go above, like you have to test all things either way.
It depends
I think
what
that
father. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not saying like there's nothing of use. I'm just saying like to say that this is like going to be my final authority like on anything is
No.
insane. Like me, I mean,
No, because
they're all over the place.
No, because the Greek fathers, their strength was that they understood Greek, so they did not say stupid things like infinite damnation. I don't know. Okay.
Right,
No,
but
okay,
I'm
but
saying like
their
but
weakness was yeah.
that's evidence, but it still isn't the final like verdict in my mind
Yeah.
because you see
But
people like one guy talked about this idea of double doctrine.
okay.
Apparently Jerome said something along the lines of we know that eternal damnation is, I don't know if this was Jerome, someone said this. We know that eternal damnation's false, but we teach it to the people like to control them and keep them in line or something.
Yeah, but you know what? The Buddha, after his enlightenment, and it's still possible today to visit that place, where he was in a kind of dilemma. Should I teach the doctrine of nirvana or should I not? If I teach it, people will misunderstand me, and if I don't, I am selfish. You see the dilemma.
Yeah.
And Maximus the Confessor, for example, among the Greek fathers, he had the same exact dilemma than the Buddhas. He said, if I teach the real thing, people will just organize orgies and everybody will fuck one another.
Yeah.
Okay? Really, this is what human beings do. Okay? Imagine you are a pastor and you tell everybody, do what you want, because you will be saying, amen, hallelujah, have a nice day. So he did not want to teach that. But he said, if we teach the wrong thing, we are dishonest. So he was in a dilemma. Maximus the Confessor. It's the beginning of Christianity, but not beginning, but quite early. Yeah. But you are right. It's not always a joy to read these old, boring texts. Yeah. But some of them are good.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I think
the
the bigger
weakness,
point though is that like I would be just as, and I'd probably be more impressed with any of us on the panel, for example, if we were writing in the same time. You see what I'm saying?
oh yeah, because we have a better understanding, believe it or not.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
hard to believe, but we are extremely spoiled now.
Yeah, we got the internet for people.
Well, yeah, and not just yeah, for the good and for the
I
bad.
mean, it's we laugh, but it's like people are not even taking advantage of the great resources we have. Like, and we got people saying,
Yeah.
King
Like one,
James only, don't use the Greek.
yeah. One day I showed someone
Just laziness.
Yeah. One day I showed someone a King James verse.
Yeah.
And I just said, "Oh, this is great, but there is an error there. I can see it." And the person told me, like, "Who are you? Like, are you a King James scholar? Like?" But the reality is that they were, I think, 51 scholars, the best of England at that time. But people don't want to believe me when I say that even during the last 50 years, the science of Hebrew grammar has progressed a lot. And my understanding of Hebrew grammar is way better than these scholars. And you know what? That's the truth. Now, people could think that I'm crazy, I'm bullshitting, but no, test me. I will prove it. They did not even know the difference between the perfect and the imperfect at that time.
Yeah.
I'm
And
serious.
they were just reckless anyway. I mean,
And they were using
anyone
English
who's
and
seen-
Latin. Yeah, they were using English, older English, and also Latin manuscripts, and they did not know Hebrew like we do now. It's not true.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was hyped up and made more than it actually was being.
These
and
flower
these scholars being made more than they actually are.
Yeah, but
even
it was
with
the
all
best
the
thing they
people
could do.
behind them. Now, but also it's literally the government issued Bible, as Ace said.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and also they had to deal with the Puritans because the Puritans were always pissed with all verses. They had to please the Puritans. You know that?
They had to please
Them bloody Puritans, I'll tell you.
I just heard a human sound from UK.
Oh yeah, I just said them bloody Puritans, I'll tell you.
And you know what also is funny is when people talk about like it's better to have a translation committee, for example.
Yeah.
I don't actually agree with that because
no.
Yeah, because let me explain. I think it's good to have second opinions, yes, but I think just having if we look at the translations that have had translation committees, what you get is popular religion out of that. You don't get like accurate, most of the time accurate, like, because most people aren't, there's not enough people that are really even going to be qualified in one room, to sit in one room to talk about. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we just go off of like popular vote, that's not going to.
No, it does not work that way. Like a good example is Rotterdam. I really recommend that translation. Like very, Rotoram. It's super good.
Yeah.
So this guy was alone,
Yeah.
and his translation is better than the King James.
Yeah, it's way better. It blows it out of the water. I mean, I would be comfortable using the Rotherham
Of
the
course.
rest of my life, but the King James,
And he kept the nice older English. You see the thou and the thee, and he kept all that. So you see, if you like the beauty of the King James, the English of the King James is majestic language. It's the most beautiful English ever written, actually. So you can keep that beauty.
Yeah.
And correct the text.
Yeah.
That would be the best English translation ever. Try to work on that. You are young, Justin. Like the new glorified King James Bible.
Yeah. Yeah.
You will become famous.
Yeah.
Hey, Bill.
Except they get really angry when you, like, if you know what happened with the new.
Hey, Greg.
They're all the devil who made the new.
I saw Brother Ben.
Bill, can you hear me? Bill, can you hear me? Bill fell asleep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, have you heard that the lake of fire is overrated?
I have heard such rumors. I have.
Yeah. Well, it's true. And guess what? The word free will is not in Romans.
That damn bloody word.
Nobody goes into the lake of fire of their own free will, don't you know? Bill, whatever I say, don't listen to me because Eric said that I butcher the word of God. So you don't have to listen to me.
Yeah, you do butcher it. You just butcher, right?
I tried to talk to Eric the other night, and they just jumped on me. They wouldn't even let me talk about one verse. I started with Matthew 10, 5, 6, and man, they were all over it. So
yeah, well, you get my joke, right? Or am I? Butcher, like cut. Is that what butcher means? Rightly divide. Say. I'm gonna get something to drink really quick. I'll be right back.
Hey, check out this comment. Man's will is never mentioned in any salvation passage or prayer.
It's true.
Well, what do you make of that?
$642 in 2 weeks, and I'll be able to see again.
How many fingers am I holding up?
Well, I can see you got 2 fingers, but the text over here is just way too small. Not enough contrast.
Well, you have more sight than most so-called men of faith.
Oh, thank you. I'm just so glad to be me. And I'm not saying that from a vain place. I'm just saying of all the characters I could have been, I'm glad God chose me for this one. So what's your temperature there now, Ace?
I am too afraid to look. it might cause me a crisis of faith. I look at the temperature and say, I just don't believe it. You
How
better
is it I'm
believe it.
still alive? How is it I'm still alive?
Mm-hmm. The coldest I ever got was riding a motorcycle in North Carolina in January for about an hour and a half. I was cold to the bone. When I finally got to my destination, it was.
I rode a BMW motorcycle, the luxury tour bike, for 4 years. And when it got below 25 degrees, I wouldn't take it because I knew that's when the ice started to form on the roads.
Mhm.
But down to 25 degrees, it had a heated seat, heated handle grip, and an adjustable windscreen. So I could tune the wind to go around me. And then my hands were warm and the seat was warm. So it was pretty nice.
Yeah, I was on my motorcycle at the time was like a 30-year-old Harley Davidson.
Yep. They were made to last as long as they leaked. No free will in Romans.
But you will find it in John.
Glad to see you here, Ben. I dropped in when I saw you. I learned so many things just listening to you. And
Oh
talking.
yeah.
I appreciate you every time you come in.
I don't have a good relationship with myself.
I don't have a good relationship with myself, but it's getting better.
Well, we have that in common. It's great.
Yeah. God had to humble me down in a few places in order for me to come back up.
Oh yeah.
I have been humbled.
Now when I wake up in the morning, I tell God, I know you will blast me.
The first thing out of my mouth is thank you for letting me come here and say thank you. I get to come back to the same story every day, and every day it's a little bit better than it was the day before. Waking up is the best blessing of the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what other blessings count if you don't get that one? Unless the Lord comes to take us out today, then that would be the best day of days. For me, any other day, waking up is the best blessing of the day.
Ben, can you read the call out here?
Yes.
Ben.
It will be good for my English. The sin underneath all our sins is to trust the lie of the serpent, that we cannot trust the love and grace of Christ and must take matters into our own hands.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Luther was very clear with that. If he had understood the universal salvation, he would have been great. Yeah. Have you read his book on the bondage of the will?
Many years ago, yes.
Very tough read.
Right. Take no prisoners. He hoisted the black flag. No quarters given to them that are free willers.
Martin Luther. But Calvin was an asshole. And he was French also. Huh? But you know that behind all of them, you have one man, Augustine. Yeah. They all like, if you read Calvin or if you read Luther, especially Calvin and the reformers, and they all refer to Augustine for the doctrine of predestination.
Mm-hmm.
It's a revival. It's a revival of Augustine, nothing else.
And eternal conscious torment. That was sprung out from Augustine as well.
Yeah, Augustine was obsessed by that. But it was a scam. His mother was the real thing. You remember that?
Mm-mm.
Augustine's mother was the real thing.
How was she the real thing?
She was a real believer. She was just praying, and she was a believer, and she was praying for his son, who was a pagan. Augustine was a pagan. He was already probably the greatest Latin writer of his era, already at 20-something. He was a genius, but he was a pagan. And his mother was already a believer, and she was always just praying for the world. She was a saint, the real thing. But he was just a writer.
What a contrast. Having such a believer and then someone who's so far out. So what brought Augustine to the Catholic Church?
What brought the Catholic Church to Augustine?
Right.
That's a great question.
That would be a better question.
Yeah. Augustine had a revelation. He was a writer at that time. He had already written many great books. One of them, if I remember, was De Musica. He had written a book on music. And he was a genius. His Latin, it would be hard to write better Latin than Augustine. Okay? Like he was a great genius. And one day, that's around the third or beginning of 4th century, he was sitting outside with some books of the New Testament. At that time, it was hard to find one book of the Bible. It was just you have a copy of Ephesians, and now you have a copy of maybe Revelation. And he had a copy of I don't remember if it was the Acts of or I don't remember, but he was reading into the text, and of course he at that time he despised the Christians because he was not Christian. He was a Manichaean. He was he belonged to the sect of the, I don't know how to say that in English, but maybe someone could help me. But Manichaeism. It was a sect from a dualistic sect in which you find two gods, the good and the bad. Anyway, and it's a doctrine that came from India. Anyway, he was a dualistic thinker, and it was a pagan doctrine. And anyway, he was reading, and he was sitting outside, and there was a wall not too far from where he was, and he heard voices of children singing from the other side of the wall, and they invited him to convert or something like that, and he became a believer like overnight.
Wow. So then he started writing as a proponent,
and he wrote so many books that it's hard to understand how can a human being write that much. He wrote an entire library. I mean, Augustine is a big thing. And
he was definitely influential in Catholic understanding as a superior authority.
Yeah, and in philosophy, he was a reader of Plato. So because of him, Christianity was influenced by Plato until the 11th century. This is very far. So until the 11th century, most Christian theologians are influenced by Plato. I'm serious. Augustine is the kind of Christian version of Plato. And to be worse, and also Latin, which is worse, because Latin is always a scam. This is my opinion, but when you see anything Latin, be suspicious.
Okay.
Anything Latin or French.
When I was
Especially
brought
that
up in the Catholic Church, they were still doing the Latin Mass.
Because Latin is it's a most beautiful musical language. The music of Latin is absolutely beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful, but it has no depth. Latin language has no depth. Actually, we can prove it easily. Yeah.
Okay.
Latin is a superficial language. Like if you read the Latin version of John or Paul, you will be surprised how it is superficial.
I have a hard enough time with English. I've gotten down to where I can transliterate the Hebrew pretty good.
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, do you do it every day?
I don't do it every day, but I try to do it as often as I look and say, oh, there's a blue letter Bible. Let's go read some Hebrew and try and transliterate it out.
I think you enjoy that. Huh?
I do. I enjoy it. The only thing is once I get it transliterated out, where do you go? Where do you look it up?
Yeah, but you see, you should not be too strict now with your transliterations because you have many systems. Huh?
Yeah, there's
many ways.
Different systems of grammar. Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah, but I mean, when you take a word and you want to transliterate the word into with English letters,
right?
There are many ways to do that, and
you
should not be too strict when you do that.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do is put them into English letters, and then once I get them in English letters, I'll check them with the Blue Letter Bible to see how close I was. So I've got pretty accurate at the transliteration, but then the finding, it's like learning the dictionary of what all those transliterations mean.
Yeah,
it's a little more difficult. I've got the ABCs down. Now I'm trying to figure out the words.
If you know your alphabet, you already know a lot, actually.
Yeah, well, I've got the alphabet down pretty good.
Wow.
It's just a beautiful language. It truly is.
Yeah, but that language has something special.
Yeah, it's the language God chose to store who He is in. That's pretty special.
It's so special that I would not dare to give like a real official translation of any word from Hebrew Scripture. Like give me you could give easily like 10 or 12 translations for every verse.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah. So how could I give a translation? I would just give footnotes, you see.
Yeah.
The solution is to read the text with humility in Hebrew.
We got a question here for you, Ben, from Time Bandit.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very complex question. It's a very, very, I am divided. My heart is divided. Because the Septuagint was, it's a Greek translation of the Old Testament that was done, I think, around the 3rd or 2nd century BC. And many rabbis at that time were scandalized because even to this day, most of them don't think that you can translate the sacred text. It's impossible. The solution would be simply to learn Hebrew, which is not too complicated. But the Septuagint is unavoidable because if I remember, even like the authors of the New Testament, when they quote the Old Testament, their quotes often seem to come from the Septuagint. So that's somehow to me is a problem. Like personally, I would prefer to avoid the Septuagint, but I'm stuck with it. Because it's even in the New Testament they seem to use the Greek of the Septuagint, or something very similar. Actually, it's a little more complex that we could believe, but it seems to be the Greek of the Septuagint, or from other similar parallel traditions, Greek traditions, probably from Alexandria. So I'm stuck with it. Actually, I blame God for having given the New Testament in Greek. Because in Hebrew, it would have been way easier, way easier. Yeah, you have the Old and the New, all in Hebrew.
Well, didn't you say that doctor that put out the Devar? Didn't you say that he translated the Greek back into Hebrew before he?
Yeah, this is Delitzsch. Yeah, the German scholar Delitzsch. Yeah, he translated back the Greek in old Hebrew. You have to be a real scholar to do that. And,
man, I'm so grateful you gave me that link. Many people have been blessed by that.
Yeah, because you read the New Testament, but with the Hebrew concepts. But now, what was the question? Okay. The Septuagint. So we are stuck with it. Now the Septuagint and the Hebrew text, they are not the same. Like they have many differences. So personally, just to conclude my answer, because it was a serious question, I will always be divided. I consider both. It's like when you have two children. You don't love more. You see, you don't have more love for one than you have love for the other. Huh? You love both. So I love both traditions, but for me, it's very distinct. Yeah, very distinct. It's not the same story at all. Because the Hebrew text is very primitive. It's primitive. It's very old literature. Whereas the Septuagint is modern. At that time, it was very modern Greek language, and Greek has a big burden of mythology, philosophy, science, culture. It was the modernity of that time. So I love both traditions, but they are distinct. Yeah, this is my best answer. Quickly.
Yeah, you can love something and not like it.
I don't like it personally. Actually, I don't really like Greek. Greek grammar is a nightmare, and but I try to love it. So it's like when you have children, you have to love them. You have no choice. So I love my Greek. I just love my Greek, but without really enjoying loving it.
But loving your children the same way, you may have one child that you really like what God is turning him into. He's really smart or really talented.
But your love is equal. Yeah.
Love is equal. Same lump of clay.
God if you have a I don't know, you say that in English, like a retard person, like a retard. How do you say that?
What do they call them? Intellectually challenged.
Yeah, I know. In French, we have the same problem. Retardé does not sound good. It does not sound good in French. But even if you have I don't know, someone who has what is the Down syndrome?
My neighbor, my chess buddy across the street, has a 34-year-old Down syndrome child.
Of course, you love them.
3-year-old. And I love him to death. You can't understand him sometimes, but I'll tell you what. One day, just out of the blue, he talks like that. Out just clear as day. One day, he says, "Greg, I love you." Man, it just turned me into a puddle. I just melted right.
Breaks your heart, huh?
And I really do. I love him dearly. How innocent can a person be? Look at a Down syndrome person.
I think they are. Yeah. Do you know what? I think they are not under the burden of sin, personally.
No. How can they be? They wouldn't recognize what it is.
Yeah. They don't have that burden.
Right. But it's wonderful to be around that type of innocence and watch how it deals with life, because it's just like a little kid. I'm serious. It's just like a little kid. He plays with his little cars.
Actually, I worked with people with Down syndrome for a few months, and wow, they know how to forgive. They really know what is forgiveness. They know that thing.
he has his own chair to watch TV, and I can go over there and just move that chair a quarter of an inch and then just sit back. And he'll come back and he'll look at that chair and move it back that quarter of an inch before he sits down. Very intelligent, but he just can't use it.
Do you think that in glory they will remain the same, or they will be transformed like into what we consider as like normal beings?
I have no idea.
Me neither.
That's a good question. That's a real good question.
Probably they will remain the same, but they will have the fullness of Christ. So when you have the fullness, you have everything.
Yeah. Yeah, we know at the end he'll have the mind of Christ.
And we are also retarded people. I'm
Lord
also
knows
retarded.
I'm the chief of that.
Bill, can you read the call out on the screen for us?
Yeah, I can. If any man doth ascribe of salvation, even the very least, to the free will of a man, he knoweth nothing of grace, and he have not learnt Jesus Christ aright.
Wow.
Martin Luther. And I'm assuming that's from the bondage of the will.
Probably, yeah. We need another quote. We want another quote.
Get to work under grace.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What?
We want.
I said, get to work under grace. Give us another
under
quote.
grace. I thought you said Greg.
Under Greg.
Yeah. Well, I ordered glasses yesterday, $642. Take them 2 weeks. Maybe then I'll get to see again.
What do you mean?
I had cataract surgery done in my eyes, and I can't see. They have to let the lenses have to settle into your eyes for 30 days.
And you have to pay for that?
I have to pay for the glasses.
Wow.
But I'm getting two new frames, clear, sunglasses, the progressives, and then I'm getting a set of reading glasses just to read with when I don't have to look around.
So you will have to wait a few days before seeing correctly.
Yeah, two more weeks. Some days I can actually read the comments, and some days I can't, but that's okay. Every day's a wonderful day to be here, whether I can read them or not. I'm thankful. I'm grateful.
And for the money, you were correct. I mean, you are not like you have the necessary money for all that.
No, I just put it on a credit card and pay it off as I can. What else can I do?
How much?
$642
US.
Yeah. I could have got 2 pairs of glasses from America's Best ordering online for $79.95, but
no.
You don't get to choose your frames or any of that stuff.
No. When you pay cheap, it will not last. So
Right.
It's not better.
Sometimes when you pay expensive, it doesn't last. But
yeah,
at least if you go for the best and it doesn't work, you're not at fault. You did the best you could. All life is inspired by God to be exactly what it is. I think we're the manifesting love of God's will.
Now we have to find a way to pay your fucking credit card.
God puts the money in my bank account. It's not my money, it's his money. And I don't mind sharing it when I have it. Somebody has a need, and I'm all over it. I want to help them. But I don't get the opportunity to have the extra at times to help them. So I do what I can.
You see, we often talk about joy with you and Ace and Joe, and you see joy and grace and all that. But life is also very tough. Life for me is not always easy.
Well, I learned a very valuable lesson here a few weeks ago, Ben, and it's one of those epiphanies. God just loves throwing epiphanies at me. I had eye surgery. You didn't know about this. I had eye surgery. Mm-hmm. And when I had the first eye surgery, I noticed they put fentanyl in my IV, and I'm opiate intolerant. And when they did it and they put the light over my eye, the light was so bright, it was looking at the noonday sun, and I was trying to get away from it. He says, "What are you doing? What's going on? We've never had anybody react like this." I said, "They're using opiates." He said, "As a matter of fact, we are." "Well, how did you know that?" I said, "Because I'm opiate intolerant and I'm hyperalgesis, which is extremely sensitive to pain. This is all due to things that happened to me in the past over my life." And he called me that night and he said, "I've never had anyone react like that before. Please explain what's going on." I told him I was in a fire when I was 4 years old. I was one of the first skin graft patients for children, and they didn't know how much morphine to give me. And they gave me so much, they burned me out. Opiates have very little effect, but they do still have some effect. He said, "But you shouldn't have to suffer like that again."
Wow.
I'm really bothered by this. And working with doctors for 20 years, you see the character of what doctors are. This is a good guy. He really did. He hurt for me, and he called and he was hurting because I was hurting. But he said, "You shouldn't have to endure this again." I said, "I'll tell you what, I'm really thinking about not even having the second surgery because my left eye is bright now. And when it mixes with my right eye, it's actually a little better." He said, "I'm going to talk to the anesthesiologist. Nobody should have to suffer like that." So, okay, I'll do it. So I went back and the anesthesiologist said, "Yeah, we can give you something other than opiates that you won't even care about it. You won't even know what's happening." I said, "Okay, fine." Well, they hit me with Versed. And Versed is liquid amnesia. No painkillers, just a little Versed, go in. Well, when that bright light came back over my other eye, it was like looking at the noonday sun. It was sizzling.
Did you think it was the rapture?
No. What I thought was when they brought that light over me, it snapped me out of the Versed. I knew everything that was going on in the room except one thing.
What?
I forgot I was in a surgery center having somebody operate on my eye.
Wow.
All I knew is somebody was forcing my eye open and jabbing it with this big, bright, hideous light in my eyes. I was trying to get away from it. He said, "Mr. DeFlaren, settle down. What's going on here? You got to stop this." The anesthesiologist pressed his forehead down, his arm on my forehead and pressed it down to the table. He said, "Get it done. It's only going to take you a couple of minutes," and he's not going to remember any of it. So guess what? I remembered all of it. Which brings up a question that I think should be raised in the realm of medicine.
Wow.
Does Versed relieve a doctor of his oath to never cause harm? If the patient knows he's being harmed because Versed didn't work, doesn't that give the patient the right to take some sort of legal action or reciprocity of some
You know what? It's almost too late to ask the question because science is elsewhere now. So I know they have an oath, which is from Greek philosophy, by the way.
Yeah.
C'est le serment d'Hippocrate. I don't know in English. C'est le Hippocrate, that doctor.
Well, I could tell this is the first time he suffered unintended consequences. This is the first time he surrendered his power to an underling. This is the first time he caused harm intentionally. So I know this.
Yeah, but are you sure that it was really intentional?
It wasn't intentional from him. The doctor was really trying to do the best. I remember when the light hit me and I was jerking around, he said, "I don't like doing it this way. It's not working." And that's when the anesthesiologist pressed my head down and said, "Just get it done. You won't remember any of it." So when you do remember it and you do see the intention to restrain somebody so you can torture them, does the Versed relieve them of that responsibility? Since most people don't remember it, I think it's a cancer. I really do. It's a cancer that's developing that any way that they can get around that oath to try and not cause harm and feel guiltless. It humbled me, Ben. It humbled me a lot.
Modern science or medicine is very far from the old oath.
Well, it humbled me a lot because it showed me that I can have grace for anybody. Because God gave it to me. And that was the first thing that came to me when all this happened is, hey, the Spirit said, don't touch all this. It's mine. I did it to you. You're going to learn a lesson from it.
And let me remind you that even if it was intentional, there is no such thing as free intentions.
Right. Exactly. It was God put me there doing the whole thing. So if God's been gracious with me in my whole life, and believe me, he has, the grace he's given me is so overwhelming. How can I not have the same kind of grace for somebody else that God put in front of me to do the same thing?
And look at Luther. He said the will of man without the grace of God is not free at all,
That's right. I agree
but
with
is a
100%.
permanent prisoner and bond slave of evil, since it cannot turn itself to good. Wow.
Well, I didn't want to promote any type of evil back for this at anybody. I mean, believe me, if I was going to do it to anybody, it'd be that anesthesiologist. But if I do that to him, I might as well do it to everybody. So being gracious to all means being gracious to all. So I'm just pretty much hands off. But I did have an eye exam to get my glass prescription yesterday, day before yesterday. And after the doctor did his exam and all that stuff, and he was satisfied with the surgery and everything, I looked at his assistant. I said, "Excuse me, I need to talk to my doctor in private as a patient. Would you please walk out of the room so I can do this?" Man, they looked at each other like I slapped him. And he walked out, and I said, I'm just bringing this to your attention because you're a doctor. I'm not going through any type of legalistic moves. I'm not seeking any type of reciprocity, but I want you to talk to this doctor because they were isolating him from me. They wouldn't let me even, he couldn't even come in and examine me. I said, let him know, that I worked with doctors for almost 20 years. I know what you're going through. I asked the doctor after I explained things, I said, if it was you, would you be hurting? He said, oh yeah, I'd be hurting bad. I said, well, he's hurting right now. And I know he is. And I just want you to tell him, I'm not holding any of this against him. I'm as gracious with him as God's gracious with me. I just want him to know that it's going to be a scar soon. It's not going to keep bleeding. And the fact that I'm not here to hold it over your head should help that a little bit. And that's what I wanted him to know, is that there's helped me. This was an epiphany for me. How can I hold it against him? I know now I can be gracious under the most hideous circumstances. That meant a lot to me, that God can promote that type of, not just forgiveness, but acceptance.
Understanding also.
Yes.
Spinoza said, stop crying, try to understand, he said.
Yeah, and I understand that. Yeah.
But I still
got that
cry.
from Paul.
What?
Spinoza got that from Paul because
Spinoza was a reader of Paul. Huh?
Yeah, in one verse, Paul says, stop your bitching and complaining.
Oh, yeah?
I think he said murmurings and reasonings, but same thing. Stop your bitching and complaining. Here's another Martin Luther quote.
Yeah, I love it. One is not righteous who does much, but the one who without work, believes much in Christ. The law says, do this, and it is never done. Grace says, believe in this.
And it's always done.
And everything is already done.
Holy smoke. Bill, read this.
Yeah, I like that one. See, that I can be 100% in accord with. Yeah. So, is that another Martin Luther, is it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, it's Luther.
Oh, right. Yeah, so one is not righteous who does much, but the one who without work believes much in Christ. The law says, do this, and it is never done. Grace says, believe in this, and everything is already done.
Yeah, the adverb already is very impressive. Huh?
Yeah, isn't it? Beforehand.
Ace, what is the great already?
I know.
When Christ came out of the grave, that's it, man. It was already done even before he came out of the grave, because he was the lamb slain from the foundation of the world. So we get a snapshot before the snapshot.
And at the same time, you were, before foundation of the world, you were also you have been chosen.
Right.
I got a call. I got to get. I'll be right back.
You were chosen to be a vessel of honor, and you were chosen to be a vessel of dishonor. And so both are very honorable things. What an honor to be a vessel of dishonor.
Would you agree with me if I would say that I am both a vessel of dishonor and of honor?
Yes, I would, yeah.
But in different ways. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I think my flesh life is a vessel of dishonor. Yeah. And it will not be saved. Can you find a scripture where it says that my flesh life will be saved?
No. I
No,
hear that type of talk with Eric and his gang.
of course. So you
Uh,
see, yeah. So you see, when I'm asked if I believe in eternal damnation, I sometimes I say yes. I believe in the eternal damnation of my flesh life. Yeah,
yeah.
I don't care about it. Yeah, I don't. It will not be saved anyway. So it will be damned somehow. But I don't care.
So what comes out of the lake of fire is the new humanity, the new creation.
Able to swim.
Unable to be affected by mortal feelings. My feelings are real.
Yeah, but yesterday you were angry for a few minutes. I remember
I know.
with I think it was with the guy.
Uncle Eric.
No, not Eric. Another guy.
No?
Oh, no, Eric is sweet. I love Eric. I'm serious. I love Eric. Yeah.
Well, I think it's fun to blow my top once in a while.
What's the meaning of blow my top? Like to explode?
Shut up! Yeah, to explode, yeah. Yeah, who needs to be as sweet as Bernadette Roberts all the time? That's no fun.
She was not sweet at all. She was not sweet. I knew her. She was 70 something one day and we had to cross a street. Okay. It was just in a village somewhere in Ohio or Boston. I don't remember. I saw her more than once, but she was, for me, I was 30 something and she was 70 and I just took her arm because I wanted to help her to cross the street. You see? And she pushed me back. She pushed me. She said, I'm not that old. I don't need your help. I said, okay, relax. And I asked her, when you die, we will canonize you. You will become a saint. And she said, how could I become a saint if I have no self? I love it. And she was a chain smoker.
She smoked chains? That's tough, man. Most people smoke cigarettes.
English humor is too subtle.
Bernadette Roberts, tough lady smoking chains. Run the chains, run. Get away from Bernadette.
One day she asked me about the separation of Quebec. She said, I don't really understand that thing. Why you want a separation from Canada? I said, why are you in USA no longer part of UK? You had a revolution and you became a country. And I said, this is exactly the same thing we want to do. And she said, okay, I understand.
Yeah, I've concluded about the American Revolution.
Yeah.
That the mascot phrase should have been, our tax collectors are better than your tax collectors.
Yeah, I see your point.
That's actually true, because all you had to do was pay your motherland 40% tax, and now you pay more.
Yeah.
You should have stayed. You should have stayed in the fold.
And that was that's a problem in Quebec. We pay taxes to the province and we pay taxes to the federation. So it's always doubled. Everything is doubled. Yeah.
Well, you know, all governments have to have taxes. You know, that's the government is protecting you and making sure that.
Yeah. What is the English proverb? You have a proverb about taxes and death or something.
Yeah.
What is the proverb?
It's the only thing that's sure about life is taxes and death.
I love it. Is it not wonderful news to believe that salvation lies outside ourselves? Wow.
It is wonderful.
And this is deeper than we could think. And this is also a deep doctrine of no self also. It's very deep. Yeah. Luther was a reader of Tauler. You know Tauler, the German? No.
Mhm.
Well, I will bring some Tauler's text one day if you want.
Anything you bring, I thoroughly enjoy. I'm just an open sponge waiting to hear what Ben's going to pour out.
Tauler was a German mystic, a very simple man, a theologian, a Dominican, but very simple. And he was not, he was a spiritual man. And he was a disciple of the great Meister Eckhart, probably the greatest.
Oh, Descartes, yeah.
No, not Descartes, but Eckhart in Germany.
Eckhart, okay.
Yeah, not Descartes. It's from the 13th century, probably the greatest thinker of Germany ever. Wow. And he simplified the doctrine of his master. And you know, Luther was a reader of Tauler. So Luther was a Catholic, but not any Catholic. He was a deep man. He was a reader of the deepest literature you could find at that time. Yeah, he was a deep man. I frankly confess that even if it were possible, I should not wish to have free choice. Yeah, this is what the Marie des Vallées, a French mystic, told God in a famous prayer. She said, "Take your free will back." She told God, "Take your free will back. It's a burden. We don't want that thing."
Yeah, it's a slave master, that's for sure.
Yeah, I should not wish to have free choice given to me, or to have anything left in my own hands. This is so clear and deep and clear and true, by which I might strive for salvation. This is clear teaching. Wow.
One salvation, two expectations.
But salvation is what is salvation? Huh?
That everything that came out of God is one day going to go back into Him. Everything gets saved.
Yeah,
it's the rescue.
Yeah, you give a Hindu answer. I love it. you give the super answer. Like try to convert a Hindu to Jesus, and they will say we don't need that because we already have Jesus. They will say you cannot convert a Hindu. They already have Jesus and everybody.
Yeah, it's really interesting how Brahma, Vishnu, and
they believe in Jesus.
Yeah, they're the same. It looks like the same characterizations. You know, you got the power, the destroyer, and the creator.
Yeah.
You know, and Vishnu gets rid of the stuff so that Brahma can come in and make.
Yeah.
You know,
but
make
these are
new.
figures. Yeah, it's not a real Trinity. In Sanskrit, it's very old literature. It was already Trimurti. You see, the Christian Trinity was already. It's not new. The Trimurti in Hinduism.
As far as I'm concerned, the real Trinity is represented in John 1:5. Everything came out of that. You had the Creator, the Father, the light, and the darkness.
Okay,
that's the beginning of creation. There's a divine Trinity there.
I like that. Personally, I would say if I would be asked about Trinity, I would say you have the transcendent one, okay, that we generally call the Father in Christianity. But for me, the transcendent one is beyond the title of fatherhood.
Yeah, it has to be.
Okay. It's a special title in that context of Judaism and Christianity. Okay. Father, but it's the transcendent one.
Right.
The second, not person, because it's a false concept, but the second hypostasis. I don't know how to say that. Hypostasis, like the real Greek word for person, is the logos. And by the way, many Greek philosophers before Christianity had the same opinion, by the way. It's hard to believe, but you know, Philo of Alexandria, 20 years before Christ, 20 years before Christ, said the Logos is the Son of God. Literally 20 years before Christ.
Wow.
So the truth was known. Okay.
Oh, I think they knew it was
truth was
coming.
known.
Yeah, the truth was coming.
So
They
you have
knew
the
it was gonna
transcendent
happen.
one, you have the Logos, and the third, quote unquote, person of the Trinity, if I can use such dirty words, is the entire rest of the creation, including you.
Mhm.
You are part of the family.
Yeah. And all that came out of God is still coming out of God and still going through the Logos. We just know him now as Christ.
Yeah, your Christian Hinduism is pristine.
I can't help it. I can't
I
help
love
it.
it now, but it's because it's the truth. You see, it's the truth. Like in the Latin tradition, universalist tradition, because it used to exist. They used to call that exitus reditus in Latin. It means everything is exit. You see, exit from, everything is out of him, and reditus, everything will return. Okay, but this is the universal doctrine of all religions, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They all have the same
Christianity.
motivation. Yeah.
Like ask a Hindu, ask a Buddhist, ask a Muslim, a real deep Muslim who knows is a sacred, is a Sufi doctrine and all that. Ask them; they will all say everything returns to Allah. Of course, it has to be so.
Yeah.
And it's also a scientific fact. The universe, physically, scientifically, will reach is finality.
Yeah, it has to at some point. The stars eventually burn out.
Yeah. I don't know how it will happen, but it will be a nice show for sure.
Yeah, and I think the whole creation's been waiting for it. It's all been moving towards that as being the final act.
And even also now, and even also your own life, if you take that as a microcosm of your own life.
Exactly.
You begin and you will end, and your end is not when you die. Your real end is beyond that. Your real end is when it is all in you.
We all have our own story. Each one of us carries a story that was written just for us. We have a certain number of heartbeats, we have a certain number of days, and we have a certain character that God needs presented on this stage. And we can't control what that is because it manifests, and then we're there in it. He's manifesting us doing it. So there's no control there. We just get to glorify God with a story that he wrote for us that's going to eventually bring the full glory back to God.
Recently, I tried my free will, okay? My son has a new girlfriend, like his first real serious girlfriend. She's a pharmacist, and they just bought a condo together. It's a real girlfriend, okay? And when I met with her for the first time, they were waiting for me in a restaurant, and I had to walk. I have no cars. I told them I will walk, and I will meet with you at the restaurant. And I had a 1 hour walk, maybe 45 minutes, 1 hour walk, okay? And during my walk, I told myself, don't say stupid things during the dinner, because I have no filter, and I say everything I think, and sometimes it sounds stupid.
Gosh, that's me too.
Okay. Like in a restaurant, I would say very loudly things that are morally not suspect, but stupid things. Okay. Because I have no filter. And you know what? I said, use your free will and say no stupid things. It's not too tough. Huh? You just avoid saying stupid things. And after 5 minutes, I said something so stupid that I even apologized. I said, sorry for having said such a stupid thing. You see, so I failed.
Yeah.
I said something really stupid, actually.
God wanted you to say that stupid thing so that you would be humbled in realizing your free will has no control. You knew that before you started it. It was an experiment that happened in concluded exactly the way you knew it was going to conclude.
And at first I wanted to blame my son because he was asking me questions that would call for a stupid answer, you see. And I almost blamed him. Your question was stupid. You see?
Yeah, I had an issue with a real close friend. He was the best man at my wedding.
Oh yeah.
We had an issue pop up the other day, and it's related to the difference between his upbringing and my upbringing. And I had to really excuse me, I had to humble myself and really try and look at what was going on. And I realized that this is what God was doing. He's putting us in this situation so we can both examine what our upbringings were. And when we both saw that point, and that was where the friction was being caused, everything, there's no more problem. We accepted the other person for what they are and realized, hey, this I'm trying to get better and you are too. So God brings lessons to us to teach us things. He's shaping and molding our clay every day. And sometimes it's painful. Sometimes it hurts.
It's often painful in my case. I have to take cold showers to survive.
I know that feeling too. At least I'm not that young anymore.
You know what? I would like to tell something to under grace. Like I have no copy of the bondage of the will in with me. So thanks to you, I will buy a copy of that book. And because it's too good. It's too good. The error. Yeah. What was the previous sentence? Sorry, Ace. The one before that. Yeah. No. It's the one after that one.
Hang on. There we go.
The error of free will is a special, look at that, special doctrine of the Antichrist. Very special doctrine.
Yeah. I think probably free will is the one myth that has generated the other myths.
Yeah, maybe free will and also reading scripture without the spirit.
Let's go back to John 1:5. We've got God, the light, and the darkness. Yeah. What does John 1:5 say? The light appeared in the darkness, and the darkness grasped it not. So is this the beginning of an ill-conceived free will? Is this the beginning of jealousy, strife, and envy? Is this how God introduces it? Is this the beginning of creation? Is this where the separation really gets its character of what it means? I think so.
Yeah. In Judaism, you find a representation of what they call the tree of life, and on the left side is the dark side of the tree of duality.
And you promised to give us a lesson on that someday.
Yes,
I'm still looking for it.
But Ace never invited me, so.
Oh.
You're here now.
Martin Luther said the inner man, which is from Paul.
At some point, when you know that you're going to have enough time to come in the show and give us a good lesson on the tree of life, I would really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, I will give my take on it. I will not tell you what the rabbis say.
No, I don't want that.
Or the Kabbalists, or I will just give you my own take on it. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, because it's a very deep. You could find millions of pages of literature. Seriously.
I'm seriously looking forward to it. Just send me an email, an email that you'll be free to do that, and I will put it on my calendar and be here for it.
I don't work today.
Oh, you want to do it today?
I'm a kind of.
I wish I could. I got some things already on the schedule for today, but
I was the same when I was 5 years old. When I was 5, I was the same. We can play now. We can play with the toys now. Why waiting? The inner man cannot.
If you want to do it now, I'll hang and put all this other stuff aside.
It's a very deep topic, actually.
It's probably one of the more worthy topics to be talking about.
The inner man cannot be forced to do out of his own will what he should do.
The will is lying beside me, but to be affecting the ideal is not.
Except the grace of God change the heart and make it willing. This is very clear language. My will needs to be caused to want God. Is this possible to say that in English? Yes.
He gives us the will as well as to work for the sake of his delight. So he gives us the will to get off the couch. He gives us the ability to get off the couch so that it brings some delight for his glory.
Yeah. Schopenhauer, the Greek, the German atheist philosopher, said, I do what I want, but I don't want to have a will. Think about that.
Oh, yeah.
He did not want to have a will. He never asked God, give me a will. So
no, but he does give us a will. We just don't know that it's him that's putting that will in us the way it is. Do I want a Burger King or a McDonald's today? Well, it's God putting the desire for one or the other on your tongue. It isn't you choosing. It is
these
him.
are just options and alternatives.
Yeah.
Like I test everything with the dog. Like if I take some chicken and some, I don't know, beef, and I give the dog the choice, he will go for the beef. So he had an option.
Mm-hmm.
Does this prove free will in the dog?
No.
No, not at all. Not 0%. But he had options.
I've come into another epiphany here recently by listening to Jim Corum's tape.
Oh yeah.
He had a tape that just really unlocked a lot of things. For instance,
you
want to know what God's will is? It's real simple. What just happened? That was God's will. Nothing happens unless God wills it to happen.
Are you referring to the series on the human choice and the
No, it was tape number 105 on the concordant, and the subject matter was God's will. God's will and God's righteousness, and it was just really enlightening tape to see, because I've always said, okay, God, I know your will is going to happen. I always know that your will is what's manifesting everything, but how can I localize this in the relative sense on the stage and understand it clearly? And Jim just answered it. If it manifests, if something manifests on God's stage, it was God's will that it happened. Nothing could stop it. Even God couldn't stop it, because that was part of his will that was set up before in the story, and he has to do what his will said from the end to the beginning, or the beginning to the end. So that really opened up a lot of understanding of peace inside of me, and understanding if something happens, it's God's will. That surgery that happened to me was God's will. That doctor had that knife in his hand by God's will. Everything that happened from that point to this moment in time has all been God's will.
Yeah, but it's not
I look
always
forward and see what God's will is going to be for me a minute from now. Hell, I might be dead in a minute. I don't know what God's will, and none of us do until it happens.
Yeah,
but
it's
everything
not
that
always
happens is by God's will.
Yeah, but it's not always easy to accept or understand, especially when there is a tragedy or something like a murder, a rape, or a war or something, and you just cannot, what is the expression in English? Get your mind around that.
Yeah, wrap my mind around it. It's hard to wrap my mind around. Yeah,
you just cannot.
But for me, once I realized it was a story, and the story is on the stage, and it's a bigger story that my story is part of, and your story is part of, and Ace's story is a part of, and it's all being articulated together at this moment in time by God's love and his will to promote him. Eventually, this is going to promote him, full glory for him. That's why the sovereignties and the authorities are tuning into us. That's why they know that the truth of God is coming through us.
Sometimes we need to grow, and we need time to understand these things. Like when I was younger, my life was full of trials. My life has always been full of trials, shit, and suffering. Okay?
Yeah.
But now I can see that if my life had been a success, I would have become a real professional asshole. Total asshole. I'm serious. And because I failed in so many things, I was not able to become the asshole I could have become.
Well,
so
God
somehow, you see, who is
us.
the judge? Who is the judge? My trials were there to humble me, to prevent me from doing very bad things, probably. So who am I to scream and cry and say, I suffer. Yeah, but I mean, it's better for you to suffer, stupid Ben, because you are crazy. You are like a beast. You are like the flesh is like an animal.
Yeah. But the suffering, for me, the suffering has been transmuted to joy, no matter what it is, because I know that through that suffering, I get to understand the things I'm understanding. It's a cheap metaphor to say it, but this is the price I have to pay to see what I see. Oh my goodness, make me pay double. It'd be just as glorious. Yeah, whatever happens for a reason, and it's eventually going to be for God's glory. So it's all good to begin with. Even when it's bad, it's good.
Yeah,
and that's what's hard to wrap your head around. Even when it's bad, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most prudent way to express that, but I see your point. Because in Scripture we say that you cannot confuse good and evil.
Not confusing them, but understanding the difference between them and realizing they both had to be there for the message to be said.
Yeah. And also I know you have an absolute perspective. And that from that absolute perspective, it is true that the most highest good has to go beyond the duality between good and evil.
That's right. It has to.
Yeah.
That had to be the motivating force, the love of God had before he started writing the story. Before he ever created the story, that had to be the initial emotion, was love, because he is love. But how is he going to express his love unless there's someone that is there to give his love back? And that's the beginning. That was the beginning of the story.
Yeah, it's a bizarre love. Like, I mean, God is hard to understand because his love is often tough love. And I mean, look at the world.
Yeah, but when we see that God is love, it isn't that he has love or he holds love back from those that don't obey him, but God himself is love. All the character of what love is wrapped up as God.
Doesn't it seem?
When we see love in 1 Corinthians 13, we see a whole paragraph of what love is not. This is the beginning, showing us what it isn't. When it does start to talk about love, it gives us two of its attributes. It's patient and it's kind.
Yeah, and Paul says
we get a paragraph of what happens with love. And the very first thing it says is rejoicing together with the truth. So if you're not rejoicing together with the truth, you've already lost one of the main attributes of what love is. And it took me a whole lifetime to understand this, a whole lifetime. I'm just now coming into the reality of the beauty of what this really represents.
I'm still stuck in Job chapter 3, but I see your point. Yeah, I absolutely see your point. I really enjoy seeing you enjoying your
growing
and your treasure. Like you sound like someone who would have received a kind of treasure.
I have. The greatest treasure ever given is right here in front of us. I'm so happy. I wake up every day and this place is still here. The treasure's still here, and it's all still true. It wasn't a dream. And then I just rejoice. First thing when I open my eyes, thank you, thank you, thank you. I get to come back here for another day. I know I'm going to be a little better today than I was yesterday. The old humanity is dying. The new humanity is living. And at some point, they're going to be separated. The old humanity is going to go away, and the new humanity is all that's going to be there. And we all get joined together at that time.
You see, I'm divided in many things. Like I rejoice, but also the old man is dying.
But it still lives. It's still in me. That old humanity is still there. The old Greg, that horrifying person that I had to grow out of, is still alive.
Maybe not in position, but in experience, it's still there.
Yeah. It has to be, because you have to grow out of it. And in order to grow out of it, it takes time to grow out of and into something else. It can't just, boom, happen instantly. It happened for Paul instantly, but it's got to happen slowly. For the rest
it is decreasing. And the question now is, who am I? What is my real identity? The one who is decreasing or the one who is increasing? Because Christ is increasing.
I think the real identity is both, Ben. It's the attribute of the one that is changing from the enigma to the face-to-face. It's the reality of both being together, the good and the bad being together, but one getting stronger as the other one gets less. But
And
it's
it will
still
take
the
all
same
the
play.
place. It will take all the place.
Mm-hmm. What does it says in Romans 8, talking about vanity, the whole creation subjected to vanity, not voluntarily? You know, creation didn't voluntarily say, hey, God, subject me to vanity. I
Of
want to be
course.
blind. No, he blinded half the creation just so that it couldn't see what he was doing. So that one day he could undo the blindness and undo the vanity, and they would realize instead of them, it was God doing everything, and they'll give glory to him.
I did not even decide to be a sinner.
No?
No. I ask a priest, Did I decide during a confession? You confess yourself and you ask the priest, oh, by the way, I have a question. Did I decide to be a sinner? And the answer is no. They will say no. They will have to be honest. Like nobody, they will say, yeah, but you, with your free will, you reenact kind of the Adamic sin.
Yeah, I think free will is pretty much the base doctrine of Catholicism. You know, they just look at what they did with the story of Adam and Eve. If we believe the Catholic story of the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve, well, God was a failure to begin with because he created Adam's will too weak to obey the only law he had. So God was a failure.
Yeah, but most Catholics don't believe in the literal story of Adam and Eve anyway.
I was brought up believing it. And then most of the Christians that I talk to will tell you, yeah, Adam used his free will.
Yeah, because you were in USA, and USA was heavily influenced by biblical American biblicism.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Bible Belt and the American Bible is still very strong, as you know,
mm-hmm.
and probably the American Catholicism was heavily influenced by that, because elsewhere most Catholics don't believe in the literal story.
Right. We could say that about every religion has things in it, or every faith-based spirituality, whether it be Hindu or Islam or whatever. Mm. They're all promoting what they believe they hear to be God's truth for them. And it's in a different truth all around the world. They're still believing. Their ears are still tuned to hear that spirit they believe is God talking to.
Yeah. And you find, especially, you find fake believers in all religions, and they are the majority. So if you want to find fake Muslims, just look at the majority. If you want to find fake Christians, look at Christianity as a whole. You will find fakeness.
Yeah.
Total fakeness. And people believe what they say, but I don't. It's not because someone say I'm a Christian, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't believe your crap. It's not because you say something I will believe it.
And so many of them do. So many of them say that, and I've heard this many times, not just in Catholicism, but in Christianity in general. The reason I go to this church, because my preacher knows the truth better than the preacher across the street, and that's why I'm here. Their preacher knows the truth better than every preacher. And you go to all the churches, all the people say the same thing. Well, this can only mean one thing, that when the potter designed their ears to be hearing a spirit, it was tuned to hear that spirit as God speaking. And they hear it coming from that man, and God has them in there listening to that man, and they think what they're hearing is coming from God. Well, really it is in the ultimate absolute sense. But in the story sense, some people had ears tuned to hear that the Trinity is the truth. Some that the pre-existence of Christ is the truth. Some that you got to follow the law is the truth. Some that you got to be baptized first is the truth. But they all hear these different spirits, and every one of them believes it's God talking to them. And
it is true that somehow they all have something true to say to some extent.
Yeah, well, the truth is there, in all of it to some extent.
Personally, I'm even open to the fact that there is no God, and I would have to say what I mean by that. But when a serious atheist,
I have to call you back.
When a serious atheist has a conversation with me, I pay attention to what they say, and we can find some common ground. Yeah. of course, I find common ground even with atheists. Yeah, because somehow, if you think about it, and it was even said by many Christians of the first centuries, God does not exist in one sense, that he is beyond the category of existence. If he is himself the source of everything that exists, he is non-existent. He is beyond existence. Okay? In that sense, he does not exist. Yeah.
And yet everything else does.
Thanks to him.
Yeah.
So yeah, in one sense, God does not exist because existence is a limit. Existence is a limited
It's a
concept.
label.
Yeah, but existence. But okay, now who is the source of existence?
There's only one. There's got to be one source.
Yeah, and the first Christians, especially on the Greek side, they even during the 4th century, 5th century, they wrote things about that. Many important things about that, about the fact that God is beyond every category, including existence. So when I tell that to atheists, they say, "Oh, wow, great."
Trying to. There it is.
Where's Ace?
He probably went inside to thaw out. I think it's real cold. I didn't see frost coming out of his nose today like it did the other morning, but I imagine sitting on the back porch for several hours.
Where I am right now, it's very cold.
I think we went down to 39 last night. We've been down to 22. That's
Just a
about as
moment, I
cold as
don't
we've
know
been
what
this
is.
year.
Just a moment, I don't know what is 29. I just have to convert.
Oh, you're speaking Celsius?
Here now it's minus 15, but it's not the same system.
Chilly willy.
Fahrenheit 59, minus 59.
Man, that's cold. So how about you, Ben? Are you ready to be the 51st state of the United States?
Nah, this is a stupid thing. This is just a stupid thing. And also I live in Quebec, so even if it would happen, Quebec would not move. Yeah. We are able to be independent. We don't need Canada or USA. No, this is stupid. Yeah. I'm sorry. It will not happen. Actually, USA is not doing well right now. Yeah, we are a divided country. You find real hatred between the two parties in the USA. Real hatred. It's not just political, fighting. It's hatred.
Yeah.
So
I think it's always been there, but it's been.
Care about Canada right now. You should care about your country. Like the country is about to explode.
Well, we got about what is today, the 10th. We got 10 more days to go before the inauguration.
Yeah, but it will
be interesting.
But if you think it's a solution, we will talk about that during 4 years. No man is a solution.
No.
Man, no party, no nothing, and no cult. This is almost a political cult. So I don't know. You will tell me. We will wait. We will see.
Oh yeah, we're going to see.
No matter what happens, I don't care about politics, and I love you. I don't care about, but we should not expect a fiesta.
No, I just like watching the story develop. I don't know what the story is going to be. I don't know what twists and turns God has. Look at what he did with Paul. Oh my goodness.
We should expect.
He put an injunction on his own story so you could reveal a secret story. And here we are, secret characters in the secret story on a secret part of the stage.
Yeah. We should expect shit. Shit that will happen. It already happens. And I don't know. I'm a very pessimistic person, like humanly speaking. Like I don't believe, I remember when we had the referendum in Quebec for separation, I was a communist at that time. My friend visited me and he said, "You have to vote." I said, "No, I don't vote. I am against that." I was just 20 something, but he forced me. He said, "You have to vote for democracy. Yes or no, you have to vote." And I voted. I remember I said, "Okay, I will vote." But no, like a government should just be responsible for managing the country. It's just administration. It should be as clean as possible, but the rest is just bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, I pay taxes and I want to have my stuff back, and that's it. Beyond that, I am not interested.
Yeah.
Like where I live, I pay lots of taxes, lots. So now I want my stuff back. I want my free doctor. I want everything free. I pay for that crap. But beyond that, politics has nothing interesting.
No, it's
just not
it's
interesting.
it's all thugocracy.
Oh yeah, and it's a source of disagreement and
yeah, the biggest thug on the block is the one making the rules.
No, you will tell me. We will see.
It's going to be very interesting to
if Trump gives me more information about the UFOs, I will be grateful. If he can overthrow the Iran regime, I will be grateful. But for me, it's case by case. But the UFO, he should give the stuff about that.
Oh, I agree. For 50 years, more than that.
Do you know
the 70 years they've been doing UFOs.
Did you hear the former Canadian Minister of Defense? Did you hear?
Yeah,
He said he's crazy shit.
And he was very courageous to get out there and say it.
Like that? Oh yeah. He was.
Other governments aren't.
What was his name? Paul something. Ayler.
I remember the
He was English.
Doing it. Howdy.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Ace, I guess, took a break.
Oh well.
Sometimes he gets cold on the back porch, and I've got controls to let people in, so he'll take a break and go refresh himself. I imagine he'll be coming back here soon.
I will also be gone for 2-3 minutes. Okay.
Go ahead. It's God's plan for you to take a couple of minutes, enjoy yourself.
How you been? What's up with me? You know, just floating around on the YouTube scene, looking, studying, researching, reading, keeping my mind occupied.
Yeah, you do a wonderful job of expressing without bias questions of interest to you. You're just real good about listening and then promoting a single question that was really thought out. And I appreciate that. You're a very deep thinker, and you don't ask useless questions.
It's good that Ben's back, one of the heavy hitters.
Yeah, Ben's a heavy hitter. I love it when I see Ben in. It's like God saying, "It's time to go to class." And God made him a teacher, and he has a wonderful gift of being able to teach. So when Ben's at the front of the class, man, I'm in the front row.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna ask him some questions about the because he's like the language guy. I was gonna ask him like definitions of words, what they would have meant in the past, stuff like, you know, pistis, like faith or belief stuff, and some other, you know, stuff that's been floating around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How you been?
I'm better. I'm better.
How your eyes are?
They're not. I'm going to have glasses. I can see enough. I can drive. I can see the roads and the signs and people, but I can't read the signs. I can't read the comments right now. I can really struggle a word at a time and dig them out, but I'll see 2 E's instead of 1, or 3 I's instead of 1. So it's really hard to decode. But yesterday when they did their little lens thing and showed me how much better my vision is without glasses compared to my vision without glasses, my natural eyes. Yeah, the surgery was a success. I see better now without glasses than I did without glasses before. But we'll see. Once I get my glasses, I'm hoping things are much easier to read, because I've got some reading dysfunctions that make it difficult to read, and I'm hoping that'll clear up.
Do you like contacts, or are you just gonna get like the regular old stuff?
I'm just getting glasses. Oh,
Yeah, I don't.
but you put your cell phone there. I didn't expect that, Ace.
Kick him. Get him out of here.
See
You
my
boxing?
fingers, see my thumb, see my fist.
My-
You better run.
You having a good day, Mr. Theo?
Sure I am. This has been a marvelous little episode here of conversation.
I sure enjoyed it.
We got Ben and Greg. This is like these are the goats. And Ram. Haven't seen Ram in a hot minute.
Oh yeah, Ram.
Yeah, he just came in right before you did.
Mhm.
Hey, Ram.
Salutations. Can you hear me well?
You're excellent. 5 by 5.
That's a good mic.
It's the same mic I always use, but I guess it's working with me today. It's not locked up in stubbornness.
Yeah.
Yes, I am just trying to meditate on getting closer to the new humanity and abandoning the old humanity.
Good
Yep.
idea.
The wonderful thing is God's already doing it. We can't help him. We can't slow him down. We can't speed him up.
Amen. Amen. Well, maybe he put that thought in me for a reason, you know? Maybe it's time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a growth. You got that thought today and you were thinking about it today. You didn't have it yesterday. And now today that you're thinking about it, you're a little better. You're a little closer to that newer humanity than a little farther away from that older humanity. It's a growth, and it can't happen to us all at one time like it did for Paul. And even that happened for Paul all at one time. It was still a growth for him day by day by day. The will is lying to be affecting the ideal is not. So he had a growth that he went through every day too.
It's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
It's the greatest story ever being told.
I really liked what Ben said earlier about the comparisons of all these different belief systems and how they all have a different piece to the puzzle.
Well, I think one key that moves through all of them, especially Christianity, is loving the creation, your brothers, loving God, loving the one who put you here, whether it was the Christian God or the Muslim God or whatever God it is that put you here. What a privilege it is to have a part on the stage doing what we're doing. And it's teaching a love. In every one of them, it's teaching how to love God's creation, your fellow man, the tree out there, the fruit that you have, the dog that you bought. It's all a lesson in love, learning what love is, because
and
God
also,
is love, and He's revealing Himself to us.
and also friendship.
Yeah.
Because you are ready to die for your friends.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
That is the greatest love. The greatest love is to give your life for your friends.
Yeah. So all is coming out of God, going through the Logos, and God has been creating this whole creation up until the point in time where He tells His Son, you got to empty yourself of all your power. You got to go down there into there, and you got to learn what death is. So you go on down there now, empty yourself out, and take the form of a fashion of a slave, or in the form of a slave, the fashion is human, and be obedient until the death of the cross. That had to be a very hard thing for the Father to tell His Son to do. And His Son, when He got down here and was promoting the Father the way He was, remember He said, I can do nothing other than what the Father's telling me to do. For that which He is doing, I am doing likewise. So He is the visible image of the invisible God that was put down here so that all of the creation can understand who God is. At what point in time in creation could they do that? There was no oracle there to say, hey, this is who God is and this is what He's doing that they could believe and say is true. They had no proof of anything any more than humanity did. But when Christ did come in the form of a slave and fashioned as a human and died the death that he did, and he willingly did this. This is the faith of Christ. He willingly did this. And when I truly think in the Garden of Gethsemane, the reason he was praying so hard is that voice that was there his whole life wasn't there. That voice that was showing him and telling him everything to be doing was silent. He knew what he was there to do, but God wanted him to do it as a man. He had to die for humanity. He had to walk it as humanity. And he did it without God patting him on the back saying, it's going to be okay, son. I'll give you a little extra this, a little extra that. Nope. All the way up until the point where he's about to give his last breath. Why did you abandon me? He didn't understand it, but it wasn't until the resurrection it was made known. That's the faith of Christ. That is the faith that saved us. That walk from the Garden of Gethsemane to the resurrection is the faith that saved all mankind.
Okay, stop that. It's too nice to be true.
Okay.
I was contemplating that for a couple days before you even said that, Greg. That is amazing.
Synergy of God, my friend. He makes all of the appointments, writes his own prescriptions, and then makes sure they're filled properly.
I love that so much. Says the Christian Hindu. I love it. It's the truth.
Ben, what is the Hindu doctrine that says that recognizes divinity in oneself?
Oh yeah, so you see in Hinduism, and last year I had a student from India, and we had great conversations about Sanskrit and Hinduism. And this religion is so old and so big that it's too complex. Like you would need more than one life to study Hinduism. I'm serious. It's too big.
Well, it's the oldest religion on the planet, isn't it?
Hinduism includes so many things that you would not be able to study all of them. A PhD in Hindu philosophy is just a little student. So
could a peacock tell what a dove? Could a peacock tell a dove in its own language what God is?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Huh? So I think you are referring to the doctrine of the Jivan Atma. This is the doctrine that yourself, your individual self, okay, is in a state of ignorance. And in reality, you have to discover that your Atma, your self, is in reality the divine self, which is in a game of playing games with himself. So you are a kind of divine illusion. God plays games with himself. And you play back somehow, but it's all God, but you play back and you discover that you are one with him.
Wow.
So I don't know if you are referring to that doctrine of the Jivan Atma and the Atma itself.
Yes, because over the course of the couple last weeks, I've been focusing on when Christ says, I and the Father are one. And then he prays for his disciples about having that oneship with them as he is in the Father.
Yeah.
And
it's very deep. You are referring, just a moment, you are referring to John, let me show my screen. And by the way,
John
I don't
14.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't
think
think that Jesus is just another like a Krishna among other Krishnas. Huh? I don't think so, and it's the reason why his teaching. What is the verse? It's John 17.
Yeah, I think it was John 17:14 actually, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not very good with the numbers or the names.
Me neither. It's just a chance I remember it. So, yeah. So when Jesus gives, like this text is so good that it's then clear that it's useless to try to give a commentary. You don't need. Perhaps you could read maybe study the Greek, but the text is very clear. I would not dare to add my own words to that. Like if I was paid to give footnotes on John, I would skip John 17.
Monty Burns, you want to read John 17 for us?
Okay. What, the whole passage?
Or from the entire chapter would be great.
Yeah.
The high priestly prayer. These words spake Jesus, and lifted up his eyes to heaven, and said, Father, the hour is come. Glorify thy Son, that thy Son also may glorify thee, as thou hast given power over all flesh, that he should give eternal life to as many as thou hast given him. I like how it says eternal life. And this is life eternal, that they might know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom thou hast sent. I have glorified thee on the earth. I have finished the work which thou gavest me to do. And now, O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self, with the glory which I had with thee before the world was. I have manifested thy name unto the men which thou gavest me out of the world. Thine they were, and thou gavest them me, and they have kept thy word. Now they have known that all things whatsoever thou hast given me are of thee.
Whoa.
For I have given unto them the words which thou gavest me, and that they have received them, and have known surely that I came out from thee, and they have believed that thou didst send me. I pray for them. I pray not for the world, but for them which thou hast given me, for they are thine. And all mine are thine, and thine are mine, and I am glorified in them. And now I am no more in the world, but these are in the world, and I come to thee. Holy Father, keep through thine own name those whom thou hast given me, that they may be one as we are. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in thy name. Those that thou gavest me I have kept, and none of them is lost, but the son of perdition, that the scripture might be fulfilled. The disciples in the world, and now I come to thee, and these things I speak in the world, that they might have my joy fulfilled in themselves. I have given them thy word, and the world have hated them, because they are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. I pray not that thou shouldest take them out of the world, but that thou shouldest keep them from the evil. They are not of the world, even as I am not of the world. Sanctify them through thy truth. Thy word is truth. As thou hast sent me into the world, even so have I also sent them into the world. And for their sakes I sanctify myself, that they also might be sanctified through the truth. Neither pray I for these alone, but for them also which shall believe on me through their word, that they all may be one, as thou, Father, art in me, and I in thee, that they also may be one in us, that the world may believe that thou hast sent me. Their future glory, and the glory which thou gavest me I have given them, that they may be one, even as we are one. I in them, and thou in me, that they may be made perfect in one, and that the world may know that thou hast sent me, and hast loved them as thou hast loved me. Father, I will that they also, whom thou hast given me, be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory, which thou hast given me, for thou lovest me before the foundation of the world. O righteous Father, the world have not known thee, but I have known thee, and these have known that thou hast sent me. And I have declared unto them thy name, and will declare it, that the love wherewith thou hast loved may be in them, and I in them.
Wow.
Thank you.
I love 1723. Man, it's a powerful verse.
Could you take a look at Romans 8:13? And just have a look at the word die.
For if ye live after the flesh, ye shall die. But if ye through the Spirit do mortify the deeds of the body, ye shall live. Okay.
This is to die. Apotnesco. Okay. It is used like 112 times.
Seems a very strong verse in favor of annihilationism, doesn't it?
Oh, if you're looking for annihilationism, I suppose you could see it there.
Yeah.
What if you're looking for something else?
Yeah, but he is right.
clear, though.
He is right to like. He is right to see in that like a real act of like destruction. I would agree with that. And who is he, by the way? Is this
Monty Burns? He's our favorite annihilationist at the moment.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
great.
You don't get many annihilationists on the show. A lot of universalists and some who believe in eternal torment, but not many annihilationists. I think the only other one I've come across is what's his name, preterist or professing preterist.
I was about to say, we can't really count him as an annihilationist. He's a preterist through and through.
Yeah, a lot of preterists tend to also be annihilationists for some reason.
One of my favorite biblical English scholars is Charles Welsh, and he was not a universalist. You know him?
Yeah, I've heard of him and read a couple of his articles, but I'm not acquainted with him. I think Ace has covered a couple of his articles.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
he's a very good egg.
Yeah, I would not say you should agree with everything he writes, but this is a very good writer to study the Bible actually. Yeah, and he's honest. Like he stands in the middle between those who believe in damnation and those who are universalists.
This verse is so clear, though. It's clearly saying only the saved will live.
It does it?
Yeah.
Fudge. Ace, do something.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. For if ye live after the flesh, and who doesn't do that? You shall die, and who shall not die, right? But if ye through the Spirit do mortify the deeds of the body, ye shall live.
It's life
And
or
who,
death.
and who is not going to, through the Spirit, mortify the deeds of the body?
What is the spirit?
Yeah, but you know what? Just a moment, please. The true there. We have to see that true. Where's
Mhm.
true in Greek?
Would that be dia?
Just a moment, I went too fast. But this is but. It's not the. So give me 2 seconds, please. I just need to double check something. I can see it's a dative, but the word dia is not there. Like literally, it would be a little different. Sorry for the interruption. The concept of true is not literal there. Yeah. It's okay. Sorry for the interruption. I would like to see what Enoch gave as a. Do you have it?
I have the
Not.
Debar translation
Yeah.
if you want to.
What do they say? Because it's a dative, but I don't see the preposition. So I just wonder.
Okay, let me give you this and get your take on it.
Okay.
So this is the Debar. It says,
Yeah.
I can't help. I can't read enough to help. Sorry.
I got it. It says, "For if you live according to the flesh,
Mhm.
you are about to deaden away.
Yeah, it's good.
But if in the spirit you deaden the practices of the body, you will live." So you like when it says you are
Yeah.
about to?
Yeah, it's just I laugh because it's so. Do you see? You feel the German obsession behind that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's lovely. Yeah, but you see there they say in the spirit. So how do they write in just like capital letters or like I mean they literally write in? Yeah,
Yeah, it's in, but it's in like a. I don't know what they mean by a lot of this because like some of the words they put in like
small letters.
yeah, like italics.
Yeah, so you know what? Maybe we have something here. Like it's the preposition or the. You see, there they say by the Spirit because in English you don't say the Spirit alone, huh? Like it would sound bizarre in English, but that by okay that you can see everywhere. Huh? You see there by. In French it's not different. You see par l'esprit is the same thing. But the Greek is not that clear there as you can see. Huh?
So you don't like the preposition there?
The Latin is clear there. Now it's the Latin shows the ambiguity. So yeah, it's just interesting. Huh? But you see, they say they're through the Spirit or through the Spirit or by the Spirit or in the Spirit. And what is the concordant rendering?
It just says in the spirit. Uh,
Yeah. But the true there is not a strong true in Greek. That's what.
so literally, if I'm reading the Greek, it says something like if but spirit tas. What is tas? I forgot tas. The
Where are you? Sorry.
I'm just reading the interlinear.
Yeah, this is your article. It's a plural article.
Oh yeah, the practices. So it
Yeah.
says something like
Tas
it's
praxis.
yeah. It's if. So this is a conditional. If but. I don't know how that's gonna. But that's in English. You'd say like but if. But it's like if but spirit. It doesn't
But you
have
are right.
any.
In Greek, it's if but. Yeah, it's not but if. Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing else. It just says if but spirit. It doesn't have like
Yeah, that's my
anything.
point. You see my point.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the case of pneumati, this case, it's a grammatical case. It's dative.
Neutered dative. Yeah.
So
Neutered
when it's
dative.
dative, you should expect an indirect object, like with a preposition, like true or by, or okay, but I don't see it in the text. This is my
So,
own.
could we say that we're looking here at the work of God? Because it's going to happen through the Spirit. The deeds of the body will be mortified.
Or in the Spirit, yeah, or the Spirit without anything.
So it's not a thing, Monty, that you must do. It is a thing that we must expect because it is the work of God. Every aspect, every drop of salvation, every aspect of salvation is the work of God. It's not something we can add to or take away from.
Yeah, if we think that we have done anything, maybe we could read John 1:12 and 13. Yeah.
Still clear, though, the contrast is between life and death.
That's true.
Well, what if we read the rest of Romans? What does it say? Does it say we choose the flesh or the spirit?
Well, clearly that's what Paul's saying in the verse. We've got a choice of whether we can walk through the flesh or in the spirit.
Okay,
Again,
so read this.
Good, read that, Monty.
Yeah,
for I know that in me, that is in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. For to will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good I find not.
What a beautiful verse.
I got one that's pretty close to elucidating 8:13. If you go to 8:6, just ahead of it, it says, "For the mindlessness of flesh is death, but the mindedness of spirit."
You said 8 what, sorry?
6. It's just 8:6, right? It's just, yeah.
Yeah, it's clear. These are the two natures we call. Nature is not the best word, but this is what we traditionally call the two natures. I think we should call it the two wills, personally.
And isn't that why Paul says, forget that which is behind and reach to that which is forward?
Yeah.
Because the progression needs to be growth, not death.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing is that I wanted to elucidate on this is when he says death, it's not always like a literal death. There's a lot of figurative deaths throughout
That's
Romans.
True.
He's
Especially
saying
in
like
Greek, yeah.
he's saying like when you mind after the flesh or like, give yourself over to those desires, that in itself is death. Like you're dead.
You're already dead.
But
Yeah.
in Romans,
Yeah.
in Romans 8:13, he uses a stronger word. He doesn't just say death; he says die, which is a stronger.
Right.
Actually, the flesh, the self, carnally minded flesh or self is dying right now, and somehow, positionally, is already dead.
Yep.
Well, the difference I think is what it says the mindingness of it is death, but the practicing of it is dying. That's I think the comparison between 6 and 13.
And 13.
I think we're seeing it in an enigma. We're seeing the death as we're dying. The death is progressing. We're born dying, but it takes a whole lifetime for you to grow up and get old and die. But the process of death was still there when you were born.
Yeah, and it is true that any concept, sacred concept from Scripture, can be deeper than we think. So yeah, it is true that death can also be many things. Like right now, there are many, I don't know, manifestations of death in my life. I mean, in some areas of my life, yeah. I don't know.
As it was in the beginning, in the Garden of Eden, to death you will be dying.
Which is an interesting phrase.
Yeah, I feel like that has some comparison to even this scroll of Romans, because it says to death you will be dying. It didn't say you just will be dying. It didn't just say you will die or you will be in death. It said to death you will be dying.
Yeah, like you're always dying in a state of perpetual
non-existence.
Just interesting how it says, to death you will be dying.
Yeah, but in Hebrew, if I can say something, in Hebrew, it's a kind of device in Hebrew literature. Give me the verse, please. We will show it. It's Genesis. You will surely die. Something like that. Yeah, that thing.
To die, you will be dying.
Yeah, so this thing, it's a kind of play on words, or it's a kind of device in the Hebrew grammar, and you see in English they don't want to say to die twice. So the King James says surely, but there is no surely there in the Hebrew. The surely there it's to avoid repeating to die you will die. So they say you will surely die. It's a clever English.
Oh yeah. It says the day when you eat from it, to die you will die.
Yeah, that's a literal. Yeah. So you see in Hebrew, you see these two words there. They are the same verb. Like this is 4480, and this is 44. No, sorry. This is 4181, and this is 4181. Yeah, twice these two. Yeah. So it's a kind of, they do that with other verbs. It's a kind of emphasis, but they double the verb, and it sounds funny.
So what
it's
do you
just
think?
an antithetical type of verse. Just proving the point home.
Is it just like a literary device, you think?
I mean, literary. It's sacred literature, so I don't know. Like
Okay, sorry, but you know what I mean.
Like mot, tamut. I want to say something funny about that verb. Can I?
Yep.
Yeah.
Recently, when Facebook became Meta, okay, I will write there Meta. Okay, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I don't know. His name is Zuckerberg or something, but he is of a Jewish background now. But when they thought about the concept meta, probably they had the Greek concept, like meta means beyond, like it's a cool concept. It's like metaphysic, or I don't know, it's beyond. So it's a cool concept, but this is Greek stuff. But in Hebrew, and he is a Jew, I think, in Hebrew, meta, from this verb mot, means, and it was too late, she is dead. So his Jewish friends told him, you know what, you just called Facebook she is dead. And it's a funny joke. If you Google it, you will find that story. So in Hebrew, they double the verbs. This is not the only examples. I don't have other examples just out of memory, but you will find other. It's exactly like mot tamut. So it's you see, this is an infinitive. So it's literally to die, infinitive. Tamut, it's an imperfect. So it's you will die, or you shall be dying, literally. To die, you shall be dying, I would say. So you will die. I mean, there is no doubt. So I agree with the adverb in English, surely. Yeah.
So you think it's just written as, mot tamut, to remove any ambiguity about it?
Yeah, I don't know. I know that when I was in the Hebrew class, like if you study Hebrew with a Jew, they will say that you have to translate. First, they will say try to avoid translating, and they will simply say read Hebrew and don't translate. But in your brain, if you want to translate, for them it's better to translate like the real, like this is the revealed text. God said mot tamut, so it's not surely. Like, I mean, so in a Jewish brain, they don't need to say surely or things like that. Like it's to die, you will die. And it's for them, it's if God said that, he had a reason to do so.
Right. I don't think it can just be like an emphatic thing, because the serpent says the same thing in the negative. He says like lo mot tamutun, to die you will. He doesn't say you won't die. He says to die you will not die.
Yeah, I don't remember. Can I just see?
3-4.
Genesis 3:4. That guy, the serpent, Vayomer, Nachash, El Aisha, Lo Mot Temutun. So now it's very close, but Temutun now is a passive masculine. And it's bizarre. It's bizarre. There is a kind of grammatical error there because he's speaking to a woman and he uses a masculine. Yeah. Hebrew is full of errors. And then when you tell the Jews, they say, "Yeah, but these are sacred errors." I'm serious. They studied what we call errors. This, by the way, there is a very deep lesson behind that. What
relative errors.
Yeah.
Those are relative errors.
Yeah, but or divine. You see what we
Divine
consider.
error,
Yeah, what we consider as error is just a human opinion. Huh?
So
Like
there's
person,
like
I see an error there. Yeah.
So there's some special reason for there to be a quote unquote error. You think?
I mean, they call that sacred errors in the Jewish tradition. You study the error as something. If there is an error, you try to go deeper and try to see why you think it's an error, but it's not. Like on a very
God
deep
put it there for a reason.
Oh yeah. You see, so humanly is an error, but divinely is not an error. And many centuries after that, Spinoza said, when I am wrong, when my concepts are not adequate, they are right in God. This is the deep statement.
He's the one that manifested it being thus.
Yeah. Everything is true in God. So the grammatical thing there, I don't know, like this seems to be a woman, okay, Isha. And they say you will die, like to die, you will be dead. Feminine, masculine, because they have gender. It's a gendered language. So Timutun.
Why would he not use Tama here? Do you have any idea?
What?
Or meta or whatever, like the woman dying. Why is he using the masculine in 3:4?
I don't know. You will have to ask the Lord.
Okay.
Ask him when you get there.
It's beyond like probably that Isha. It's because Isha is from Ish, the husband, which is masculine.
Okay. Yeah, and you know what's funny? Let me really quickly in the Debar, it translates women as maness.
Wow. You know what? The Debar is
I
never
mean,
wrong.
Adam
He's
was
never
there.
Wrong. What?
Adam was. Adam ate the fruit too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that maybe that's the truth behind it. You see, Ish, even in terms of it like root, the root of Ish gave the Isha, the feminine, and and they all come from, you see, Enosh, the mortal man. So now we have to talk about this aspect also. This is mortality. Okay, so when you return there, he is talking. This is a thing you cannot see in translations. The Isha, the girl there, she's a mortal being. It's very important. Yes. It's not Adam. It's not. We have many words for humanity in Hebrew. It's not Gever. It's not Nekeva. It's Isha, and it's Enosh, the mortal man.
Wow, that's crazy. I've never heard that they were mortal before the fall. That's like wild.
It's already mortal. If you have the name of Ish and Isha, you will die. But now they are confirming it, I guess.
Well, yeah, I guess if they were immortal, they wouldn't have had to have like the tree of life taken away or something. Maybe mortal in some sense.
This is beautiful language. Huh?
Do you think they would?
I've heard the concept. Oh, go ahead.
I think now we can see that the masculine there is put because it's not just for the woman. You see, so the what I call an error is an adequate thing, because if you would give a feminine, it would exclude the man, like the males.
But giving a man doesn't exclude the woman, you think?
No, because Isha comes from Ish.
So he's more talking to Eve as like a derivative of
the mother. Yeah. The mother of all living.
Just really quickly, do you think you're saying they're mortal before the fall? Do you think they would have died of natural causes eventually, like of old age?
don't ask a Catholic, but this is interesting. Like, would they have died? We like to imagine that they would have lived forever, but it would have been a very boring story, and to stay alone with Eve in the garden with apples, and
they'd be petting the same animals, they'd be eating the same fruits, except that one. Nothing would change. There would have been no kids. They wouldn't know that the fruit was good or bad. They just would be.
But something very important when we say that they were naked, okay? I just want to show something that is not well translated. When we say they were both naked, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But this means naked, of course, but it also means clever, crafty. In Hebrew, to be naked and to be crafty is the same concept. And right after that, they say the serpent came and he was crafty, same word. So there they are already crafty, if you see my point. So not only they are already mortal potentially, but they are already crafty. So when you are crafty and I give you a super cool forbidden apple or fruit, you will take it and you will bite. I would have bitten also.
Right.
Well, especially the woman that I love broke the only law, and I was sitting there saying, "Am I going to be here alone?" Because she's going.
And at that point of history,
I might as well go with her because I love her.
And at that point of history, I have no plenty of fish. It's a joke.
Isn't it a beautiful metaphor for what Christ did with us? You know, he saved us. Adam saved Eve. You know,
you see,
he didn't want to sit in that garden all by himself. He wanted Eve to have her companionship, and he wanted his companionship, regardless of the price. And isn't that true with Christ? He wants us to be united with him and God, regardless of the price. And he showed us he'll pay whatever price it takes, willingly and lovingly, to do that. So I think it's a beautiful metaphor in Genesis of what is yet to come.
One thing
this
that
also could explain why animals also die, because if Adam and Eve were mortal already, then wouldn't that explain why the animals were mortal already and why they die?
Well, death entered into the world. It doesn't say death entered into humanity. Death entered into the world. So death wasn't a part of it as far as being recognized. They hadn't been there long enough to know the difference between how long I'm here and how long I'm not. But death entered into the world. And I think humanity was the trigger that brought recognition of what that was supposed to represent. And it wasn't until Christ emptied himself of all of his glory and came into the world and took on the form of this ignominious creature and walked that law and fulfilled every one of them and was killed for it by his own creation. His own creation killed him. Isn't that a marvelous thing to consider, that he would humble himself and become that obedient to the creation killing him, just to prove how much he loves his father
you go very
and what
fast.
his father was doing?
You are fast.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, it's okay. But when you say, you see, they killed him.
He sacrificed him,
yeah. So if you ask who killed him, the answer there in Acts 2:23 is the wicked hands have crucified and slain. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
But now in the same verse, you have another. You see Isaiah when Isaiah says, "My thoughts are not your thoughts," which means my computer is not your computer. By the way, in modern Hebrew.
Wow.
The word for computer it came from
wow.
Isaiah.
Cool.
Yeah. So I'm serious, and you see him, Christ, being delivered by the determinate counsel and foreknowledge of God. So now this is the God side of the story. This is the human side of the story.
Right.
And they are both right. And we debate in vain when we say who is free, who is not free, who did this, who did that. We have both. I mean, you have the thoughts of man there. You have the ways of man, and we slain the Christ with our wicked hands. But at the same time, it was determined counsel and foreknowledge of God. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Delivered. Imagine being delivered by that thing. Look at the strength of the words there. Being delivered by that. He could not have avoided. He could not have avoided. He could not have avoided. This is
Right.
good grammar. Yeah, he could not have avoided that. And at the same time, it's these are our wicked hands.
By
So
the determinate counsel and foreknowledge of God. I love it.
I think it's very strong language, personally. The concept horizon is from there. You know that?
No, it didn't.
Look at this. Orizo sounds like horizon
It does.
because it's the origin of horizon. Because look at this. The boundaries. This is what horizon became in English. The boundaries of the horizon. You see the limit. So God gave the limits of what would happen.
Yeah. He manifested them being what they are.
He gave the horizon of what is to happen. The horizon is what is in front of you, huh? When you look at distance.
Well, when you look at, he declared the end of the story from the beginning. He's giving you the outskirts of the story. It's what happens in between the beginning and the end that really tells the story. It's
What is outskirts? I understand skirt, of course, but not outskirt.
That's like far out, like
full limit. The outskirts of town is the limits of the town.
Yeah, I understand that. Just a moment. Skirt.
Oh, skirt? I have no idea. That is an interesting question.
It's like a city, like a small city, like the suburbs of a city. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I live in Foley, Alabama. It has a defined city limit. That outside of that circle that is its limit is the outskirts of Foley.
I understand. It's like the suburbs for us.
Right.
You want to hear the DeBar version of this one?
Yes, I would.
Oh, sure.
It's always good.
It doesn't say him. It says this one given out by the counsel that has been seen and the foreknowledge of God, you did eliminate through by the hand of the lawless ones when affixing him.
Wow.
Affixing. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, they have different words for like fixing and stake. Like they, that's another one that I like in the DeBar where it says that he was staked. I think Ace likes that one
it's
too.
because we don't know actually, so we think it was a stake or a cross, but crucified there is from the Latin crux, and it's a cross, literally. And when you say affix, it's another Latin, but it's a fixation. It's another concept.
What about the Greek word staros?
I would just accept the Greek and I would try to avoid translating it. But
well, didn't Constantine redefine the word staros so that Christianity would be branded with the cross that he perceived burning in the sky? And that was
but it was a crazy. Yeah, but they were drinking at that time and taking drugs and stuff.
Yeah, but his intention was when he legalized Christianity, he realized they couldn't destroy Christianity by trying to beat it down.
Yeah.
So he wanted to destroy it from within. And in order to do that, he wanted them to parade a false idol in front of him, thinking breaking the first commandment was going to destroy him. So he said that because I saw this cross burning in the sky, this is what Christianity is to be represented with.
And also
today it is. It's the symbol of Christianity today.
And it is true that the stake. How do you write stake in English? Sorry.
S-T-A-K-E.
S-T-A.
S-T-A-K-E.
S-T-A-K-E. So I'm okay like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, they give almost no reference to this word. You see in English. But now, give me an example, please, from the prophets where they talk about. You see, they refer to the stake. Please, someone help me about that. Like
the serpent being lifted up.
Yeah, this is a good, and also the prophecy where we say that he will be crucified, and it's an abomination to die on a stake, something like that.
That's
Oh
in
yeah, cursed is anyone who hangs.
Revelations. Cursed is everybody that is hung on a stake.
No, but
Yeah.
in the Old Testament it says it too. It says, "Cursed is anyone who hangs from a tree." That's why whenever
A
someone gets hanged from a tree,
tree.
they
Okay.
have to take them. Yeah, they have to take them
Yeah.
down at the end of the day because if they
Yeah.
hang if they hang overnight, it curses everyone that's
Yeah.
there.
Okay, so we're both hang on a tree. You see, in Esther, the book of Esther, they already refer to being hang on a tree. And in okay,
Could there be
there, right there in Deuteronomy, it was not a prophet.
Could there be any more hideous of an execution?
Yeah. So the question is, when the New Testament was written, when they used the word stauros in Greek, do you think they were referring to that tree there?
I would think. I would think so.
Yeah, it's very important because this is a sacred word. Etz is the word for the tree of life. Huh? So it's
wow, I didn't know
concept.
that. Etz, I see it.
Etz. This is the tree of life.
Wow. I'm looking forward to your lesson on it.
You see the fruit tree yielding fruits. This is the first usage of it. The fruit, the tree, the side of sin. The tree is very popular in Genesis. Huh?
Why is it? Yeah, this is interesting. Why is it so good and bad? Because like if you look at it, it's always like it plays this because it plays like a salvational role all the time. Like he made the tava out of wood, and when Moses when they couldn't drink, he threw a stick of wood in to purify it. So wood is used, and like you said, like the tree of life and the tree of knowledge, like it's the fruits of is all this good stuff. But then at the same time, he says, "Don't go die on a tree. That's the worst thing ever." Like why is
it's an
the tree good and
it's a curse.
why is it good and bad? Like, how does that make sense?
Yeah, it's interesting. God seems to be obsessed by trees. Huh? We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden there.
Oh, you can't even eat fruit off the ground.
So could they hypothetically eat of the tree of the fruit of life? I mean, the fruit of the tree of life.
Yes.
Before they ate.
They should have done that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They messed up.
They should have done that. The story would have been different. Huh?
Yeah. Then death couldn't enter in because they were alive.
Because personally, I believe that, you see, this is another point now. Adam was created a living soul, but a living soul and a quickening spirit are not the same thing.
Not at all.
So let's say they did not sin. Okay, you don't sin. Okay, you are in the garden and you don't sin. You convince Eve, don't do it, and then she agrees, and you don't sin. And now you tell her, try the other tree, try the tree of life instead. What would have happened? I don't know. I love to believe that they would have become quickening spirits. They would have received not the potential immortality, but the actual
vivification.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they have thought of that? Because he didn't even command them not to eat of the tree of life like that. So it wasn't even
after the sin.
He set cherubims to protect it.
After the shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He didn't even have a command against it. So why wouldn't they eat it?
I don't know. I know it happened after the sin.
Yeah, but there was no rule against eating the tree of life. So why wouldn't they have just randomly ate it?
Or kill the angels or...
No, before.
Oh yeah, they should have done that, but they did not.
Yeah, but why? Why wouldn't they have just even randomly just did it? Because there wasn't a rule against it even.
Because they were created naked, clever, stupid, and also there is another thing. What is the wisdom and just a moment. Wisdom. This is another problem. It was already there in Adam and Eve. In Genesis, what is the help me? Just Genesis, beginning of Genesis, when they say that they have the eye or it's the eyes or something.
3:15, I think.
No, not 3:15. Yeah, 3:15. No. It's
No.
we are too far now.
Yeah.
I'm referring to just a moment.
Where he uses the personal pronoun I 4 times. I thought it was 3:15.
It's the desire. I'm just trying to find the best keyword in English. The desire of the what?
Oh yeah, you're like your eyes are
Yeah.
covetous or something. Yeah, I don't know where.
It's beginning of Genesis, so we will find it quickly.
I wish I could see better and help you.
Yeah, but it's not chapter 1 for sure, huh?
No.
And it's probably not chapter 2.
There is a verse there in chapter 2 where
Man, wife, ashamed. Okay, so it's probably chapter 3.
3:6. 3:6. It was a craving for the eyes.
Yeah, so you see, before what we call the fall, there was, I think, no fall in the Hebrew text, but what we call the fall. You see, they say, and when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes. So this thing is already there, and the tree to be desired to make one wise. This desire to be made wise. This is the Tower of Babel. You want to make yourself wise. So of course, she took the fruit. You see, for me, this is a syllogism. She had to take the fruit. I mean, somehow I would have taken the fruit too.
it looked good.
Yeah. It's not her fault. It was pleasant for her, and it was desired.
It was her fondness for what she saw was overwhelming.
The word in the Debar is even stronger. It says it was a craving for the eyes, like she craved it.
Wow. And look at this. To make one wise, look at this. Ifil in the Hebrew grammar. This is a causative pattern. So it means that she desired to be caused to be made wise. It's hard to translate like that, but she desired to be caused to be made wise.
Well, that's what the serpent told her. If you touch it or you taste it, your eyes will be opened.
Yeah. Can you
will know
reread
the difference between good and evil.
Can you reread the Debar, please?
And this is hard to. I'll go slow because this is kind of
Yeah,
hard on
it's
the
hard to
ears. And the manus, which is like the way they say
Woman.
female. Yeah, the manus saw the tree being was good too for food, and that it was a craving too for the eyes, and that the tree being was a desired one for making one clever.
Wow.
And she took of its fruit, and she ate, and she gave also to her man with her, and he ate.
Yeah, great. So you see, this is like in one verse you have before the fall and after the fall in one verse. And what is before, what we call before she took the fruit? The crap is already there. I would say potentially, yeah, at least. Yeah, the craving is already there.
I mean, you could even almost say like that the fall happened as soon as she craved it, like it was inevitable at that point.
Yeah, probably. But she was made a living soul. She was not a spirit. She was not a quickening spirit. Now the question is, do you think Christ would have taken? This is the question actually. Christ as a second, the last Adam. Do you think he would have taken of the fruit as a quickening spirit?
Doesn't he already have that
He was
knowledge?
obedient.
He would
He
not.
was obedient unto death
He would not
to
have
his
done.
father.
This is so beautiful. He would not have taken the fruit.
Mm-hmm.
He would have said, "My Father and I, we are one, and we are the tree of life."
Oh, speaking of the tree language, what do you
Yeah.
got on the word Abba? Because in Hebrew, I know it's
Av.
yeah, it's a lot similar to the word that they have for like the trunk of a tree, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. You were too fast, but I know that the first letter of the alphabet is Aleph, and the second is Bet, and if you pronounce them together, it's Av.
Ab.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Abba is not Hebrew.
Oh,
Abba is Aramaic.
so you just say Ava?
In Hebrew, they say Av, and sometimes they use the Aramaic Abba, which is more affectionate. Abba is affectionate.
Don't they say like Avraham or something? They don't say Abba. They say Avraham for Abraham.
In Hebrew, we pronounce Avram.
Avram.
You don't have the right to say Ab in Hebrew, and I can explain why. It's because A is a vowel sound, and B is a consonant sound, and when a B is preceded by a vowel sound, the B becomes a V, and it's a rule. It's a rule in Hebrew. So it's the reason why it's not the Dabar translation, but Davar translation for the same reason. If you see my point.
So how do you pronounce David in Hebrew?
David. And if it's older, probably we have no recordings of the time of Moses. Would be cool, huh? But perhaps they used to pronounce Dawid.
Yeah, Dawid. Yeah.
But we cannot really know. But we pronounce like David for many reasons in modern Hebrew. And when you read Scripture, if you say Dawid, even Jews will think that you are playing a game somehow. When you try to be, you see, primitive and genuine, you see, like
yeah, it's like you're talking in like Old English to someone in America.
Yeah. It sounds bizarre that they will say, yeah, but I think it's David. But you have the right to say David. You see, one flesh. You see, look at this now. This is so interesting. One flesh. The one there is the oneness
Here.
of Deuteronomy. God is one. So now that's the oneness of John 17. It's the same oneness. There is no doubt about that. Jesus, when he said, you and I are one, and you and me and them and all that, he of course, he is a real Jew. Huh? And Echad means the one. It's a sacred concept. You cannot have more one than that.
No.
Is that the word that he uses when he says your God is one?
In Greek, I don't know what he said. In Greek, probably it's the concept enos or en or something
No,
like that.
in the OT, it says Elohim, your Yahweh.
What
Elohim.
verse? Sorry,
I'll have to Google it.
Give
me
me
a second.
Verse, please.
Hold on.
What I love is that they shall be one flesh. The one flesh there, of course, it means to be one with. So the oneness between the woman and the man is as
One
sacred
flesh.
as the oneness of God. Yeah. It's the reason why the Song of Songs is probably the most important book in which you discover the absolute love.
Deuteronomy 6:4. Sorry.
6:4. Yeah, this is the Shema.
Is Echad.
Yeah, and we pronounce Echad.
Echad.
So, Shema, Israel, Adonai, our gods. Adonai is one. This is the way I translate. But
oh, you don't like saying the name Hashem?
Oh, the name. But how could I say the name if I don't know how to say the name?
Oh,
so
yeah.
What's your opinion on the Most High?
Sorry?
The Most High. What is your
Elyon.
take on it?
Yeah, it's very beautiful. You see, this is Elohim there, okay? And the root of Elohim is El, okay? Like Eloah, Elohim. They all come from you see, just look at the two first letters there, Aleph and Lamed, just the two there, Aleph, Lamed, okay? So you see El. So this is one very old root for God, and it's older than the Hebrew. You can find it probably in Sumerian or Akkadian, I don't know, but this is very old, and it comes from another. It comes from Ayil. I'm asking if Ram is still here.
Yeah.
He's still here.
Yeah, because Ayil means a ram. Look at this. So the root of El is a ram because it's a mighty force. You see, mighty. You see there. So Ayil gave El, which gave Eloah and Elohim, and this is one part of my answer, if you don't mind. And now, the Most High is another thing. You will see. Just remember Aleph Lamed. So the Most High, if you take it from anywhere, they will say, okay, now this is interesting. Elyon, you see that? But now this is not Aleph Lamed. You see, it's Ayin Lamed. It's not the same root at all. And it's a stronger, when you pronounce, you see Elohim, it's a kind of but the ayin is stronger than that. Elyon. Yeah. So this is from the verb Allah. And I don't know, the Muslims, like when they say Allah, probably they go for it's from that root in Arabic. Allah. I would have to check if Allah is from El or from Elyon. Okay. So this means to go up, to ascend. It's to go high. You see, it's a verb. It's a verb first used in Genesis 2:6. But there went up a mist from the earth. You see the went up there? It's Elyon. It's the root of the Most High. So this is my take on it. It's not. They sound similar, Elohim and Elyon, but they don't pertain to the same roots. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Yeah. It's just interesting.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it's just interesting because wasn't there an angel that represented God in the Old Testament?
Yes. There is still a debate about that. Who was that angel? The angel of Yahweh.
Yep.
The angel of the Lord. Who is the angel of the Lord? That this is a bizarre figure. Maybe that was Christ. I don't know. But
some people say Michael. Some people say.
Yeah, but he seems to be very important because it is the only figure that has all the attributes of Yahweh.
Yeah, they praise him, don't they? They fall on their face and do obeisance to him.
Yeah. So it's not a common angel. I have many common angels in my life, but not that one.
Yeah, the angel of the Lord can also forgive sins.
Oh yeah, so I don't know. It seems to be a kind of, you see, angel is another Latin, Greek. Maybe it became Latin, but we have to be careful with these words. Angel,
like messenger or announcer.
Yeah, but I don't know. Va'imzah malach Adonai. Wow. So this is a messenger of Adonai. Yeah.
I have to go in a little bit, but this is just amazing conversation. It's so weird how mysterious the farther back you go, just as much as if you try to look into the future. It's all really bizarre and strange, but we can still glean a lot from it. So, but I do appreciate y'all having me here and everything, and
I appreciate you coming in and sharing with us the viewpoint that you have of the conversation. Thank you.
So that was Audi. He said that. Okay.
Grace and peace.
Grace, peace, and love.
See you, Ram. I'm still here. I'm Howdy.
Okay, I was lost. So Ram just said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That's funny. His name is Ram, and you were just talking about Rams.
Yeah, I thought that was cute too.
Yeah, when I saw L, I said I have to tell Ram about that.
And I'm constantly seeing a Hebrew word that's Ben.
Ben.
B-E-N. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's everywhere. Ben is everywhere. This is a Hebrew Ben, but there is also a Latin Ben.
Yeah, I was talking about Hebrew Ben, but I don't know anything about the Latin.
I don't know. I received the Latin Ben. Benoit is Latin, but now I understand that God, when my mother gave me the Latin Ben, God gave me the Hebrew Ben.
Isn't that wonderful? I love how God works in behind the scenes.
Yeah.
The wisdom of his wisdom is just
So my mother gave me the Latin Ben, which means good, like Benedict or beneficial. Okay, beneficial. It's good, and I was not a good person. But now God gave me Ben, the son of, and now I might become a son, maybe.
Might be. You already are, my friend. Absolutely and relatively.
I kind of want to learn. I'm still learning Greek, but I kind of want to learn Hebrew because there's even like Aramaic and Hebrew like language patterns and ideas in the in the New Testament, because it's stuff like, you remember when it was like, who do you want to save, the Son of God or Barabbas? And Barabbas just means like son of the Father.
Yeah.
So there's like a lot of interesting stuff like that. One thing in the Hebrew religions, they use names to signify. There's a lot that goes into like the name that you're given.
Oh yeah, I will give you an example. Like the best way to prove it is just to begin with the verse you have in front of you. Okay, and it's sure that we will find something. Okay, I will prove it. So we have that verse, Mala al en. This is a source. You see. Just a moment. I will highlight my text. You see, this is the angel of the Lord. Okay, found her by a fountain. Okay. So al-ain. So the fountain there is also your eye. In Hebrew, the fountain and your eyes is the same word. So the fountain is the eye. E-Y-E in Hebrew. And now I want to show you something. Do you see there in the wilderness? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
So this is the wilderness, midbar, okay? Do you think that God can speak to you in the wilderness?
I mean,
Because
he did
with Hosea.
Yeah.
Huh? Am I right?
Well, since he created the wilderness,
Where
I would
Hosea
think,
in English? Okay, I think it's chapter 2, if I remember, and I will take you and I will speak to you in the wilderness. Okay, if I remember. Okay? I don't find it, but it's in Hosea. Okay? So now, when you look at the word midbar, yeah, you see the letter mem there?
Mm-hmm.
What is the rest of the word? Davar.
Look at that.
The word. So and they even say that there. The origin of wilderness is davar, to speak, the word. So in Hebrew, it's very suggestive language. It's not just conventional language like Latin and English and French and Italian. In the word wilderness, you find the word right there, if you see my point.
Yeah. Like I said, if he manifested the wilderness, he's going to be there.
So when we say that God took Hosea and brought Hosea into the wilderness and spoke to him, that wilderness, within that wilderness, the word
bars, like the
dabar
bar
is already there.
Yeah, the word.
The dabar is in the wilderness, literally. And Hebrew always work for every word. It's not just from time to time. Everything in Hebrew is meaningful.
It's really poetic. Whereas in English, it's like really like it's like a mechanical, more mechanical. If that makes sense.
Yes, and also now they say sure in English, but when you read that, you don't care about sure. Do you really care? No, we don't. We don't care about that word there. But in Hebrew, sure should mean a rock. Am I right? It's a wall, sorry. No, I was not too far, but I think it's a rock also, shura. But anyway, it's a wall, probably of stone. But everything is meaningful, you see? So this word was, it's a city, I think.
Yeah, it's like that with all the names. All the names have a meaning to them.
All of them.
That's why they change. That's why they like change their names when stuff happens. And
yes, like Abraham becomes Abraham, and Sarai became
Sarah.
It's interesting because when they change Abraham's and Sarah's name,
I think the important one, really quickly, before I forget, is he turned Jacob into Israel.
yeah,
right?
but this is a real change. But when you take Abraham and you do Abraham, the only thing you do is you add a letter Hey, which is a fifth letter, which is the breath of life. So Abraham received an extra breath from God. Yeah. And this is what he will do with you. He will give you an extra breath, and you will know your real name. Yeah. According to the Apocalypse. The name of the new name on the white stone.
I never heard that.
No?
No.
He that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. To him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna. What is that? It's very important. And will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth, saving he that he receiveth it.
Wow. That's awesome.
If there is a cool passage in the Revelation, it's that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it also said like a name written on his thigh that no one knows. And like really importantly, remember like in the OT when they first made the ark, when they first made the priestly garments, he wrote the name of all the 12 tribes on the breastplate. So they really are like really fascinated with names.
What is the ark in English? Word with a C, but it's okay in English.
Yeah. I think it would be like garments or something, like the priestly garments where they wrote names and
Oh
stuff.
yeah, but this is very tough. This thing, like the goofy there, I'm joking, of course, but the goofy wood, gopher wood.
Gopher.
Yeah, this is so hard. Like if I would be a translator, I would shake in my underwears. It's an expression we say in French, but I would be nervous because it's so hard to translate that thing. What is that wood? If you read about that, you will be confused.
Yeah, I've never seen gopher wood, but I've heard that there is still gopher wood growing in one country.
Yeah,
oh, that's where we get the name. Even in Hebrew, it's just called gopher.
Yeah, but when we gave the English gopher to that Hebrew word, were we sure about, like, I don't know, what is gopher? I don't know. You see, they put a question mark there.
I think it's a kind of cedar, but they don't know exactly in the Debar. They don't know what it is exactly.
What do they say in the Debar?
It's just a kind of cedar, but they don't know what kind.
So what was your point now? The ark, yeah.
No, I'm saying like when they made the priestly garments, they wrote the names of the 12 tribes on it, so that they have like this fascination with names.
Oh yes.
And even when they don't call themselves Americans. They call themselves who they're coming from. So they'll be like the Israelites, the Benjaminites, the Hittites,
Yeah.
So it's all about the name.
Yeah. You see, it's everywhere in Scripture. Like Genesis 4:1, and Adam knew Eve, his wife. Yeah, this is the biblical knowing. It's you need to
sexual
intimate.
Yeah, it's very intimate. Yeah. And this is the same knowledge that with which God will know you. By the way, in Hebrew there is only one verb, and it's sexual intercourse, and it's also the divine knowledge. It's one thing in Hebrew, and it's very profound because sexuality is sacred, and in reality, yada means to penetrate. So when God knows you, he penetrates you. What is to penetrate? It's not just genital. It's not just with the penis.
No.
Penetration it takes all the place in your life. Yeah. This is the divine penetration. This is literal in Hebrew. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived, I guess, yeah. And you will also conceive, by the way. Yeah. Not like a physical baby, but your life is fertile, fruitful.
It's a story that has a meaning. It has a purpose.
Yeah, if God knows you, you will conceive. Of course, maybe not physically like a baby, but you will bear fruit. Yeah.
We learn by revelation.
And bear Cain. So now you see, they say Cain. So now, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. When you read that in English, you don't really see the point. Of course, it's meaning like the sentence is correct, but in Hebrew, it's because I have gotten a man. What is that? I have gotten a man is the root of the name for Cain. But you cannot see that in English. But this is you see that I want to confirm what you said. God himself plays with words there. You see, Cain, and he gives the origin of Cain's word name. And the English is not clear there. And I will explain what I mean.
It just
You
means
see,
like acquisition, right?
yeah, you see, and bear Cain. And where do you find bear Cain there? Okay, Ateled et Cain. Okay, this is now okay, Cain, and God Himself gives the etymology. I'm serious. Vatomer, and He said, and she said, sorry, it's a feminine. Kaniti. This is Cain. You see the play in Hebrew. If you read it, you see et Cain vatomer Kaniti.
So in English, she would be like, I caned to Cain.
I caned Cain. Yeah. Ish et Adonai. This is literally a man.
Well, in the
It's not
Debar it
from
says,
the Lord. It's not
yeah,
from.
yeah. In the Debar it says, I acquired a man together with Hashem.
It's not from. No.
I didn't say that. I said it says I
Yeah.
acquired a man together with
Oh yeah.
Hashem.
This is what
Together.
the Tabar said.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
correct.
never
You see,
wrong.
you
It's
see there,
never wrong.
number 5, the scholars they write from. Yeah. It's too late the scholar to write number 5 there.
It's with. They don't like it because it thinks because in their head they think that it's Hashem having sex with her or something, but they
Yeah.
don't understand.
Yeah, and also, by the way, you can erase the vowels and see in et there not with, but another concept. It would be to introduce an indirect object, and it would mean a man Lord. But it would be too long to explain why I'm saying that. But a man with the Lord. It's not from the Lord. You are right. Not from. So the King James there is wrong. Okay, and the New King James was not better. And there they say, a man, I have produced a man. So now this is just a stupid translation. I have brought forth a man. What is that crap? I've gotten a man with the help of the Lord. You see, this is just, do you see the error there?
Yeah.
They cannot live with the Hebrew. They have to add their own stuff. You see that?
I think they're just uncomfortable with Hebrew because Hebrew is like really like in your face and like this is here's
It's
another way I'll
not
describe Hebrew.
honest. Yeah.
Let me tell you if you're okay with this type of language. If I could call the Hebrew something like brutal.
It's absolutely brutal and primitive and straightforward and never abstract, by the way, always concrete. Even God Himself is concrete. No abstraction in Hebrew. None. So they say Lord's help. Where do you see that? They all go to the rabbit hole. Huh? You look at that. The King James was better if you compare with the crap after that. The King James says from. It's not the end of the world. But the rest is all crappy. And they feel bad and they put the italics. You see there? They don't. Now they amplified. I have obtained a man, baby boy, with the help of the Lord. The baby boy. Be careful. But baby boy is not that bad actually because it's a boy. But Mr. Young says, and the man knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and beareth, I think you say Cain, and said, I have gotten a man by. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, but it's not correct. In French, it's bullshit. Of course, it's Protestant translation. J'ai formé un homme avec l'aide de l'Éternel, with the help of the. It's bullshit. The French is bullshit there. And the conjugation connu is from literature, so it's outdated French.
Man, I am so thankful that I got Greg to give me his code for the bar.
You like the Debar, huh?
I love it. That's like I use that, and then I use the NRSV.
Do you know
like
Steffen
compare.
from Germany, the guy who created the software?
No.
I will give you his email address, and you will like him. Just a moment.
Okay.
His name is Steffen, and he's good in English, way more advanced in English than I am. So he is very good. and I will give you his email address. And he is a very nice guy. So if you email him and you tell him that you like the dabar, he could also send you another version, maybe a new version. Ask him when you email him, you can tell him you know me, just Ben, okay? Ben from Quebec, and he knows me. And just ask him if he could mail you a physical USB key. Like for free, we'll mail it to you. It's in the address is in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Steph. I will write his name. And yeah. Do you agree with me that it's very hard to find errors in the dabar? It's very brutal English, like it's almost ugly, but
that's why it's good for German, because Germans are kind of like that too. Germans are pretty brutal with their language,
Yeah.
so they're comfortable with it.
My daughter now is learning German because she fell in love with the German guy. Yeah, they both live in England, and she's learning German, and he does not want to learn French.
No.
He said that he was traumatized by French when he was a boy. The dabar, I like, is where you get. Oh yeah, Bill, that's the bar, yeah. But I think in England you call that a pub.
The bar. Oh, Ace is back.
The ace of spades. So this is so cool. I like that. I did not work today, so you are my day.
Thank you. What do you think of one of the questions I wanted to ask you is, what is your take on like faith, like Naamin or whatever? Like what would, because this is like an argument that comes up in a lot of the modern Christian circles. Like, what does it mean to believe? What does it mean to faith? So what would be like a...
Oh yeah, this is beautiful. Yeah, to faith, yeah, to believe. So first, there is no such thing in Hebrew. It's very hard to find faith in Hebrew. You know that?
Yeah.
Like, if it's interesting how the modern, like the Western world, has projected concepts retroactively. I don't know what's the word in English. Let me.
Yeah, retroactive.
But there is another word. It's let me just think 2 seconds. It's not counterintuitive, but it's counter. Like you take the future and you apply the future to the past. You see?
Oh yeah, like when you're reading a word and you use what it means now to mean what it meant then. Interpret it like a...
Yeah, but there is a word I'm looking. It's not diacritic. I will find it. Not diacritic. I will find it. It's a technical word, but anyway. So they have no faith. Okay, it appears only 5 times in the entire text, the body of Hebrew scriptures. Look at that. Now, what is emun? It's from Aman. Now, the word amen is from there also.
Wow.
And faithfulness, emuna, they all come from that verb there. You see, it's a primitive root. It's very important to look at this. And I cannot go further. You see, I cannot click on another word because we reached the primitive root. And the primitive root is generally a verb in Hebrew. In French, no. In French, a primitive root would be a Latin word or a Greek word, not necessarily a verb. But aman means to say yes. You see, to support, to confirm, to be faithful. It's to support, to say, I agree, I support, I confirm. You see, so be it.
Yeah,
so now faith, emun or emuna would be better because it will be more popular, not 5 times, but faithfulness. It's good for my English. Faithfulness. Now, this is a word, emuna, from the same... Let me find it. Where is the faithfulness? It's not even there's just a bad translation. Just a moment. Emuna, this word. Okay. So this word is a real thing. Emuna, feminine word. It appears 49 times. It's better than 5, but it's not a lot, as you can see. So now this is faithfulness, and it's not like to believe in something religiously. You see, this is the Latin bullshit. This is a burden of the centuries. to believe in shit, you see? Like, do you believe in this and do you believe in that? This is not the message of Christ.
No.
Do you believe, I don't know, in immortal soul? No, I don't, but who cares? I don't believe in immortal soul, but who cares? It's not the message. What is emuna? To argue on YouTube? No, it's not. You see, what we do on YouTube is very bad because it's not the emuna. We can have a debate and I'm right, you are wrong. It's all bullshit. I'm not better. If I'm right and you are wrong, I'm not any better because I don't have the emuna.
Right.
And this is the yes, it's the support. It's the only thing we can do when we understand we have no free will. It's to say yes, emuna, amen.
Accept everything as it is because it's manifested to be that way.
Yeah, I read. I'm trying to learn English, and you have a poet, Thomas Carlyle, and he calls it the everlasting yea.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty
This
cool.
is beautiful English.
That is. That's cool.
Okay, so this is the only thing we can do with our free will, I believe, quote unquote free will. We can say yay.
That's it. I'm here. Yay.
This is my free will. My free will begins with yes and ends with yes. I have no other free will. It's to say amen, emuna. So I don't know what was your initial question, but this is my quick take on it. It's not religious faith per se. The deep primitive is a yes, kind of. Yeah.
Let me say some words and get your take on it. So in the concepts that I've looked into, it's like the aman, the ka stem, isn't used biblically. The mainly he stem, like a hiphil stem, like faith in Genesis 15. Can you go to Genesis 15:6? I think that's the first one. Yeah, this is an important verse that I wanted to get your take on. And he faithed in Hashem,
And he believed.
and he reckoned it to him as a justification.
Yeah. So you see, look at this. Ve'emin. Badonai. So you see what struck me first? It's not the believing, it's the Badonai there, the Yahweh. You see that? The bet there, you see?
Yeah, bet Yahweh.
Okay. This is the first thing we will talk about. You see, you have a bet and you have the name of the Lord in one word. Badonai. And in a classroom with a rabbi, I would pronounce Badonai, or I would say Ba Hashem, or I would shut my mouth.
Oh yeah, sorry.
But I would not say Ba Yahweh. I don't know. How
Yeah,
could
my
you read
bad.
it?
Yeah,
I'm
what I'm
not
used
blaming
to.
you. I'm just saying that Badonai sounds weird. But anyway, so the way I would pronounce it, Badonai or Ba Hashem, or I would just be silent. But you see, what is that bet there? What's the meaning of it? Three meanings. In, like when you are within, okay? By, and with. So the Hebrew there, it's like Bereshit. First, let me just show something very quickly. It's the same. It's the first letter of creation. So it's very important. The same bet there appears as a preposition. In Hebrew, the preposition is sticked. It comes with the word. The word is Reshit, but now it's Bereshit.
Bereshit bara.
Anyway, so
really quickly, would you? This is something that I found interesting. Would you say something like when God began to create instead of in the beginning?
Yeah, but who said that? Maybe Young, or maybe
yeah. If you.
Yeah, we would have to have a long conversation about that. But I cannot answer quickly because
Okay,
for me, you have schools of thought since the Middle Ages, and for me, bara is a kal. You see that kal? And for me, kal is a perfect. I agree with this note there. So it's a perfect tense. Okay, so for me, I don't know why we are still debating. Even the concordant, the old version was creating, and they saw their error and they changed it. Okay, even Young, but I read an article written by Mr. Young, and I know why he's stubborn. I read why. I know why he's stubborn. Young is very good, but he's stubborn for, you see, preparing there. He's stubborn. I read the introduction of his Bible, and he explains why he translates like that. Because he's stubborn. Because he was arguing with other scholars, and at that time they did not really understand the difference between kad and yiktol. And I pretend I don't have lots of pretensions, huh? but I pretend that I do understand. This is a simple cal. It's a perfect tense, and it's created. And but I understand your question is very complex, actually, because some people will see in Reshit a kind of construct state, and they will link it with bara. So it's a kind of when in the beginning creating kind of. I understand that thing, but this is far-fetched grammar. This is primitive language. It's an imperfect or it's a perfect. It's black or white. You see, it's primitive. You see, so it's a perfect tense. So you could say created, or maybe you could use another verb than created, but it would be, I don't know,
manifested.
Yeah, or you see, when you take a big stone and you cut the stone to take a little part from it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the meaning of bara this is to cut. You know that?
No, I didn't know that.
God took something from himself. He took a part of it and then he created everything with a part of himself. This is the meaning of it you see, to shape there. It's not too far from what I want to say. And it's to cut down. You see this? With stones. I'm serious. God, God is a rock. If you imagine God as a rock, he took a part of himself and he cut that rock and he bara. It's very beautiful and deep. Actually, this verb proves that everything is out of him, actually. It's a part of his own rock. Is that not beautiful?
Yeah. Yeah, when we see how he subjected that rock to vanity so that it couldn't see the oneness that it came from, so that the oneness could do what it was going to do without having a witness.
And the sarcasm is the three letters for creation. Bara, there, if you pronounce them, it's bet, resh, aleph, and they appear right there in the first. You see, this is divine sarcasm, by the way. Bet, resh, aleph, bet, resh, aleph. So the creation is already there. Like, think about that very deeply. It means that in the beginning, the word beginning, the creation is already there. And if you just take the two first letters, it's bar, which means the sun. Christ is already there.
Wow.
And the fire is in the middle. Esh is a fire. And if you take the first and the last letter, you have bat, which is the daughter. You also have the daughter. You have the entire family in one word. Yeah. The daughter is there. The son is there. The concept of six, the 6 days. Shit means six. Everything is there potentially. I'm serious. This is an explosive word which contains everything. The son, the daughter, the fire. By the way, the covenant. If you read the first two and the last two, you will pronounce berit, which is a covenant.
Wow.
So this is explosive word. This is
the wisdom of God's wisdom.
I mean, every time I look at that, I'm amazed. I don't know how to explain all that, but
hey, you did a great job explaining it. I had never known. I got to where I could read the word Bereshit and I could see it when it.
I can also see a mirror, a palindrome. Like the first word is a feminine singular, the last word Eretz is a feminine singular, Elohim is a masculine plural, Shamayim is a masculine. It's a pure mirror.
It's all balanced.
It's all balanced grammatically. Plural, singular, feminine, masculine. It's all balanced in a pure, perfect mirror. If you see feminine, feminine, masculine, masculine, singular, singular, plural, plural.
Perfect mirror.
And also you have pi. You see, pi is there. 3.1416 is there. Actually, pi is clearly there.
Can I drag you back to the verse we were at a second ago? What was it? Where he faithed in Bahashem, or where was that?
Bahashem, yeah. So it's interesting, huh? There you have. Okay, now, wow. I hope you will enjoy that. Okay, I hope you will enjoy that. You see, in English, they say, and he believed. Okay, So this is an action. It's in English grammar. It would be an indicative, perfect. You have many schools of thought in English grammar, but it's a preterite. It's a past. It's a past tense. It's a perfect past tense. Okay. Most translations you have to expect they will give the same stuff. You see, believe everywhere. We cannot get out of it. It's
Well,
forbidden. You see that?
isn't believe the verb of faith?
Yes. But look at
And
that.
the
It's believe, but you will not expect what I'm about to say. You see, believe there, believe. This is
Yeah.
the action of the agent. You believed. You see, it's an
Right.
action. You see that? This is the meaning of an indicative in grammar. Everybody, even young, has believed. You see, and in French, it's not better. It's never. It's worse. They add confidence. This is bad. I mean, it's okay to have confidence, but the u there is older French. It's no longer French actually. You should review their French. Okay. But you know what is the joke? Nobody had it right. Because a vehemin, I will prove my point. This is ifil. Okay, now what is ifil? They say it's a causative. You know what? He has been caused to believe.
really,
Yeah. Yeah, I can reprove it if you want. In Hebrew, you have 7 patterns. Two of them are causative, and this is one of the two. Ifil is a strong. You see, read this. Ifil usually expresses the causative action of kal. So kal would be he believed, and now he has been caused to believe. So this is a thing you cannot see in English, nowhere. Now, what does the Nabar say? Probably he
it
will
says
miss it. Probably.
it says and he faith third person masculine singular plus. I think they have it as maybe KJ is causative. They have the hippal stem. They render it as faith, and
It
they have
shows the ifil, yeah.
yeah. It just
But
says
he
and
said,
he faith though. It doesn't say he was caused to faith. It just says
yeah,
and he
yeah,
faith. Well, it doesn't say who caused. It just says and he faith. It
yeah.
doesn't say.
So I would translate he was caused to faith. So now
Wow.
this is important. Why? Because how could you faith by yourself?
That's right. And we see in Romans 10, 16, and 17, it says, Lord, who believes our tidings? Faith comes from tidings, and tidings are a declaration
Yeah.
of Jesus
And
Christ.
now if you have to translate the preposition bet, maybe you will say now, knowing that you have been caused to faith, okay? Perhaps you could translate like by the Lord or through the Lord or in the Lord. It becomes meaningful. Huh? By
As
the
a part
Lord,
of the
you have been
Logos,
caused to faith.
as a part of the Logos, they're all accurate.
Yeah. So you see, if you return to the English, he believe in the Lord. This is a religious statement. Do you believe in the Lord? Yes, I believe in the Lord. This is human religion. Believe in the Lord. The Hebrew there is way more deeper. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
It means he has been caused to believe by, in, and with the Lord. You translate as you want the preposition.
Yeah, it can be any. What's funny is that word can even mean against, but I wouldn't render that here. It can be by, with, and.
Well, against would not be the first.
Yeah, it's like the very bottom one. So what about the second part of this verse where it says and he?
Now it's vayashevea. It's hard to pronounce.
Vayashebaha something.
That's vayashevea. Yeah.
Shivea.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Shash.
Lo tzedaka.
Lo Tzedekah.
Yeah. So this lo there is untranslatable. It means for him. So this is another preposition. Lamed, it means for, and the other letter is just to show the third person of singular. For, they say for him, to him. You see this? But if you click on that, they will say no associated strong number. They have no entry for that. Okay, but it means for him literally. So vayar shevea. This is related to a computer in modern Hebrew. I'm serious. Okay, when Isaiah says my thoughts are not your thoughts, he's using this concept. And in modern Hebrew, when they needed a word for computer, they took that because the thought or the device. You look at this. Just a moment, sorry. You see, to think, to plan, to esteem, to calculate, it's all the same. To invent, to make a judgment. This is a computer in modern Hebrew.
Yeah.
Google.
Especially now that we're getting AI, we get the imagine in the computer
Yeah.
too.
So he counted it. So this is, he computed that for him. Kind of. How could you translate? It's very hard to translate this verb because it means so. You see, they say they're accounted. You see, you will see counted. Now they say credited, and now counted, credited, but maybe imputed, which is not far from computed.
Yeah, it says that in the concordance, it's calculate.
Yeah. Oh yeah, calculate. You see, counted. Now the amplified credited. Okay. The Young says reckon it.
Yeah, reckoned is another.
What is the French bullshit? Imputation. This is an imputation, so you can imputa, and it's the French is too old there. We no longer use these conjugations. So you see the imputation. Do you think that there is a kind of a religious projection? Of course, there is a religious projection on the concept of imputation there.
So he was caused to faith by Hashem, and Hashem calculated for him as, no, what's the last word? This righteousness, and the Debar's justification.
Yeah,
Yes,
there is nothing. You see, they say like it's primitive. Huh? So vayar shevea. We will just check what is the. Okay, it's just a perfect tense, and he counted. Okay, for him righteousness. So it's that primitive. You have three words, and if you would translate, I would say, and he counted, and he recognized for him righteousness. I don't know. Like when you see the Hebrew, you don't need really to translate, but you look at the fact that it's a direct object. There is no like in between, like as righteousness. You see how we are religious when you have been. You see your faith is recognized as righteousness. You see my point?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they added
You see, we put words in
preposition.
between. Counted
It's
it
the
to him
enigma.
for righteousness. I'm sure another guy will say another thing. You see, as righteousness because of his faith. This is very bad. What is the new? Who reads that?
Yeah, that's the worst. Yeah, that's the worst one.
Wow, it's so bad. Huh? So credited it as. You see the problem? As. We don't want to go direct because it's too nice to be true. I'm serious. The as is not there. We have a word for as in Hebrew, and we don't use it there. We have another preposition to say as in Hebrew, and it's not used there. And Mr. is honest there, Mr. Young. And he had believed in Jehovah, and he reckoned it to him. Look at the beauty. Look at the beauty. He put two what is the word for that? Two hyphens.
Compound words.
Yeah. He put a kind of hyphen there, and he put the word directly. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
He's being honest there. He screws up a little of his English to be honest. Yeah.
So it would be like he calculated righteousness to him or for him.
You could say now that we understand, you could say, and he counted righteousness for he computed righteousness for him. I don't know. Translate as you want. Now that you understand that.
Okay, but what do you got on what is righteousness? What is justification?
I don't know. It's way too profound for me. I never asked.
No, we have to dig into this one. We have to.
But I never ask these questions. It's a source of to be just. Like it's because the God of the Bible is a righteous. Like there is no other way. He is right.
Can I take a stab at that? Could I take a stab at that? It's just an opinion.
Yeah, go ahead.
But the justification is every single thing each one of the members of the body of Christ had to go through, from heartbeat to death. Everything had to be put in place for them to be finished out and molded and shaped as the body of Christ. It was necessary for them, everything. It was necessary for them to reach that final stage. And in that, everything that they did was justified. Even killing an apostle was justified because that's what helped to shape Paul into what he was. The final man who lost his life in jail became who he was through everything that he went through. So it was all justified in order for that to be reached.
Yeah, but somehow I understand that, but somehow he's also asking what's the deepest meaning of righteousness somehow.
Well, we aren't going to know that until God reveals his righteousness. And I don't think he has fully revealed it yet. He's given little hints. He says that it's being revealed through Christ's faith. And we see in the body of Christ that's taking place. His righteousness is creating us to be what he wants us to be. But he has not revealed his righteousness yet to the entire creation.
Because
that's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do when the body of Christ is revealed. Is he's going to uncover what his righteousness has been doing all this time.
Because when we look at Genesis, we just did that. Like when they are in the garden and they are still naked or crafty and all that. If you compare them with the Lord, right there, okay, he is the right one. He is right in what he's doing. They don't really understand, but he is the righteous one. Yeah. Now, I don't always understand what it means, but I know that if you take the place of Adam and you compare yourself with the righteous one, necessarily you are wrong, kind of. And because God would not have just created himself. It would be possible for God just to repeat himself, but it would not be a creation. So what he created was similar, of course, but it was also different. A big difference between creation and God is that creation is not absolutely perfect. No, in the sense that he is the righteous one by definition and by nature.
And he blinded that piece of himself so that could be made known later.
So this is I don't really understand this concept, honestly, but if I had to say one thing, I would say, like, he is the righteous one and I am not the righteous one, and I need it to be accounted for me by him.
We can't have our own righteousness. It's that's like his.
Yeah, if it's our righteousness, we'd be under the law. I got someone at the door, guys. I'll be right back.
It's not me, because I'm in Quebec. I'm not knocking at your door. I would. So yeah, righteous. Yeah, this is like what it is to be righteous. It's not for sure. It's different than our modern way of thinking, like moralistic. Because the righteous one is also able to kill entire nations in the Old Testament. Like, we have to be honest. Like, this righteous one can create, but also can destroy.
So
he is not a new age God who will just send you the positive energy, kind of.
So is it like there's like a couple of ideas. There's like it sort of like entails some sort of judgment. Like, to be righteous, that means like there's like unrighteousness. And so like you can get placed into one of these two camps, and it's like I wouldn't say it's not like good and evil, but it's like how do I explain? Like being like when you go to, like, if you go to like a I don't know, like a judicial system.
Yeah.
And you can be like, if you're like acquitted, that means you were righteous, and if you're guilty, that would make you not righteous.
Yeah.
And so maybe this is like saying that everyone is like guilty, or everyone is is doing wrong in a way. Like, it's like right and wrong. There's like some moral aspect of it. And so
it's not the most exciting topic in my opinion, but
what do you want to talk about? I don't.
No. But I'm trying to say something intelligent about righteousness. Do you think that righteousness is the ultimate nature of God? Like this concept is quite primitive, to be righteous and unrighteous. As you just said, it sounds very dualistic. But knowing God and the scriptures, do you think that tzedakah, that concept of righteousness, do you think that this is the ultimate revelation of the nature of God? This is my question.
Well, if I take like a big step back, and if you ask me right now, what do I think is like the story of the Old and New Covenant?
Mhm.
I would say something like, ultimately, God is the main character of this story. We're just, little, we're like the side characters or background characters, and that the story of creation is about Him. And ultimately, the purpose or the telos of the story is His glorification.
In you, by the way. So you are not just a little character. I understand what you just said, because I feel as very unimportant. But in reality, I know I'm wrong when I feel like that, because in reality, it is true that He is first and He is the last, but you are at the center somehow, because His telos is to be all in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's in you also. No?
Right. The Eastern Orthodox have this idea, this concept of what's it when they become more and more connected? What's it? Theosis,
Yeah,
where
yeah, but the theosis is already among the church fathers, by the way. Yeah,
right.
they already
And
talk about that second, third, fourth, fifth centuries.
so
This,
we're like a participant. I think the language I would use is something like we're participants.
yeah, it's a
Maybe.
mix between Neoplatonic philosophy and the passage of Peter where he talks about divinity. Just a moment, because the participation is a Greek. What is the passage I'm trying to find?
I don't remember.
Participate. Peter said something. I'm not too far, but no. Huh?
Yeah, I don't remember
I'll write the word
exactly.
nature. Yeah, I
Divine
found
nature.
it.
Yeah. 2 Peter 1:4.
I will just put the King James. Okay, whereby are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises, and by these ye might be partakers of the divine nature. So this is, you see, out of context, it sounds like a Neoplatonic doctrine, and of course, it's possible because it was also the belief of the disciples of Plato. The exact
Yeah.
same thing.
Well, I would say they draw kind of not heavily, but even the writers of even the apostles use a lot of Greek philosophical
Of
language.
course.
Maybe they don't use it in the same way that they do, but they actually draw heavily from it.
Yeah. You see, next Monday I will have a new student. Okay, and when I have a new student, I tell them when you learn a new language, you will have a load of culture with it, and a load of you see. If you use Greek, you see right there, it sounds like Plato, but it's because the language itself conveys these things. Huh?
So, I mean, isn't it important though that it was written in Greek? Like, why wouldn't and through Providence or whatever, it could have been written in Hebrew again,
I
but
would have loved that.
but he chose not to. Like, isn't there some reason for that? Like, did he
Yeah, I
make
think
him?
there
Did he
was.
make a mistake? Did God make a mistake putting
It's
it
a
into
divine
Greek?
mistake. He loves his own mistakes. Huh? I'm one of his mistakes, by the way. but 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 uh, but the mistake is Just remind me what my brain is thinking about.
That Greeks are too philosophical and abstract, probably.
Okay, I remember. It's because you see, I would have loved the New Testament to be written in Hebrew, and maybe it happened. We don't know. We cannot prove it. But when you read the Greek of the New Testament, sometimes the Greek is weak. You know that, except with maybe with Paul. But you see, the Greek of Luke was a doctor and he was good in Greek. But you find many like weaknesses in the Greek of the Gospels, by the way, and maybe it's because it's a translation of a primitive Hebrew. Okay, but we cannot prove it. I would love, like, it would be the discovery. Imagine tomorrow morning you open the TV and they say, "We just found the
Hebrew.
the
How
Hebrew original." I would freak out. Like,
would you clear your calendar? You'll tell everyone I can't go
yeah.
to work tomorrow. I got to read
Oh no, I
this.
would not go to work. Okay, but we never found it. But it's possible. It's not just an empty possibility. We may find it. The Peshitta, the Peshitta in Syriac, I think, is quite old also.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the
Peshitta.
I'd say if
just a moment, I will just Google that, the Peshitta, because I don't want to say stupid things, but it's a standard version of the church Syriac tradition, 9th century. It's a 9th century thing. It's not that old.
I wonder if there's a connection between the idea of God using a new language and the new covenant.
Yeah, but now I finally I think that I know why the New Testament was written in.
Oh, really quickly,
See, what
I'm
I'm
have an
saying
idea.
though is
He could have provoked Israel
before
to
whatever you're gonna say. Just see if we end up saying the same thing. Like, a lot of people want to go back into the old, and look, he's like he's instantly separating their. Of course, the LXX existed, but he's instantly separating it in a inconvenient way through, the way history played out, for us to have to learn 2 languages instead of 1, or or just learn 1 language if you were a Greek at the time, just to read the Old Testament accurate, to the most accuracy.
But they had the Septuagint.
Yes. Well, I know that's what I said, but I'm saying to read it like purely. And
yeah, I like that purely. I agree with you.
Yeah. And so maybe there's a connection between. I mean, to say there would be no connection would be, and God being the predestinator of all, would seem absurd. In fact, there's a connection with everything in a way. There's a connection with me saying this and, the pizza you ate last night, if you're, really thinking about it. But
well, Paul in Romans talks about provoking Israel to jealousy for their rejection of the Messiah.
Oh, that's even better.
And that's us. We're what's going to make them jealous when they see the body of Christ, and that is, excuse me, it's been raised in its celestial glory to the heights of the celestials. Israel's going to be saying, "But Lord, we were your chosen people. How come you didn't do that to us?"
Another mistake.
Tell me they weren't jealous tell me it doesn't affect them, the fact that the New Testament isn't written in Hebrew.
I don't think they even pay any attention to the New Testament.
No, but I'm saying if it would be a source of stubbornness to stay away from
pride. Also pride.
Yeah.
Pride.
Like, we are the chosen.
That's right. God, you chose us. How come you gave this to those people that you told us to stay away from?
But I think there is another very technical reason. Hebrew, I never read that. It's just my opinion. Hebrew is primitive. It is tribal. And without Greek language and Greek philosophy and Greek culture, Christianity would have remained a kind of Jewish sect, very tribal and very Jewish.
But it's spread world.
Now, Greek and Hebrew have many things in common, but they are also extremely different. we just said, okay, Hebrew is primitive, and it is tribal, and it's not universal. And Greek is modern at that time, is scientific, is philosophic. It is cultural. It's universal language. You see, this is my point. Greek was the universal language, even among the Latins. It was the language. Probably Jesus understood Greek very clearly.
It also fits very fittingly with because it's such a precise language. More, I'd say,
Scientific,
more
yeah.
precise than English by a long shot. Because it's so precise, it's like, you know, you read the Old Testament and you're getting glimpses at a lot of things, but it really is like the word that really fits the Old Testament for me is olam, concealment, or, you know, this idea of being concealed. And even the language fits that idea to some degree. Like, it's more,
it's deeper, it's
serious, and
it's deep, it's a kind of
root-based.
abyss, kind of.
It's like more root based, right? Like, where a big thing in Greek is you're going to get all these different tenses and stuff that really let you like pick apart, you know, epistles, something that didn't even exist in the Old Testament, epistles, right? And these deep doctrines about
Romans and
whatever, you know, we talk about.
Yeah, and this is my point. You see, when we say Elohim in Old Hebrew, we are talking about something very concrete. It's a mystery, but it's not an abstract, Greek abstraction for sure. Okay, when you say theos in Greek,
Placer.
you are talking about a kind of abstraction, like theos.
What do you mean by abstraction?
It's an abstract concept,
right?
Like spirit. God, soul, life. These are abstractions. When you give these words in Hebrew, they are concrete words. The old Hebrews had no philosophy. They had no math. They were just like people of the wilderness, and Semitic language is primitive. They had no concepts. I'm serious, and I love it. Yeah. It's very old. It's not like the fancy. You see, compare Old Hebrew with French literature, and you will see who is superficial and fancy, and who is deep and simple but primitive, but truthful. If you see my point.
Crude. That's how Paul said he likes to talk. When he spoke to the philosophers of the Greeks, he spoke to them crudely. He even says, "I spoke vulgar."
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of way he says like the messages.
Because he knew he would not be able to convince them with great philosophical concepts.
You're either going to ask Paul, "What's your metaphysical ontology of
they would blast
him?
Like,
oh yeah, get JG involved. You think Paul was like?
Yeah, but Paul would have been blasted by the Greeks. They already knew everything about the logos, about everything. The only thing they did not know was the most important. It's the reason why Paul went to them. They did not know that the logos had been made a person, like the logos is a person, and that person loves you. This is a scandal, but I don't know if we really understand that.
Like he's telling them, "I'm not abstract. Like I'm a concrete material."
Yeah. The logos is a person that loves you. Like we don't care nowadays to hear that, but a Greek philosopher would have reacted. They knew the logos, of course. That was their teaching about the logos, and they knew all of these things. But that the logos has been made flesh? Are you crazy?
Yeah, that's like saying like your love was like a person, or like a whatever, like beauty was a personified.
That's comparable. Love was made flesh.
Wow. But that's a scandal.
Don't attribute that to me. That's what Howdy was saying.
I
Might
don't
be a
know who's
while.
speaking anymore. I tend to confuse both.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that he gets the credit for that one because
I don't care.
Who said
no,
love was made
I
flesh?
know you don't care. I'm just saying I thought that was profound. Like it, because to me, I was having a hard time understand what's the big deal about the word being made flesh. But maybe that's the comparable thing would be like saying to us, love was made flesh. Like
And
that's
we're
not
like,
the
what?
word we
Love isn't like
right,
that. What are you talking about?
right. Because I think when we hear the word was made flesh or the
We're
logos
used to
was
it.
made flesh, we're so used to it. Yeah, exactly. That we kind of skip over it and we don't even think about what does that mean.
Even Aristotle, 6 centuries before Christ, he said, before he died, he said, "Now I said everything. Now we need the teaching of a God."
I agree with him. Aristotle was a monster. That's like, I still read him. Like I try to read a little bit every day, but it's like it's so insane to me that he was like thousands of years ago. Like to me, when I read Aristotle, this is like someone like thousands of years in the future that I'm reading. Like this guy is like way ahead of everybody.
And he was not a flat earther. No, I'm serious. I mean, in the debate, he was not have been a flat earther because 6 centuries before Christ, he proved that the earth was round. He just took a boat with a flag, and the boat went, and when the flag disappeared in the horizon, he said, "Oh, the earth is round," and I no longer want to talk about that.
Yeah, moving on. Okay, can we hone in on this verse though, because this is sort of like the purpose of the story in my head, and I put the you said you don't like the Greek and it's abstraction, so I put the translation in the Hebrew, but it's like a translation of a translation.
Let
So
me
that's
see. It's just small. Just let me read that. Asher, Baem, Nathan, Lanu.
What are you looking at?
I don't know. I'm reading at what you wrote.
Oh, on the slideshow.
Okay, so what is that verse, please, Audi?
the one, 2 Peter 1:4.
Okay, in Hebrew.
Yeah.
And you took that from Delish.
That's from the Debar.
Okay, so that's Delish. Okay. The Dabar, the Hebrew of the Dabar is Delish, the great German scholar. So yes, so you want to find the participation in the divine nature there, am I right?
Yeah.
But now you cannot see my screen.
I've got your screen up.
Yeah, but you cannot see
It's
the
on
text
the
posted. Let me try
browser.
something. Yeah, but let me try something. Can you do something, Audi? Can you?
I mean, I could share my screen, like the Debar thing, maybe.
Yeah, Ben just hit the wrong button, I think.
Well, I'll share mine while we're sitting here anyway. I don't know if he wants me to share, but if he doesn't,
Bring it up. I'll put it on. I'll put it on.
Probably what he wants.
so this is what we were. I don't know if you guys. Well, yeah, you already heard what we were talking about earlier. Essentially, I was just trying to get like we were talking about like what's the story, like what's going on here, what's the big taking a huge step back. What's it all about? And I was saying like God's the main character, and we're like participants. And that's when he said, well, this language of participation, like that, we're like in some ways like intimately connected. Like he was talking about being penetrated and all that kind of stuff earlier.
Yeah.
And he brought us to 1 Peter 1:4, where this is kind of like where I'm thinking the telos or the purpose of the story is essentially we become communers of the divine nature in the end.
Okay, sorry, I was gone. Sorry, I clicked on I clicked on the wrong.
That's what I figured.
Okay, so this is your Dabar. Wow, this is cool. Huh? So Asher Baem, you see Nathan, the third word there. It's to give. Where did he say give in English? Huh? Okay, and the fourth word there is abetachot. So click on this one, please. The fourth one.
1, 2.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. 4. Yeah.
It's like habachot. It means like promise is what they say in here. is the concordant.
And after that, the fifth word, you see gedolot. This is big. Meod, very big. What
They
do
don't say anything about it.
you don't?
About what?
Get a lot.
If you
It
click on
doesn't-
the word in Hebrew, did they say nothing?
It just says.
It's very bad.
I mean, they just say greatest here, but they don't say what it says.
If you click on the Hebrew, they say nothing.
No.
If you click on any Hebrew,
No, I can click on the like this one. In the ULEX in the lexicon it says promise, but they don't have a lexical definition for the get a lot.
gedolot means big, and meod means very big. It's very, very big.
Like
Yeah,
greatest.
it's comparing it with. Doesn't
Yeah,
have
they-
an English lexical definition on mine either, but it's comparing it with
And
the
look,
idea of megas.
yeah, look at the word things there in English in italics, and look at the fact that the S is not in italics. You see that? It's because
Promise.
gedolot is a plural. Yeah, it's plural. Gedolot meod means it's the big things, big things, because it's meod. Okay, and after that you have the carrot. What is that? Communers.
Yeah.
This one, yeah.
We cut out. Yeah, we cut out.
Lama'an.
Lama'an. Yeah.
So that you see, so lama'an in Hebrew, you can be memorized because lama'an always means in order to or so that. Tikhu after that
Means like become.
Communers. Well, have become communers. Okay, and we continue. After that, you have al yadan. So this is clear. It's no, you are too fast. It's just al yadan. This one, yeah. Now you see they translate true. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not the real meaning. It means by the hand of. I'm serious. Al yadan, it's by the hand of. Yeah. By the hand of, they translate true. But I'm surprised to see the dabar does not.
Well, the dabar is being translated from the Greek.
Yeah, this is like a translation of the translation.
I see your point. No, I see your point. But this is by the end of, and after that you will have your concept. Okay. Chelek, communers. Now, but don't go too fast. But yeah, okay. This one. Chelek.
Companion, communer.
Yeah, the two words in Hebrew they create the English there. You see, and now you have beteva, the one right after that.
Where am I?
This one.
Yeah, beteba, nature.
Yeah, so now nature. Okay, now this is a good example. Nature is in Greek. Physis, yeah, and this is an abstraction. Even at that time it was a scientific word actually.
Yeah,
and it gave us the word physics,
metaphysics. That was way back in Aristotle. They had that language.
Yeah, even before the pre-Socratic philosophers already use it, if I remember. So you see there you have beteva Elohim. Okay, so when you compare that with the divine nature, do you see the difference? Like first we should study the word beteva. It's not a word I'm really familiar with, but if you could, maybe can you Google it, please? Can you just copy it and Google it?
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, they don't have a lexical here, but I'll search it.
Because you will discover that it's not an abstraction like physis, like the Greek abstract nature.
Oh, let me ask. I'll ask the AI because I'm not good at searching.
No.
AI don't.
AI is a mess. I was
just copy it, beteva. I can check myself.
Okay, it says like nature, character, element, substance.
Languages.
Where should I go for this? Would you like Blue Letter Bible thing?
Try Be'alim. I will write that in the.
Okay. Well, I'll put it in yours, and I'll put it in here, and you can search this, and I'll copy that, and we can both find it.
Okay. Yes. Great. Because the first thing you have to do.
Hebrew conjugation tables. Ooh, this is I didn't know about this.
Yeah, but you have to know how to use it because it's both for old and new modern Hebrew. So be careful.
Singular in the nature of masculine.
Let me see.
The root.
Thanks for having the resources.
The root is
Okay, the word appears in Genesis.
really.
Yeah.
Well, if I
And
search
now-
nature.
Now let me see.
No, because
Genesis
probably
46. Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
He can switch us back and forth.
And I will not click on leave the place. Okay. Okay.
the reason it doesn't have a definition, I think,
Genesis
is there's no strong-
46:12. You will see how you may be surprised. Genesis 46:12.
Oh, because it's in the English, or it's in the.
Where's the concept there? Let me see. Why did they give us that thing?
It's not in there because if it was, it would have a Strong's number, and
No,
the reason
no.
it's not showing up with a definition.
No, I don't know why they give
from
it.
a translation of the
Now I understand.
Greek. Yeah.
Now I understand. It's
why there's no Lex.
No, but now I understand. It's Betsa in the Bible, so it's strong. Let me find it.
Yeah, fine. There's probably something like it.
Just a
Well,
moment.
it's used several times. Yeah, it's used several times in the New Testament, though.
Right, but
it's used 15 times in the New Testament.
New Testament.
You see, for
The
example, in
Strong's
Proverbs,
just the Hebrew Old Testament and the
in Proverbs, the word is right there. You see. So
Greek,
now the trick is to understand. Okay, what's that thing? Yeah. So you see, in English they say it's a gain. You see that? It's a gain. So the origin of the so-called nature there in the text, that was my only point. It's something. It's an acquisition by violence. I mean, it's so far from the concept of nature, you would not believe that. It's even a prey. It's something you gain, you steal almost. It's a profit.
Oh wait, I thought we were talking about the mega word.
No, I was talking about nature.
We're talking about nature. So you see the distance between that concept there and the Greek sophisticated concept of nature is very wide, and the gap is very large.
Well, the literal translation is like sprouting, like growing.
Okay, so now I will explain now why. If you just said, did you see that sprouting?
Yeah, it's like sprouting.
Okay.
Something
So now we can make the link. Physis in Greek, if you Google it, physis, this word, gave us physics in modern science. But the problem is the science of physics is about matter. But the old words physis, it means to grow. It's like a plant. So this is more biology, actually. You see my point? So the ancient physics, the nature, was more about biology, the growing things, than matter.
Oh, plant biology, maybe.
Yeah, it's plant biology. And you know, you have words in English today like phytotherapy, things like that. Okay? But this is a plant. And this is the origin of nature. So now if you can
you sure that's not coming from light though there in the word you just like
no, that is
false.
Right, but you don't think that's because isn't that like the idea? What was the word? It wasn't photos. I don't know.
Yeah, my only point is that if he says that there is a link between growing there in this word in Hebrew, I can say that there is a link between growing and nature in Greek. So it would be very cool. It's a growing thing.
I found the link of sprouting.
Wow. So you see, there is a link between the sprouting, you see, of physics, the old biological physics.
So we're like a seed.
Yeah. So now reread the participation in the nature. You will see that it's not easy. It's not like in reality you will be a participant into the kind of the growing of God. I don't know.
Okay, so from what I understand, from what your input is, and from my understanding, I would render it something as the like invaluable, beyond comprehension promises are handed to us, so we participate or commune in the sprouting of the divine or of the Elohim.
Wow.
And I don't really understand what that means. I don't even understand that at all.
Actually, it's the only, if there is such a thing as evolution, it's that one, the one you just talked about. That
Oh,
growing, that sprouting.
Mm.
That I don't know, that explosion of. But my point was to show, and I hope you see it, that this is not like an abstraction like physics. I hope we see it clearly. Like it's not really easy to deal with these concepts. No.
Okay. If it's more like a seed sprouting into a flower, and it's like, so it's saying something like the glorification of creation is the, like you say, evolution, but I don't.
Well,
You guys are
evolution
making me
will
wanna
make
learn
Christians
Hebrew.
freak out. They will just, you will have more enemies than ever.
Yeah.
So maybe
Maybe they'll say, maybe you could say something like moving from dark to light or something.
yeah, kind of growing. Yeah, because there is a passage from darkness to
Well,
light.
I mean, we do
Yeah, I
grow
was
in
just
spirit.
thinking that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Justin said that. Give him credit for that.
Yeah, I don't take any credit.
No,
No.
I don't. I didn't say it, but I was thinking it. I don't know. You guys are making me want to learn Hebrew.
Yeah, I want to learn Hebrew.
Yeah, but I'm willing to teach it for free, and when I reach my limit, when you are too advanced, I would tell you. I would say, now find another teacher. But I'm good enough to keep you busy for a few months.
Oh, you're wonderful.
I'll take you up on that offer if you're actually willing to do that.
Yeah, I'm serious, but you have to be disciplined. Like if it's just 1 hour, I don't mind if it's 10 hours every week or 1 hour, but if it's 1 hour, you have to do it.
I can do way more than 10 hours every week.
You don't work, huh?
No.
I do. But
Well, I'll take you up on any offer.
I mean, if you're offering to
2 hours every week, I would be able to do.
Oh, I meant like just as homework. I didn't mean like you have to sit there.
Oh yeah, homework. Yeah, but honestly, to be realistic, if you would do between 15 and 30 minutes every day, okay,
yeah,
with some teaching and some guidance, after 1 year, Hebrew would become extremely familiar. Actually,
yeah,
this is 20 minutes every day.
It's like a really simple language.
I'd probably start off like with I'd probably start off very strong though, because I think the hardest part is usually the very beginning, because it's just so, like, I remember when I was first, it probably wouldn't be as hard this time because I've experienced learning Greek, but a big part of what was hard at the beginning, I remember years ago, was just learning my English again.
Yeah, I see your point. Actually, I'm a French teacher, and most of my students at the end of the training, when they succeed in French and all that, most of them tell me, you know what, not only now I know French, but I'm better in English. Because of course, when you learn another language, it strengthens your own language, of course.
Yeah. I even though I think I'm better at exegeting in Greek than I am in English, because that's what I've worked on, and it's just the fact that you start thinking you have to like in English, right? We take a lot of things especially in English, for granted, like prepositions and all these things that just, we don't think about cases and as much. I mean, obviously there is cases, but it's not like a very standardized case like Greek.
In English, you no longer have cases like they have in Greek, of course.
Yeah, I just mean like by case, I mean like not a case, but like, ED or something,
Yeah. This is a form of the past.
Yeah.
Of the past participle.
Hey guys, can I take just a minute? I need to do some house cleaning here. I'm going to end the stream. I have someplace I need to go, and when I can't be here, I've got to stop it. But everyone's invited to come into the after stream. I'm going to post that it's already posted in the comments, and I'll post it also once the stream ends. I'll post it in the comments of YouTube for anybody that wants to come in. But they're going to have to do it in the next few minutes because I'm going to need to go. So I want to thank everybody that came in, both in the comment section and coming into the talking head section. I thank God for promoting the Ace Theo channel the way he has, because we're the oracles of truth for the sovereignties and the authorities among the celestials. And I'm so grateful that we get to know that. We are on the stage and they are the audience. Isn't that wonderful? I love you all very much.
Hey, Greg, we will have to find a solution to empty your credit card. No, I'm serious.
Oh, we have somebody popping in here. Oh, looky here, sweet Donna. Hey, Donna.
She's so sweet, guys. You know.
Yeah,
Hey,
Donna
Donna.
is so sweet.
She has four men.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, Ben,
Oh,
like
I'm
if you're being serious, like I will take you up on that for sure.
What do you mean to marry Donna?
Yeah,